Thank you all. We now present the ICA motto song. I request all of you to rise for the motto song.
य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति कामं 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 कामपुरुषो पुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तद्ब्रह्मा तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शतः सर्वे तदूनात्यति कश्चन एतद्द्वैता 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 एतद्द्वैता.
Please be seated. Thank you all. I now request CA Mohammed Faisal, Chairperson of Kannur branch, to deliver the welcome address.
Honorable Chief Guest, Sri A.M. Sincere, Speaker of Kerala Legislative Assembly, esteemed MLA of Azhikoda Legislative, Sri K.V. Someshwar, MLA, his absentia, Honorable Distinguished CCM, C.A. Babu Abraham Kallivel, sir, respected C.A. Revati S. Raghunathan, Madam, SCRC, Chairperson of SCRC of ICI, respected our ex-officio member, Secretary of SCRC of ICI, C.A. Deepa Varghese, my co-chairperson from all branches of ICI in Kerala, esteemed faculty members, senior members, beloved delegates, students, and invited guests. A very warm and proud Kannur welcome to each one of you. As we gathered here today, let me begin with a beautiful Malayalam thought that reflects the spirit of this conference. ഒരുമൈ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഉന്നതി ഉണ്ടാകും, ചിന്തകൾ ചേർന്നൊഴുകുമ്പോൾ വിജയത്തിൻ്റെ പുഴകൾ ഉദ്ഭവിക്കും. Where there is unity, there is growth. When thought flows together, rivers of success are born. NAVARATNA reflects 9 facets of brilliance, symbolizing the 9 branches of ICI that stands united in purpose. Through insightful session, meaningful interaction, and collaborative deliberation, we hope this conference becomes a milestone in professional enrichment and collective growth. NAVARATNA 6 is a proud milestone in Kerala's professional journey. It stands as a symbol of strength, learning, and collaborative power of our CA fraternity. What began in 2020 during the silent and uncertain month of pandemic has now grown into one of the most inspiring platforms for knowledge and togetherness. What started a creative attempt to stay connected has evolved into a respected and eagerly awaited annual event for CAs in Kerala. From virtual screens to a vibrant hall filled with energy, every edition has carried forward a message of resiliency and innovation and unity. The first 3 online sessions by all branches collectively brought thousands of professionals together when we could not meet personally. They demonstrated how our profession turns into adversity into opportunity. The 4th edition, hosted by Ernakulam branch, marked our return to physical conference. The 5th edition, hosted by Thiruvananthapuram branch, deepened the conference impact and reach. each year has strengthened members' engagement through leadership and academic excellence. It is indeed a moment of immense joy and honor for the Kannur branch of SARC of ICI to host All Kerala CA Conference, NAVARATNA. This gathering is not just a conference, it's a celebration of our collective professional strength, our shared values, and our unwavering commitment to excellence in the accounting and financial profession. Kannur, known for its rich cultural heritage, resilience, and progressive spirit, is today home to a holistic confluence of thought leaders, visionaries, and professionals. As we mark the inauguration of this prestigious conference, we are humbled to have with us such eminent personalities to inspire us through their leadership and contributions in society, governance, and to profession. We are deeply honored by the presence of our chief guest, Honorable Speaker of CA, Advocate A.N. Shamsir, whose dedication in public service and progressive policy making continue to uplift communities across Kerala. I wholeheartedly welcome you, sir, to this event. We are equally privileged to welcome our guest of honor, Sri K.V. Sumesh MLA, whose presence adds grace, strength, and inspiration to this inaugural session. I welcome you, sir. I am honored to welcome our beloved Central Council member from Kerala, C.A. Babu Abraham Kallivail, whose guidance and commitment continue to inspire the professional community across our state and nation. Welcome back to Kannur, sir. A warm and heartfelt welcome to C.A. Revati S. Raghunathan, the chairperson of SARC of ICI, whose visionary leadership and dedicated commitment continue to strengthen the southern region. Welcome to Kannur, madam. I am also extend a warm welcome to C.A. Deepa Verghese, Secretary of SARC of ICI, and our respected Regional Council member from Kerala, who serves as an ex officio member of all Kerala branches and remains a pillar of support for our fraternity. Welcome to Kannur, sir. I am delighted to welcome the chairperson of all ICA branches in Kerala and all managing committee members who have joined us today. This presence reflects the unity, strong unity, collaborative spirit of all Kerala Conference Navaratna 6, organized by 9 branches of ICI and proudly hosted by the Kannur branch. A warm welcome to all delegates who have traveled from across Kerala and to our esteemed speakers, including C.A. Girish Ahuja sir, C.A. Viramani sir, whose participation enriched this gathering. I am equally pleased to welcome our students, sponsors, and volunteers who brings energy and enthusiasm to Navaratna 6. I am also happy to have with us my managing committee members, mentors, and past chairmen of Kannur branch, whose guidance continued to strengthen our journey. The vibrant participation of members from all over Kerala is what makes Navaratna grow year after year. And we look forward to an inspiring and memorable conference together. With these words, once again welcome you all to the NAVARATNA 6. May this conference ignite your new ideas, strengthen our professional bonds, and inspire each one of us, to continue our journey of excellence. Thank you, and wish you all meaningful and enriching conference ahead. Jai ICI.
Thank you, sir.
Let us together welcome the Kannur Branch Chairman, CA Mohammed Faisal. With a warm welcome and presidential address setting the tone, we now move to the most significant moment of the morning. Today, we have with us a distinguished leader and an eminent public figure, the Honorable Speaker of the Kerala Legislative Assembly, as our chief guest, Sri A.N. Shamsir. Sri A.N. Shamsir is a two-time MLA representing the Thalassery constituency and has been serving as the Speaker of the Kerala Legislative Assembly since 2022. Known for his dynamic leadership and deep commitment to public service, he has held several key responsibilities, including Chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, and has made noteworthy contributions in the areas of youth development, education, and governance. We are truly honored to have you with us this morning, sir. I now invite Sri A.N. Shamsir for the inaugural address.
Honorable dignitaries sitting on and off the dais, and my dear friends. First of all, I express my sincere gratitude to the organizers, those who had invited me for this inauguration ceremony. I can see the clock is running before my eyes. You had given only 15 minutes to speak in this session. So I will try to conclude my speech within your time span. Myself and Sumesh, we all belongs to Kerala Legislative Assembly. Kerala Legislative Assembly is like this. Everyone can speak for a little time. The senior leader and the junior person who is representing the Kerala Legislative Assembly can speak at a specific time. So I can see the list in my hand. You had allotted 15 minutes to me and 5 minutes to Sumesh. So we'll try to conclude our speech within that short span. While I'm coming before this session, Mr. Rajesh is locally from my place, and Mohanatan, one of the senior CA in your community. Those two persons invited me. So I had no idea about chartered accountants. I'm seeing this CA while I'm a school student, because I studied in Thalassery town. In that Thalassery town, there is an office that we can see Mohanan, CA. I don't know what is CA. I know C as an English alphabet and A as an English alphabet. I don't know what is the exact full form of that word at my school days. But now, when I grown up, I realize every country need a financial stability. Every country need a financial discipline. Not only for the country, for every individual need a financial discipline. So, the person who is teaching financial discipline to the people, those people we can call them as chartered accountants. So I am calling you as a teacher, those who are teaching the individuals, the state, and the country to how to grow up in a financial discipline situation. So I am calling you as a doctors, because you are the financial doctors. You are the people who is treating an institution, a company, a person, how to go in a healthful manner. So you are a financial doctors. And also CA, you may know that there is a humor against, in your community, the 3 or 4 chartered accountants gathered in a meeting, you will speak about finance bill. And second thing, you will speak about when we can submit the last financial support to the last company. The third thing you will speak about, I don't know whether it's true or false, that is a humor circulating amount across your community. The third thing is whether this meeting will be counted as CP, continuous professional education. So I don't know whether you will take this conference as a CPE. My strong opinion that you need CPE because there are a lot of changes coming across the finance sector in every year, in every month. What are the things happening in the financial sector that we can say? Because I'm a speaker, when I'm chairing the legislative assembly session, while we are going to discuss about the finance bill and the budget session, there are a lot of terms I'm hearing for the first time. So CP should be need, and also we are all talking about the digital literacy. So my humble opinion I'm putting before you a humble opinion before you should give a proper finance literacy to the people, because in this current scenario we need financial literacy very must. Financial literacy is very must because a lot of people are starting companies. They are putting all their investments. On fine morning, they are wind upping the institution. Why they are wind upping the institution? Because they know how to start the company. They know how to invest in the company. Everyone is jumping into a conclusion that we are ready to start a company. And they are putting all our lifetime investment in a company. All of a sudden, the company will collapse. And their financial situation also is getting collapsed. So while before a person who is starting a company, before a person who is starting a business, they should need a clear-cut idea about financial sector. You can give a financial discipline, you can give a financial class to the people. While I'm talking to Mohanat, and he told me he's giving a financial literacy to MSME. Nowadays, Kerala government is given a lot of funds. This Deepa Varghese is sitting here, KSIDC, you may know, Kerala State Industrial Development Corporation. Kerala State Industrial Development Corporation, KSIDC. They are promoting a lot of investment across the state, that you may know. So they are giving loans to the various people. They are giving crores of loans to various type of people that you are ready to give loans. You can start a business. Everyone is jumping to start a business, but what's happening at last? At last, they are pulling up into a deep financial crunch, and somebody can't survive. And somebody will end up their life also. We, being a political activist, I know what are the things happening in our state, in our place also. So we know Kerala, in the last 10 years, lot of companies say, there is an idea about Kerala. No one will come to Kerala because there are a lot of agitation, there are a lot of struggles. It is a false narration about Kerala. In the current scenario, I can say, lot of people are coming to invest in Kerala. Lot of people. And also, CA has a major role. Those who are propagating lies in the state, those who are coming to invest in Kerala, there is a false narration propagating among the people that those who are investing in Kerala, they will lose the money. So in this context, I had an humble opinion to this community that you should give a proper idea about Kerala. There is no need to worry if you are coming and investing in Kerala, that we will give a proper idea, we will give a proper financial literacy to the business community. You know, there are a lot of global conferences conducted in Kerala in the last year under the leadership of Industries Minister and Chief Minister. A lot of companies are coming here to invest in the Kerala. A lot of people are coming to invest. So what they need a proper guidance. They need a proper guidance and they need a proper financial management strategy. That financial strategy can be given by you because your signature has a lot of value. I need you have ethics. All of them are sticking on their ethics. You had to keep, your signature has a lot of importance. So you should give a proper guidance to the people, proper guidance to the business community, proper guidance to the those who are coming to invest here. There are a lot of, there are a lot of issues. I don't know, to be honest, I don't know about the accounts. I don't know about accounts. I don't know how to manage business. That's why we come into politics. Because we can't be a successful businessman in the life. That's why we all come to the politics. Because I am very weak in economics. I'm very weak in economics. While we are sitting, I am sitting in the chair, I am hearing from the both sides, those who are the part of government, those who are opposing the government, both are speaking. There are a lot of terms. Even now, I don't know what that terms means. So, chartered accountants, those people who are helping the country to go in a healthy manner, So you had a major role to make this society, make this state in a very healthy financial manner. You are gathering here. I think you may discuss about the changes, those who are happening in your sector. I had an humble opinion that AI can't replace chartered accountants. AI is replacing many works, but I had a strong feel that AI can't replace chartered accountants. So you have to give inputs. Then only AI can survive. So in this sector, you will be success. So we need to give a proper guidance to the people, and you have to start a digital, like in our state, there is a lot of digital literacy campaigns is going on. Digital literacy awareness there is lot of people are taking interest and they are giving digital literacy. Likewise, chartered accountants, you are also social committed people. So you have to take initiative to give financial literacy to the people, not only the laymen's. To the laymen's, the business people, and the person who is running companies. You need a proper literacy campaign to the people. Then only they can start business here. If they start business only, then only you can survive. It's that is a reciprocal manner. If anyone starts business, then they will support you. If they are supporting, you can support them. That likewise, you people are both are interconnected. So likewise, so I'm not continuing my speech for a long time, but anyhow, I appreciate the leadership of chartered accountants. I can see a lot of women faces in this dice. Monatan told me while he was starting as a CA, there are only 10% women in this sector. Now it has increased to 30%. So it's a very positive sign. So in this sector, that means a lot of women are coming to this field. It's a very positive sign, and also that shows women are coming to this chartered accountant field is a positive sign. Earlier it was not like that. In my place, I didn't heard a women chartered accountant. When I come here, there is a lot of women sitting in the dice. That shows they are not only chartered accountants, they are the leadership of this association. And also I spoke to them. Your chairman, I think one of the person he told me that we had given enough representation to the women's. Then asked him whether they are given suo moto or you conquered. They told there is no choice to replace us. That's why we came to stay. Anyhow, it's a positive side. And also I'm not continuing my speech because there is a strong list in my hand that you have to speak only for a time. There is no, when speaker is speaking here, nobody will ring the bell. While I am speaking, I am sitting in the chair. If anyone speaks, take more time, I can I can ring the bell. But nobody will ring here, but I have to keep my discipline myself. So I'm not talking for a long time, but I request to the Chartered Accountant Association, you should start a proper financial literacy campaign to the entire state, and also you should give encouragement to the young businessman. You know, now the education system is changing. We are promoting earn while you learn system in education system. That means the students who are learning, going for the campus, there is no need of going to the campus and sitting in the campus from 8 to 1 or 8 to 5. 8 to 5. Only you can sit, there is only a class system from 8 to 1. After taking a short break, they can go and work in some of the institutions. In that area, my humble opinion, my humble request is association that you can help to the government by giving chances to the student community, those who are studying. And as a part of studying, they are going for work. In that area, you should support the government. You should support the student community. Now, there are a lot of students are studying and at the same time they are doing jobs. And also, you should promote the culture that entrepreneurship. Everyone, look, we, myself and Sumesh, we are our elected representatives. A lot of people are coming to us. Their demand is, please, sir, you want to raise the last date of PSC list. That was their demand. Someone will come and ask for the extension of PSC list. Someone will come and ask for the calling of the PSC list. So I used to tell them, they will criticize me. Anyhow, I'm not bothered about the criticism. I ask them, you should start an entrepreneur. You should start a business. Don't be an employee. You should be a businessman. You can give a lot of opportunities to people. So likewise, Chartered Accountants Association should give an awareness campaign to the student community and tell them, We are ready to support you if you start businesses. If you start companies, we will support you. Then a lot of students will come and start business. The only resort, why nowadays Malayali students are standing for the PSC exams? Because they want to sit in a comfort cushion. Teach the student community, take some risk. We are taking risk. Because every 5 years, we want to approach the people. We want to approach the people, that is the first risk. Second risk is we want to get ticket. So every 5 years, we are accountable. Likewise, you teach the students to take risk. Don't work in a comfort cushion. Tell them to start businesses. We will help you. Likewise, this association can play a vital role to promote business and companies among the youth in state. So I hope this association will take a major role to start businesses, and also this association will take a major role to make this Kerala as a better financial health state. So by these words, I conclude my speech and I declare this conference as being inaugurated.
Thank you so much, sir. As you rightly said, we Chartered Accountant Fraternity stand for economic growth, social commitment, and prosperity of our nation as well as our state. Thank you. We now move to the release of the NAVARATNA 6.0 souvenir. May I request CA Srijat T, Sikasa Chairperson of Kannur branch and the editor of NAVARATNA souvenir to kindly bring the souvenir onto the stage.
I now request Central Council member CA Babu Abraham Kallewailil to kindly release the Navaratna 6.0 souvenir.
May I now call upon CA Revati Raghunathan, Chairperson of SIRC, and CA Deepa Varghese, Secretary of SIRC, to kindly come forward to receive the Navaratna souvenir.
Thank you all. I now invite Sri K.V. Sumesh, MLA, to address the audience.
എല്ലാവർക്കും നമസ്കാരം. നമ്മുടെ ഈ ചടങ്ങിൽ കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ ആദരണീയനായ സ്പീക്കർ ഉദ്ഘാടനം നിർവഹിച്ച അഡ്വക്കേറ്റ് എൻ ഷംഷീർ, ഇവിടെ സ്വാഗതം ആൻഡ് പ്രസിഡൻഷ്യൽ അഡ്രസ്സ് നടത്തിയിട്ടുള്ള പ്രിയങ്കരനായ സുഹൃത്ത് ശ്രീ എ മുഹമ്മദ് ഫൈസൽ, ശ്രീ പ്രമോദ് ജെയിൻ, രേവതി രഘുനാഥ്, ദീപ വർഗീസ്, ജെറാൾഡ് ഉൾപ്പെടെ വേദിയിലുള്ള അസോസിയേഷൻ്റെ ബഹുമാനരായിട്ടുള്ള ഭാരവാഹികളെ, പ്രിയപ്പെട്ട സഹോദരി സഹോദരന്മാരെ, സുഹൃത്തുക്കളെ, നവരത്നയുടെ സീസൺ നിങ്ങളുടെ 6ാമത് ഒരു എല്ലാവരും ചേർന്നുകൊണ്ടുള്ളൊരു സംഭവമാണ് ഇന്നിവിടെ നടക്കുന്നത്. ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട സ്പീക്കർ ഇത് ഉദ്ഘാടനം നിർവഹിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് സാമ്പത്തിക മേഖലയിൽ ഉണ്ടാവേണ്ട കാര്യങ്ങളെ സംബന്ധിച്ചും പൊതുവിൽ അതിൻ്റെ പ്രത്യേകതയെ സംബന്ധിച്ചൊക്കെ ഹ്രസ്വമാണെങ്കിലും ഇവിടെ നടത്തിയ പ്രസംഗത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് സൂചിപ്പിക്കുകയുണ്ടായി. സുദീർഘമായി മറ്റെന്തെങ്കിലും കാര്യങ്ങൾ സംസാരിക്കണം എന്ന് ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നതേയില്ല. ഏതായാലും കോവിഡിൻ്റെ സമയത്ത് ആരംഭിച്ചിട്ടുള്ള നിങ്ങളുടെ ഈ അസോസിയേഷൻ അത് വളരെ ഭംഗിയായി മുറ തെറ്റാതെ എല്ലാവരും തമ്മിൽ യോജിച്ച് ഈ മേഖലയിലുള്ള പുതിയ സയൻസ് ആൻഡ് ടെക്നോളജിയുടെ വളർച്ചയും അതിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടുണ്ടാകുന്ന പുതിയ സാഹചര്യവും സാമ്പത്തിക മേഖലയിലും പൊതുവിൽ സൃഷ്ടിക്കുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങളെ സംബന്ധിച്ചുമൊക്കെ നിങ്ങൾ വിശദമായിട്ട് ഇവിടെ ചർച്ച ചെയ്യും. അത് സമൂഹത്തിന് പൊതുവിൽ ഗുണമായിട്ട് മാറുകയും ചെയ്യുമെന്ന് പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കുന്നു. മറ്റു കൂടുതൽ കാര്യങ്ങളിലേക്ക് പോവാതെ ഈ ഉദ്ഘാടന ചടങ്ങിനും ഈ പരിപാടിയിൽ പങ്കെടുത്ത എല്ലാവരെയും സ്നേഹപൂർവ്വം അഭിവാദ്യം ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് എൻ്റെ എല്ലാ ആശംസകളും അറിയിക്കുന്നു.
Thank you, sir. I now invite CA Babu Abraham Kallivailil, Central Council member, to address the gathering.
Chief guest of this NAVARATNA conference, Honorable Speaker of the Kerala State Legislative Assembly. An exemplary custodian of the legislative democracy in the state of Kerala.
May I request?
Mr. Shamsirji has already proved himself to be a strong pillar of the constitutional propriety and decorum in managing the assembly, which we see live in our TVs. I think with that gives us immense respect to the speaker, who has been balancing both the ruling and the opposition, which is a very, very tough task on the chair. And son of the soil, not only I think Kannur controls the assembly, within Kannur really controls the state of Kerala, including the Honorable Chief Minister from Kannur. We are extremely glad and delighted that the Honorable Speaker has found time to join us to inaugurate this conference. Honorable Member of the State Legislative Assembly from Azhikode, Sri K.V. Sumesh, is a young and vibrant member in the State Legislative Assembly, who ended the assembly by defeating the sitting member, which is a rare feast. Thank you, Sumeshji, also for joining us. And the man of the day, I would say that who has toiled his midnight oil to make this NAVARATNA Conference 6th edition, which is happening at Kannur, which is the youngest branch of the State Institute of Chartered Accountants in the state of Kerala, out of the 9 branches. And probably this is the smallest branches also, but one of the most active and vibrant branch. The leader, Mohammed Faisal, and his entire team of office bearers, and my very learned, distinguished colleague in the regional council and heading the region, the first person of the profession in the southern region, Revati Raghunathan. And you can visibly see the lady power in the profession. Both chairman and secretary are the lady. Sir, Deepa Varghese is the first lady chairperson of the Ernakulam branch, and later on got elected to the regional council and to become the secretary of the region in the very first year. And Kerala has got only 9 branches. Out of that, 3 branches are headed by lady chairperson this time. It's a rare feast. From Kollam to Kottayam to Palghat, we have lady chairpersons sitting, and other office bearers of the Kannur branch, my very eminent leaders from the other branches, doyen of the profession, friend, guide and philosopher for me and for many, Dr. C.A. Girish Ahujaji, the walking encyclopedia of direct access, and my former colleague in the regional council and former chairman of the Southern India Regional Council, C.A. Jomon K. George, speaker of the day, Veeramani. I see a host of past chairmen, sitting office bearers from various branches of the state of Kerala and outside. I'm extremely glad and delighted to be here with you in the inaugural session of this NAVARATNA conference being organized by all 9 branches together. This idea of NAVARATNA conference came during the COVID time, originated from Palghat, that together we should do a conference, and from there, then from virtual conference to today, this has come a physical conference, and one of the most branding event of the profession in the state of Kerala. And I would say that the way the profession is going to have a sea change. Last 2 days we had a council meeting, yesterday and day before, where we had very significant changes which is affecting the profession which has happened. There are lot many changes. I would briefly touch upon some of the important changes which is happening. One, there is dramatic changes in the code of conduct, which has been approved by the council yesterday. Previously, you cannot upload educative videos. Say, I'm telling you one of the example, educative videos with your name and with the suffix as a chartered accountant, now which is being permitted. Therefore, advertisement guidelines have been issued. Today, with certain minimal restrictions, you are advertised to your services. And also in the website also, today you can give your designation, whatever you hold, you can display your photographs, even display your photographs of certain events. And also the number of companies which you can do the audit, which has been increased to 40, excluding OPCs and dormant companies. And SA 600, you know, SA 600 has been a matter of little controversy, especially after the observations by the National Financial Reporting Authority. Yesterday we approved the SA 600 revised version using the work of another auditor, with customizing the current trend and requirements. And also probably one of the major change, I would say, I was vice chairman of the committee for aggregation of the CA firms. I think gone are the days we can be alone, because the profession is also growing at a very fast pace, and we are business solution providers. I think though we are the chartered accountants, but I think our role has been redefined. Therefore, we also should scale up to the occasion. Therefore, global networking guidelines have been approved by the council. The exposure draft has been there with minor changes, global networking guidelines. Today, you can network with any firm across the globe. And also, you are allowed to give your firm to network. For example, a firm in UAE can have a network with your firm in India. Both way, it is reciprocal. These guidelines have been approved. I think a lot of changes have also, and also in the peer review also, which has been certain major changes have been also been proposed. You know, for a bank audit, the peer review has been made mandatory, which felt that whenever you do a public interest entity audit, you should be a peer reviewed firm. But considering the practical difficulties for doing the charitable institution audit of charitable institution audits, peer review requirement has been taken away by the council yesterday. Therefore, now peer review certificate is not mandatory to do, though it is recommendatory. But I think peer review is a self-regulatory mechanism. I think it will give a great opportunity to seek the guidance of some of your colleagues, to come and say, you can improve your services, you can improve your documentation, you can improve your functioning. Therefore, I'm sure, I'm extremely glad that a large number of members have assembled here for this. And I wish this conference all the very best, and happy 2 days learning, all the very best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Since our chief guest and MLA are tightly packed with their busy schedule, so they need to leave now. Hence, I request the chairperson of Kannur branch, CA Mohammed Faisal, to hand over a memento to our chief guest of the day, Sri A.N. Shamsir.
May I now request the Vice Chairperson of Kannur branch, CA Dinesh K. Kumar, to hand over a memento to the Honorable MLA, Shri K.V. Sumesh.
Thank you all. Now we proceed with felicitations. I invite C.A. Revati Raghunathan, Chairperson, SARC, for her felicitations.
A very warm good morning to everyone. In absentia to the, I wouldn't say in absentia, the Speaker of the Kerala Assembly, Advocate Shamsir, and your MLA, Sri Sumesh, Babu sir, who I should mention is a very great friend and a mentor. My colleague Deepa, CA Faisal, the chairman of the Kannur branch and the chairman of all the other hosting branches and the MCs. The distinguished speakers, senior speakers, Girish Ahuja sir and Veeramani sir, and my own chairman, Jomon George, and I think Mr. C.A. Satheesan is also here somewhere, and all the very, very good friends of Kerala. Actually, Babu sir was telling about the history of the inception of the NAVARATNA conference. Very interesting, sir, that it came in during the COVID times. I didn't think back so much, but I would like to assure you that, around this time when I tell I'm going to Kerala, oh, you're going for the NAVARATNA conference. So that is the visibility and the branding which this conference has brought to all the branches of Kerala, and it is really wonderful that this unity in diversity is showcased by the branches, where I would say that, you put two people together also, it is so difficult to get some kind of conformity among them. There's always some clash of opinions. So I can imagine what it is when there are 9 branches, 9 MCs, some regional council members, some central council members, past chairman, past regional council members. I can imagine the amount of chaos that there will be to put together this conference so beautifully. So I should say that we should give a big round of applause to all the organizers of this conference for taking the effort and now coming up to 6.0. And I hope that, after 9.0, the version 2 will come out even more, in an even more grand manner, and that we can also emulate this in all the other branches of SARC. I was talking with the speaker, and he was actually pretty amazed at the fact that there are so many women in the leadership positions in ICAI. And I said, okay, so I asked him what his basic thing was. He said he's done anthropology and then only he's done law. I said, okay, then as an anthropologist and after having come from a matriarchal society like from Kerala, you should definitely know that, as leaders in profession, as stakeholders in the government and partners in nation building, we will definitely have more women coming. And I'm sure that the day when someone at the leadership of ICAI is also not too far, and Kerala is, as usual, leading the way. Look at the number of women who are sitting here from Kerala. So I think that is something, again, which we are showcasing to the whole world, all the women emancipation. I think that all of us are empowered women, but the fact that we are all confident enough to come into the leadership position is again telling a lot about the drive of the women and, of course, the support of the gentlemen. which we all appreciate a lot. So I wanted to say one other thing which I wanted to talk about was I was talking with a very senior chartered accountant who is also a friend here this morning. And he gave a very different perspective of what the government actually expects from us. See, normally, any of us who speak on the podium will always say we are very proud partners in nation building. Yes, we are partners in nation building. But I always tell all the government officials and ministers, whoever comes, sir, we are partners, but always all of us are sitting on the same side of the table. We are not, even if sometimes we sit on the opposite side, we are also working for the government. You're also working and we are also working, and we are the people who actually take the vision of the government forward. If you want a 2047, 2050 developed nation, top of the stack position, then it is the chartered accountants who are enabling it. But during the conversation, I got a very, I would say, a radical change in my opinion, where what sir told me is the government appreciates what we as professionals are doing, but also what the government expects us to do is to encourage the citizens, encourage the taxpayers to be more compliant. We all think, I'm very proud of the fact that we enabled the GST collections to 1.5, 1.7 lakh crores. But does our duty stop there in only enabling tax collections? Why don't we also think a little out of the box and say, yes, we will ensure a compliance-driven society. Okay, that compliance can be driven only by us. And that the compliance-driven society is actually, the speaker was talking about chartered accountants encouraging businesses, encouraging youngsters to be, to take up startups, and encouraged us to actually help them. So this circular prosperity, circular economy has to start off with the chartered accountant, where we enable the people to do the startups, but we also should understand that our duty is not only towards tax collections, it is more as compliance driven, enable the people to be compliant with whatever the government is expecting of us. And once a citizen, once a businessman is compliant with whatever the government is expecting of them, automatically the tax collections are going to improve. So what we should do is, we should not actually tell, okay, you pay your taxes, you do this. We'll tell them you comply. There are so many laws, and we know that the number of laws which we are actually supposed to be skilled in is increasing. So let us actually ensure that our knowledge of the laws, again, everything is circular. What I read today is circular prosperity, circular governance, everything is circular. What starts off has to come back. So we start the compliance, and ultimately it's going to come back to us and say the chartered accountants have enabled all this. So I think that this Navaratna conference, where again, this is again going to come back in a full circle in Navaratna 9.0, and we'll start off in the second one. I wish the organizers great success and great continuity in these efforts, and we ensure that this is emulated and showcased in all the other states of SIRC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I invite CA Deepa Varghese, Secretary of SIRC, for her felicitation.
Good morning, everyone. Respected dignitaries on and off the dais, senior members, ladies and gentlemen, a special acknowledgement to Girish Ahuja, sir. When we planned Navaratna a couple of months back, the idea behind bringing Girish Ahuja, sir, as a first speaker is to ensure that the hall is full. But then Indigo decided something else. So, but fate has it that, he is here again. And a lot of people have been talking about how Navaratna was envisioned. Madam, when Navaratna was envisioned in 2020, I was also in the Ernakulam branch managing committee. So it came as a virtual program. Then in the first year when I was a vice chairman of the second committee, when Satishan sir was the RCM, we decided to make it physical. And I got the first opportunity to conduct a Navaratna physically. All my other 8 chairmen stood shoulder to shoulder, be it for sponsorship, be it for getting the registrations and all. be it for organizing. Everybody was there on the previous day, early morning standing and all that, And then we put the lot. We take lots to decide who comes next. The next came to Trivandrum, where Rama Sharma was the sitting vice chairman then. So then we started saying, so if you want Navaratna, you should have a lady chairperson coming in. And that is the flower power. But then finally, I guess Faisal grabbed it back from the rest of the girls here. So Faisal got the opportunity, and a couple of people came and asked me, will Kannur be able to pull it off? It's a small branch, they're very far away. So I said, no, I'm very confident that Faisal and his team will do it, because Calicut and Kannur, the hospitality, that is something unparalleled. And that really showed yesterday when Vande Bharat reached at 12:30 in the night or early morning. From Airnad Express to Vande Bharat to Maveli at 6:40, every time there were chartered accountants and students standing at the railway stations, at the airports, with vehicles to ensure that everybody was transferred. And there was one lady, young member, she's sitting right in front of me, I don't want to take names, but then she was coming alone, and she was staying in a hotel alone where no other chartered accountant had booked. And you know what one past chairman of Kannur branch did? He went, took her into the room, ensured she got in, she locked the room, and then he came off. So the kind of hospitality, amazing, and this is the result that you're seeing here. It's a real grand program, and every time you are really taking the bar up. So let's see who gets the next Navaratna. We'll be taking the lot today, and we will come to know about that. Wishing each and everyone here a wonderful 2 days of learning. Once again, congratulating Team Kannur and all the 9 chairmen of Kerala branches. We are showing the way to the other states. We may be small, but very large at heart. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, as a mark of love and respect to all our guests and for the time and valuable input they has shared with us all today, Kannur branch of ICI would like to present everyone a memento as a token of our appreciation. May I now call upon the Secretary of Kannur branch, C.A. Gerald Thomas, to hand over a memento to the Central Council member, C.A. Babu Abraham Kaliwali.
Request the Treasurer of Kannur branch, C.A. Vineet Krishnan, to hand over a memento to the Chairperson of SARC, C.A. Revati Raghunathan.
Next, I request Sikasa Chairperson of Kannur branch, C.A. Srijit D, to hand over a memento to the Secretary of SARC, C.A. Deepa Workis.
Thank you all. I request C.A. Gerald Thomas, Secretary of Kannur branch, to propose the vote of thanks.
Respected dignitaries on and off the dais, distinguished guests, and my dear fellow members. It is both my privilege and honor to propose vote of thanks at this inaugural section of NAVARATNA 6th edition. For the Kannur branch, today marks the fulfillment of a long-cherished dream, hosting NAVARATNA conference here in Kannur. Over the past several months, our members have worked tirelessly to bring this event to life. And today, I stand before you with my heart filled with gratitude to each and everyone who have contributed towards the fulfillment of our dream. First and foremost, I extend our gratitude to Sri A.N. Shamsir Sir, Honorable Speaker of Kerala Legislative Assembly, for gracing this occasion with his esteemed presence. Despite of his busy schedule, he come here and inaugurate this seminar. On behalf of the Kannur branch of SARC of IC and NAVARATNA Organizing Committee, I express our profound and sincere gratitude to the speaker in his absence. Now I express our sincere gratitude to Sri K.V. Sumesh, MLA of Areekode constituency, for gracing this occasion with his valuable presence. Now I extend our sincere gratitude to our Central Council member, C.A. Babu Abraham Kallivelil. Sir, your vision, tireless involvement, and unwavering commitment have been instrumental in making this conference a reality. We understand that as a Central Council member, you are always busy with institute matters. Yet, whenever we reached out regarding anything related to this conference, whether you are in traveling or attending council meetings, he wholeheartedly supported us and helped us to fulfill this dream. On behalf of the Kannur branch and on behalf of the NAVARATNA Coordinating Committee, I express our sincere gratitude to our own Central Council member, C.A. Babu Abraham Kallivelil, sir. I extend our wholehearted gratitude to SIRC Chairperson, C.A. Revati S. Raghunathan. Ma'am, your gracious presence and words of wisdom have truly enriched today's function and added special charm to this occasion. On behalf of the Kannur branch of SIRC of ICA and entire the Kerala fraternity, I express our heartfelt and wholehearted thanks to you, ma'am. I extend our heartfelt gratitude to C.A. Deba Varghese, our esteemed SIRC member and SIRC secretary. Ma'am, your active involvement, constant coordination, and unwavering support has been instrumental in the smooth and successful execution of this joint program. At the beginning of the year, during the joint meeting of all Kerala branches, when the proposal for this event was placed, it was Deba ma'am who stood firmly with us and encouraged us to host NAVARATNA at Kannur. On behalf of Kannur branch, on behalf of the entire coordination committee, I extend our sincere gratitude to Deba ma'am. The success of any conference depends greatly upon the expertise and the proficiency of the speakers who present their papers. Over these 2 days, we are truly privileged to have with us some of the finest speakers in country, each one of his leading authority in their respective subjects. We are honored by C.A. Dr. Girish Ahuja, C.A. P.M. Veeramani sir, C.A. Gurraj Acharya, C.A. Srinivasan, C.A. V. Narasimha Melagovan, C.A. Arpit Kabra, C.A. Pramod Jain, and C.A. Harshal Bhutta, C.A. Midul Shah, who will presenting various technical sessions. All of them have exceptionally busy schedules and are in high demand across the nation. Yet they graciously accepted our invitation and agreed to share their knowledge with us. On behalf of Kannur branch and on behalf of the NAVARATNA Organizing Committee, I extend sincere gratitude to all of them. I extend our sincere gratitude to our esteemed event sponsors, Kerala Grameen Bank, Aster Mims, Malabar Gold, ABC Group, Tally, Federal Bank, South Indian Bank, Assure A, and KSADC. Their generous financial support have played a vital role in ensuring the smooth and successful conduct of this conference. On behalf of the entire NAVARATNA committee, I extend our sincere gratitude to each one of the sponsors for their valuable contributions. I extend our deep gratitude to all chairman and managing committee members of the 9 IC branches in Kerala for their invaluable support in ensuring the smooth conduct of this conference. A special word of appreciation goes to all the past chairmen of Kannur branch. They served as the conveners of various subcommittees of this conference and heads of each one of them. For the past 1.5 months, they have worked tirelessly to coordinate every activity with dedication and commitment. Their support has been tremendous source of strength and motivation for us, guiding us at every stage with wisdom, encouragement, and clarity. Sirs, remain deeply grateful for your unwavering support. I also express our heartfelt gratitude to all the committee members, volunteers, CA students, whose collective effort has shaped this, enriched this two-day conference. Thank you all for your hard work and your dedications. To all the delegates from 9 branches, your participation, your enthusiasm and energy give life and purpose to this NAVARATNA conference. Thank you all for being here and making this event a truly memorable one. I also gratefully acknowledge the wholehearted support of our own managing committee from Kannur, Chairman and Conference Convener CA Mohammed Faisal, Vice Chairman CA Dinesh K. Kumar, Treasurer CA Vinith Krishnan, Sikasa Chairman and Souvenir Committee Editor CA Srijit T, and Committee Member CA Ridesh P. My sincere thanks to each member of the Managing Committee for their commitment and teamwork. Thank you all once again, and wishing you, each one of you, a wonderful and enriching conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With this, we have to come to the end of our inaugural session. Please rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
I now request the branch chairperson, CA Mohammed Faisal, KP, to adjourn the meeting.
Good morning. In fact, Honorable President of the Institute wanted me to convey his greetings to the NAVARATNA conference. He was scheduled to come here. In fact, President is having a meeting with the Honorable Prime Minister today evening at 5 o'clock. Therefore, if he comes, there is no guarantee that he will be able to reach before 4 o'clock at Delhi. That is the only reason, therefore, he wanted to convey his special greetings to you. As all of you know, the company's amendment bill, there are certain provisions which is affecting the profession. In fact, yesterday we sought an appointment with the Honorable Minister of Corporate Law and Finance. At 4:30 only we came to know that she will not be able to meet me. I was also wondering, because I being the Corporate Law Committee Chairman, whether I will be able to catch a flight. Fortunately, because I saw the alternate route via Mangalore, the fare was 67,000 rupees. Therefore, then finally I was able to manage the flight to Cochin to take an overnight train to Kannur. And I am also glad to inform you two important news. Yesterday was a great day for the state of Kerala. The council has granted permission for acquisition of new land at Kozhikode branch, our parent branch, for 17 crores. Entire 17 crores will be coming from the central office, and also permission to construct 2 more additional floors at Ernakulam branch. Therefore, thank you for that.
Thank you, Babu sir. The meeting is adjourned and over to MC.
We are now about to begin our first technical session. Before we begin our technical sessions, there's a general announcement for all the delegates. Tea and coffee will be served on the left side of the hall throughout the day. I repeat, tea and coffee will be served on the left side of the hall throughout the day. We will not be taking any tea breaks between the sessions as our program is tightly packed. I repeat, we will not be taking any tea breaks between sessions as our program is tightly packed. We appreciate your cooperation. Additionally, washrooms are located on the right side of the hall for your convenience. I repeat, washrooms are located on the right side of the hall for your convenience. Thank you.
ICAI Kerala Navaratna Conference was born in the most challenging of times, during the COVID-19 pandemic, around 2020 to 2021, when physical meetings were impossible. But the spirit of learning and connection among Kerala chartered accountants could not be paused. What began as a virtual knowledge-sharing platform for CAs across Kerala has now evolved into one of the most prestigious and unifying professional conferences in the state. The first 3 editions were conducted in a fully virtual format, creatively leveraging technology to bring together members from all parts of Kerala on a single screen. These editions proved that distance is no barrier when there is a shared purpose of professional excellence and continuous learning. Building on this success, the conference moved to the physical stage, with Ernakulam proudly hosting the 4th edition in 2023, and Thiruvananthapuram carrying forward the legacy with the 5th edition in 2024. Each year has added new dimensions of content quality, networking, technology integration, and member participation. Today, the journey enters a new chapter with the 6th edition of the ICAI Kerala Navaratna Conference, to be hosted by the Kannur branch. Navaratna is no longer just a conference. It is a movement that connects Kerala CAs beyond geography, beyond branches, and beyond generations. And Kannur 2025 is poised to take this legacy to the next level. The journey of the Kannur branch of SIRC of ICAI is a story of passion, unity, and remarkable progress. It began in 1987 when a group of enthusiastic CAs in Kannur came together to form the Kannur Chartered Accountants Association, a small study circle with big dreams and a commitment to continuous learning. Over time, this study circle grew into a vibrant platform for knowledge sharing, student support, and development, and professional development. Its activities, discussions, and collective spirit laid the foundation for a bigger vision: to create an official ICAI presence in the district. That vision became reality in 2011 with the formation of the Kannur branch of SIRC of ICAI. The branch evolved into a center of excellence, hosting seminars, training programs, and initiatives that shaped both students and members. In 2021, another milestone was achieved: the inauguration of the ICAI Kannur branch building. More than an infrastructure project, it represents the dedication and teamwork of the entire CA fraternity of Kannur, and stands today as a symbol of growth, learning, and wealth, and professional pride. Between these milestones, the branch has delivered countless conferences, student festivals, social responsibility drives, sports events, and technical programs, strengthening its identity as one of the most active and inspiring branches in the region. As we look back at this journey, we celebrate every member, student, and volunteer who contributed to this legacy. The story continues, and the future promises even greater achievements for the Kannur branch of SIRC. ICAI Kerala NAVARATNA Conference was born in the most challenging of times, during the COVID-19 pandemic around 2020 to 2021, when physical meetings were impossible. But the spirit of learning and connection among Kerala chartered accountants could not be paused. What began as a virtual knowledge-sharing platform for CAs across Kerala has now evolved into one of the most prestigious and unifying professional conferences in the state. The first 3 editions were conducted in a fully virtual format, creatively leveraging technology to bring together members from all parts of Kerala on a single screen. These editions proved that distance is no barrier when there is a shared purpose of professional excellence and continuous learning. Building on this success, the conference moved to the physical stage, with Ernakulam proudly hosting the 4th edition in 2023, and Thiruvananthapuram carrying forward the legacy with the 5th edition in 2024. Each year has added new dimensions of content quality, networking, technology integration, and member participation. Today, the journey enters a new chapter with the 6th edition of the ICAI Kerala Navaratna Conference, to be hosted by the Kannur branch. Navaratna is no longer just a conference. It is a movement that connects Kerala CAs beyond geography, beyond branches, and beyond generations. And Kannur 2025 is poised to take this legacy to the next level.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin our first technical session. Everyone, kindly be seated inside the hall. I repeat, everyone, kindly be seated inside the hall.
Our first session will be handled by CA Dr. Girish Ahuja on the topic An Overview of the Income Tax Act 2025. The session will be chaired by CA PM Veeramani. Let us now have a quick introduction of our faculty members.
I request all the delegates to kindly come inside the hall and please be seated for our first technical session.
Aster DM Healthcare was founded on aspirations to make quality healthcare accessible at an affordable cost. From a humble beginning as a single doctor clinic in 1987, the institution's growth into a leading and trusted healthcare company is a testament to its commitment over the past 38 years. One of the largest integrated healthcare networks, Aster DM Healthcare operates a vast array of world-class facilities.
My dear members, we are going to start the first technical session. Please take your seat in the auditorium, please.
Our first technical session will be handled by CA Dr. Girish Ahuja on the topic An Overview of the Income Tax Act 2025. The session will be chaired by CAP M. Veeramani. Let us now have a quick introduction of our faculty members.
CAPM Veeramani is a distinguished senior chartered accountant with over 4 decades of experience. He serves as a senior partner of RGN Price & Co. and has played key leadership roles beyond practice, including serving as the past president of the Cochin Chamber of Commerce and Industry and as a member of the Regional Direct Tax Advisory Committee on the Income Tax Department. He is deeply engaged in professional education as a regular faculty for RBI's NAMCAPS programs and has delivered numerous sessions at training colleges of PSU and private sector banks. He is also the author of the widely referred e-book Central Audit of Banks Beyond a True and Fair View and contributes articles to the ICAI Journal and other professional forums. We are honored to have you chair this session, sir.
CA Dr. Girish Ahuja is one of the most highly respected experts in direct taxation in India. A rank holder chartered accountant with a PhD from Delhi University. He has served on the Government of India's task force for redrafting the Income Tax Act and has been appointed as an independent director on the boards of major institutions, including State Bank of India, Unitech Limited, Patanjali Foods, and several other listed companies. He is the author of over 25 renowned books on direct taxes and has delivered more than 4,200 lectures across the country. It is indeed a privilege and an honor to have you with us today, sir.
I now request CA Danya G, Chairperson of Palakkad Branch, to honor CA Dr. Girish Ahuja with a Ponnada.
I now request CA Sancho NG, Chairperson, Thrissur Branch, to honor CA PM Veeramani with a Pannada.
Now, let us move on to the introductory remarks of our session chairperson. Over to CA PM Veeramani, sir.
Most respected Girish Ahuja ji, and my dear fellow Chartered Accountant members, friends, because if I start taking individual names, I think the whole day will go in taking out, because everyone sitting here is known to me personally. A very, very warm good morning to all of you. In these days, it is good to see about 400 chartered accountants physically sitting in a conference. When we ask these days, what is the attendance? We generally say, we get the reply, sir, 600 people have logged in. And you would not know how many are listening, because both the audio and the video will be switched off. And we have many instances, even in audit committee meetings, and I have testimony, Mr. Acharya, Gururaj Acharya with me, he would say, Srinath, are you there? Why don't you answer the auditor's query? There will be no reply. And somebody would say, please call him on his mobile. And when called on the mobile, he'll come and say, yes, sir, I am here. And why don't you answer? Sir, there was connectivity problem. I didn't hear. He was never there. So this is how we get memberships or the attendance at the conference. COVID has done many good things, but such bad things have also happened. So in that background, it is good to see so many chartered accountants physically assembled here. Now, my student days, the teachers whom I have seen are Gururaj Upadhyaya, Jagadishan, Bhupati, Manoharan. These were the people whom I had, under whom I have studied income tax way back in the 80s. Their culture has been that, they used to leave home by about 6 o'clock in the morning with a packed breakfast and lunch. Come to the SIRC at 7 o'clock, take classes till about 9 o'clock, go to their respective offices, carry the file, and the rest of the day they are in the corridors of the income tax. Evening after 5:30, they come back to SIRC, continue with the classes and reach home at 10 o'clock. At that time, except Upadhyaya sir, who was in his 60s, Bhupati sir, Jagadishan sir, and as well as Manoharan sir were in their 40s, and they had to travel only within Chennai. And here we have Girish Ahuja ji, past 80. He takes a flight from Delhi, comes to Mangalore, drives down to Kannur, takes a 3-hour session, 2-hour session here, is going to take a train to Calicut, wade through the wonking horns of the private buses to take a flight back to Delhi at 8 o'clock in the night. Not to take rest, probably to take a 2-hour nap, and then have his bath and travel to Lucknow. What do I call this, sir? Dedication? Service? Commitment? I don't know. All I can say, representing all these chartered accountants, we bow to you with reverence. So are many of my friends sitting here. We are all speakers. We have been speakers. We have been speaking at the sessions. What we have been doing? We have been learning what this is the books, understanding what best we can, and we try to speak. And here we have a person who is involved in the drafting of the law and who is going to speak to us on the law. So don't ever attempt to ask what is the intention of legislature. He knows. Nobody else knows better than him. Now, when such a person is speaking, why there should be a chairman for the session? If you look at the program card, there is no chairman for any session. No, that is a quid pro quo. Last Friday, Wednesday onwards, Indigo became, it did not go. and everything was in turmoil. And nobody was sure, the organizers were not sure whether Ahujasi would be able to travel to Kannur, though he was very much willing to travel because he had to get back to Lucknow tomorrow morning. So Monday morning, I get a call from the senior most chartered accountant of Kannur, Jacob sir. Jacob sir is close to me for the last 15-20 years. Most of his cases in the tribunal are handled by my senior partner Rao, so he doesn't generally speak to me. He called me on Monday morning and said, "Sir, I need your help." I said, "Sir, what is it?" "Sir, I want you to be the standby speaker for the first session." I said, "What do you mean by standby speaker?" He said, "Sir, we are trying our level best to have Ahujaji here. If by any chance it misses, that is the first session. So we want you to be the standby for that." So I asked him, why did you select me? He said, "Sir, we wanted somebody who will be able to travel by train and come to Kannur and not depend on a flight." I also thought, after all, I know Ahujaji, if he is committed, he would come. So standby doesn't matter. I said, "Okay, no problem." The whole of Tuesday, I was in the CJM court for having given a certificate in an embezzlement case. I was being cross-examined by the advocate of the accused. So I totally forgot this. Wednesday morning, in my WhatsApp, my ticket came. Along with it, there was a small message from Jayaprakash. "Sir, please send me your photograph and profile." Now, that set me in panic. Why should a standby person be giving photograph and profile? So I called Jacob sir. Unfortunately, he was sick at that time. By afternoon, I could get Jayaprakash. I asked him, I said, "What is happening?" "Sir, we would know only on Thursday afternoon, after Ahuja sir boards the flight, that he would be coming. So you better be prepared, sir." Mind you, it was Wednesday afternoon to speak on ITA 2025 on Friday. So the panic which they were undergoing was shifted to me. There was nothing else I could do. I had brought his book the day, Ahuja sir's book, the day it came and it was available in Cochin. And till this date, I have only read CR1, CR2, CR3 and the qualitative summary which he has prepared, the first 20 pages. Beyond that, I have not gone. So I called my son. I said, "I have heard Ahujaji speaking at Ahmedabad. I had that link with me somewhere. I have missed it. Search it out on the YouTube." No, technology today, children are much better. Within about 1 hour. By afternoon, by lunchtime, he gave me his lecture which he made in Ahmedabad. It is a 1 hour, 26 minutes lecture. Barring about 5 to 7 minutes pleasantries, it was him speaking all throughout. And the only thing I did was to keep running that video again and again and again and again so that people would not miss Ahujaji in case he doesn't make it here today. Now, yesterday, many of my friends who are here saw me at the railway station. Generally, when I reach the railway station, I keep speaking to everybody. I was sitting in a forlorn corner, looking very worried. So many people ask me, "Sir, what is happening?" I said, "I'll let you know. I have got some worries in my head." The train was late. After I got into the train, I got a call from Jayaprakash. He said, "Sir, have you boarded?" I said, "Yes." And I asked him, "Sir, JP, has Ahuja sir arrived?" "Yes, sir. He has reached Mangalore, and he is driving. He is on his way." So I felt relieved. He said, "Sir," so I said, "I'll sit in the audience as usual. I will listen to him." "No, sir, we have made you the chairman of the session." For what? For having taken the courage to stand as a standby. And that is the reason why you have a chairman for this session. There is a Malayalam saying, Patral pottanilla pottanundenge magistrate aayirikkum. The indigo misuse or the meteor mishap has elevated me to sit alongside with Ahuja sir. What more do I need? I think this is the greatest honor that this session can give me, sitting along with Ahuja sir. Now, when he starts speaking, it is like Niagara Falls. It doesn't stop. It just goes on and on and on. It will start with section. This act shall be called the Income Tax Act 2025, and then it will never stop. And I am supposed to initiate the discussion on this. What shall I initiate? So, sir, what have I done? I told you I was going through your video again and again and again. Unfortunately, in that video, off and on you were slipping to Hindi. And some certain crucial matters you explained in Hindi which I could not catch. So those points which I missed out there, I will tell now, which you can cover. The first one would be the erstwhile 616 explanation 1A for the purpose of employed outside India being shifted by for employment outside India. The reason being, I was in the committee set up by the institute for making the presentation to the select committee, and in that section 6 to 10 was given to me. So I had noticed this difference and brought it up discussion there. And many felt that in view of the decision of the Kerala High Court in CIT versus O. Abdul Razak, where for the purpose of employment was discussed. That was a case where somebody went abroad exploring the possibility of setting up a profession, eventually set up the profession and started earning money. The officer said, we will not give you the benefit of that 182 days. So High Court finally came and said, as long as the person has not gone for tourism, medical treatment, or as a student, all others would come under for the purpose of employment. Now, the question is, when during that discussion at that point of time, there was a strong doubt whether this change in words would have an impact on the future way the assessing officers would look at. I heard him make a passing reference in Ahmedabad saying that it doesn't matter. If he says it doesn't matter, it should not matter. That's what I also feel. The second point where he made a passing reference was on the capital gains. Somewhere he said, while the drafting simplification happened, some looseness in the drafting happened, as a result of which the Assam Petroleum decision have got negated. I could not follow it, even though I went through that. So I would like you to explain how you feel it is negated. I felt there was a small difference in wordings between 74.2 and 74.3. Whether there is anything else, I do not know. And he is a person who always likes daughter-in-law. Whenever if you have been listening to him, he always talks about Pade Likhe, daughter-in-law, he always talks about that. And while explaining the clubbing provisions under section 64, he made a reference that the earlier section of the spouse being technically or professionally qualified, and the remuneration being paid for such services of the qualification, except that everything else would be clubbed. And he said this provision of technical or professional qualification has been removed. So I am sure that he would little more explain on that. And if you go through that session, the last 5 to 7 minutes of his session was on section 536, repeal and savings. He said whatever has been done before 1/4/2025, 26 will continue to run. And he said for a period of time we will be having both parallel ITA 61 and ITA 2025. Sir, I have got two things to ask you, request you. It says any proceedings initiated after 2026, including notices, assessment, reassessment, recomputation, rectification, penalty, reference, revision, appeals, in respect of any year beginning before 1st April 26, and such proceedings shall be carried out as per procedure specified in the Repealed Income Tax Act. Which means at least 10 years, we are going to have both ITA 61 and ITA 2025. Already we are struggling with new regime and old regime. Now we are going to struggle with ITA 61 and ITA 2025. Sir, that also carries two more subsections which says, with reference to any reference is made to that in this act to any year commencing on or commencing before 1st April 25 or earlier year, the same shall be construed as a reference to the corresponding previous year under the Income Tax Act. Which means henceforth the notices even for the earlier period, it may have only tax year and not assessment year. Is that what it is meant? I do not know. And the last section in that which says, without prejudice to the subsections of subsection 2, provisions of 6 of the General Clauses Act 1897 shall apply. First of all, we have forgotten what General Clauses Act is. Now it says the last sentence, that's the last sentence of the entire act. I'm sure he would touch upon that also. Sir, when I was going through the book, I found that section 187, equivalent to our 269 SU, where every person having a business shall provide facility for payment under the banking channels, etc. Now, what I found is that in the bill which came, it still carries the word business, whereas in the Gazette notification, business or profession is there. So are there any other cases where, this tinkering has happened between the bill and the act as something where we would like you to just look upon? Then, sir, in the quality the quality summary which you have given, you have said that tables have increased from 18 to 57 and formulae have increased from 6 to 46. But I went through the entire book, nowhere you have explained what exactly are these increases. Are there new formula which have come in, or something in the rules have been pulled and put here? And are these formulas something which we can understand? Or it will be like our capital gains computation prior to 23/7/2024, after 23/7/2024, are we going to break our head? We do not know. And the last of it, what do we expect? Is there anything big surprises in the rules that are going to come, income tax rules that are going to come? These are all my doubts which I have seen by hearing his speech which he made in Ahmedabad. And you know for sure how I would have struggled here if he were not to come. Now the Niagara Falls starts. I give it to him. Ahujaji, please.
I have to go down. Oh, that paper, of course. Paper is only to read out the name. Good morning, because it's still morning. It's not afternoon at the moment. earlier sitting on the dais and now sitting in front of me, the chairman of the technical session, CAPM Veeramaniji. He should be thankful to me. If he had not come here, he would have been a speaker. Now he's the chairman. So you are elevated already because of that, you know. Babu Abraham, Central Council member, he's there or not, I don't know. But yeah, he's having coffee. Doesn't matter. 10 Central Council member, Revati Raghunathan, chairperson of SIRC, she is not also here. Deepa Varghese, the secretary of the SIRC. We have chairperson. Now I have to say chairperson everywhere. Chairman converted into chairperson because of Nari Shakti. Nari Shakti is so powerful. Now it's not chairman, it is chairperson now. So everybody is saying chairperson, I have to tell all the chairperson. So chairperson Mahmood Faisal. Then Allapura, there is Abraham PG, chairperson of course. Anand AS chairman Arnakuram Balaj. Lady Livas, Kolam branch, CA Ramayan. Chairperson Kotyam. Sachin Shashidharan, Kozhikode. Dhania is Palkat. And of course, Nikhil Ratnakumar is from Trivandrum. Sanju is from Thrissur. And we have a person sitting in the past chairman, of course, German K. George. He is the past chairman, and of course, chairman was of the Arnakulam branch was at one time. One person who brought me here, and he was after me, that you have to come. That is C.A. Jayaprakash. He was the person who monitored each and everything. That you have to come. I said, I have promised I will come, but only please ask Indigo. Don't cancel my return flight at least. That is because I have to go early morning tomorrow. Sitting in front of me, because he has come not for me. He says, I have not come for you, but he has come for his auditor. And he says, this is Guru Raj Acharya. I was told by somebody or all other, the Girish Ahuja. But now today I have changed the idea. Because here there is also Girish Ahuja, C.S. Suresh Kumar. He said he is Girish Ahuja of Kannur branch. I didn't know that also. So the Girish Ahuja is not there now, please. There are more than one. Tell you, the two ladies sitting here, a master of ceremony. Here there is no master, is written master. And not that change of what is there, the gender is not there. The master are Maria Jacob and our Amrita Shishil. They are those sitting here. This is not changed. Same thing like Rashtrapati. Rashtrapati will remain Rashtrapati. It cannot change. You know, am I right? She will remain Rashtrapati. She cannot be Rashtrapatni. Somebody said that, and you had the difficulty of knowing that, whatever was that. Ladies and gentlemen. Well, friends, so many things have been told by Mr. Veeramani. I don't remember. Please check me wherever you want me. I'll explain to that. I have problems. Because I didn't have the paper, so I didn't write that. First thing everybody asked me, why this act has been changed? Why if there was a need of changing an income tax act? I remember in 2018, we had given a new act. There was a task force which was made. I was a member of that task force to redraft the income tax law. And we redrafted it. But somehow or other, Mr. Jaitley was not there. I will not speak there, what is thereafter. But Mr. Jaitley was not there. It did not see the light of the day. The explanation given to us was, you have changed the whole income tax act. Who will train the department? With great difficulty, they have been able to understand Income Tax Act 61. And now if you are bringing a new act, how will they be trained? So we have dropped the idea of going for a new act. Now the directions were given. The directions were given that you do not have to change any law. Basic structure will remain the same. Nothing has been changed. Absolutely, wherever there was some mistake, the clarifications are brought or sometimes be changed. Otherwise, let me tell you, nothing has been changed in the Income Tax Act. Somebody asked me, so I normally ask, how many sections there are in the Income Tax Act? In 1961, there were 298 sections. In 2025 also, there are 298 sections, which is absolutely wrong. Which is absolutely wrong. there are more than 750 sections in Income Tax Act 1961. You know that 15, 16, 17 is salary, 22 to 27 is house property, 28 to 44 is business, 45 to 55 is capital gain, 56 to 59 is house property. If you had to bring any amendment in business chapter, where is the possibility? Watertight. You can't go to 27, you can't go to 45, then what? 44 capital A, 44 double A, 44 AB, 44 AC is not there now, 44 AD, 44 AE. You forgot something. 44 ADA. There is 44B, 44 double B, 44 BBA, 44 B triple B, 44 BBC, 44 BBD. These are all sections. All capital are sections. 35, 35A, 35AB, 35AC, 35AD. These are all sections. Sir, 111A, 112, 112A, 115A, 115 AA, 115 AB. BA, 150 BAA, 150 BAB, 115 BAC, 115 BAD, 115 BAE, 115 BB, BBA, triple B, BBC, BBD, BBE, BBF, BBG, BBH. These are all sections. These are all sections. There is one chapter in income tax. We call it as tonnage tax income. Remember? Tonnage tax income. It has tonnage of sections. And they said we have 28 sections. How will we do it? 115V. But VWXYZ is over. Is there nothing doing? 115V, 115VA, 115VB, 115VC, and we went up to 150Z. Still it is not complete. No problem. VZA, VZB, VZC. This is the fate of the Income Tax Act. And I used to say, like a good person like Mr. Gururaj Acharya also, I used to say, you must read one section every day. Sir, we are not able to understand the BR Act. No, I said you must read. That gentleman read the law, and after 4 hours he rings me up. Sir, I read one section. It took me 4 hours. I said, no problem. At least you have understood one. He said, listen to me. The last line is, it is not applicable from assessment year 2009-10. I wasted my 4 hours. I said, who told you to read? He said, I didn't know. We also don't know whether that section is still there or not there. I said, next time when you read it, either see the last line or the first line. You will come to know whether it is there or not. But we never know what kind of sections are there. Then you have section, you have subsection, you have clauses. Am I right? After clause, you have subclause, after subclause, sir. No, after subclause. Nobody is bothered. Section, subsection, clause, subclause. Then there is item. After that, it is sub-item. Then we start with provided that. Then we start with provided further that. I thank Veeramaniji. I thank Guru Raji. Then what do? I also thank. I also thank. I also thank. Keep on adding also. The third is always also. Fourth is also. Fifth is also. There are 24 proviso in section 10, clause 23C. How many proviso? 24. And then under each proviso, there is an explanation. Explanation 1, explanation 2, 3, forgot 2A, 2B, 2C. This is the fate of the Income Tax Act which is there. So they said, we want to simplify this. From British English to Indian English. This is the first thing. Motto was there. You must have seen at least 250 places. The word used notwithstanding anything contained. Am I right, sir? At least 250. Now there the word is irrespective of. Simplified, otherwise it is there. Irrespective of anything contained. So, notwithstanding change with irrespective. There is no proviso. All provisos have been converted into subsection. There is no explanation. All explanations are also subsection. So there is no proviso, there is no explanation. There are only sections. No proviso and no capital. I was laughing the other day. I said now there are 536 sections as you said. And business section is 26 to 66. Tomorrow on 1st February or 2nd February, whenever the budget comes, you want to change business chapter. Then what you will have? Then again you will add A or B. He said, Hindi mein bola, pehle Ganga nahaye, अब दंगा दोबारा पाप करेंगे हम और ऐड करेंगे. Who is responsible for these provisos, sir? Who is responsible for these sections? The gentleman sitting in front of me, finding loopholes in the law. They plug the loopholes, then you still find a loophole, then they still plug the loophole, and this was going on. 7,000 amendment from 1961 till to date. Till to date. So they were helpless. They said, let us simplify, but not change the basic character. Nothing has been changed. Even that minor income to be clubbed, it is still to be clubbed. And at that time, there was an exemption of how much amount? 1,500 rupees. Today also it is 1,500 rupees. They will change it later. Today also it is 1,500 rupees per child. 1,500. Like we used to do. Children in my time, when I did my CA, after MCOM in 70, I completed it. There used to be a question in the exam. Children education allowance, rupees 100 per month per child for a maximum of 2 children. Today also it is the same. 100 rupees per month per child for a maximum of 2. Even a notebook you cannot buy for 100 rupees. But it is still there. Exemption. And government employees are claiming the deduction of 200 rupees. And there used to be a question in the exam. You have been given 100 rupees per month for 3 children. How much is exempt? It is still coming. 100 rupees per month for 3 children. How much is exempt? Is it 100 rupees exempt or 33, 66 exempt? Are you getting my point? Arey ye CA wale, I tell you, they put you into a lot of difficulty. You still dream. I also dream. I failed in CA. Then later on realized, oh no, I passed about 50 years back, 55 years back. And you must be also dreaming at times. I failed it. I failed in CA. And then you feel very happy. Oh, I passed long back, It is all okay. If you have to do it again, I cannot do it again. You can do it. It's a different story altogether. But this type of questions are coming. Hostel expenditure allowance, rupees 300 per month per child for a maximum of 2 children. You can't get a one meal for 300. And you are having that law still there. They will change. They will change. But they were supposed not to change. They were given the direction. So please, nothing has changed for you. Some clarification I will add. No proviso, no explanation. Am I right? No capital section at the moment. But earlier, now, there are 536 sections with 16 schedules. 536 sections with 16 schedules. What a relief. It is not a relief at all. There used to be TDS section. Am I right? 192, 193, 194, 194A, 194B, 194BB, 194D, DA, and you went up to 194 LCD. Today there are only 2 sections. One is 392 for salary and accumulated provident fund. All other TDS sections only in one section, 393. And under section 393, there are various tables given. And under the table, there are serial numbers. Table for resident, table for non-resident, table for certain foreign institution, and you have to write 93. Serial number 1 of the table. Table number is also not there. Serial number 1 of the table below section 393. Serial number 2 of the table below 393. How will you remember the serial number? Earlier you used to remember that section. Serial number such and such. So all those have been given in the form of table. Like this, a table, and not one table. Table for resident separate, non-resident separate, financial institution separate, international financial center separate. How will you remember this? At least put in serial, table number 1, table number 2. No, table, that's all. Table for this, table. This is like ready reckoner. TDS at a glance. Am I right or wrong? When you read ready reckoner, TDS at a glance. But that was small. Now you have to go up to 40 pages to see that section 393. 394 TCS, that's all. Now we have 44 AD, you know that. 44 ADA, 44 AE. There were 3 sections. Now it is only in one section, 58. Serial number 1 at the table, serial number 2 of the table, serial number 3 of the table. One of the table is business, the serial number 2 of the table is transport business, and serial number 3 is the specified profession. Now, how do you remember those serials? We have been seeing the TV serials. Now you have to remember the serial here also. But this serial is number you have to put it. Serial number 1, serial number 2, serial number 3, and all sections have serial. So that's why now there are 536, and they have condensed into various one section. This is one reason for having 536 section. Clear, sir? This is one. I'm giving you the background, then I'll come to that. So this is another thing which has happened. No proviso, no explanation, many things combined into tables and table serial. And many formulas are there. Very formulas are given. Earlier you used to have in section 45.4, A is equal to B plus C minus D. This type of thing are there in the whole act. Instead of explaining you in the language, which it becomes difficult, it is easier to break it and then give you the details of that. This is one. There is simplification. But when you read the table, there is absolutely no simplification. You will be put into difficulties. But nothing to worry. We are the person who handled GST in this country. Have you not handled it? We have done it. We have done it at any age. Even the Prime Minister recognizes if the GST is successful in this country, it is because of the chartered accountants sitting in front. It is all because of them. It has become successful. And we are used to hard work. We'll read this also. We'll read this act also. There is nothing to worry. But difficulty is to unlearn the old law. Learning is easier, but unlearning is difficult. Remember, I still remember Companies Act 1956. I still remember that. And it has become difficult to remember Companies Act 2013. Am I right or no? So we are of the old days, remember all those things. And during my time, let me tell you, there was no calculator. Absolutely no calculator was there also. I'm talking about 67 when I joined CA, after MCOM, no doubt. The first day when I went to an article, first I had to give 5,000 rupees as a deposit, which was never returned. That everybody knows, not refundable. No question of any apprentice or that stipend, nothing. Absolutely nothing. These are the different days. They used to interview us. Now the article interview the chartered accountants. They interview you. How much work you have? Will you send us to know how many holidays you will give us? Am I right or wrong? Gone are the days. The days have become different. When I was given first day the job, I was given a telephone directory. That was six digit. Please total this. No calculator. I kept on totaling up. That's directory, 7, 8, 10 days or whatever. After 5 days, some senior comes. What are you doing? Sir, I am totaling the directory. Sir, what is the use? They also don't know what is the answer. Put anything but nearby. You understand? They don't have the answer. They don't have the calculator. They don't have any calculator. Let them also put it, but just check up. It's nearby. It should be okay. So I said, this is the type of a thing which the seniors told us, but we did a lot of hard. I still remember those persons who trained us. They never trained us. They threw us in the swimming pool. We did work at that particular time. If you tally a trial balance in the office, there used to be a party. Oh, trial balance is tallied. Am I right or wrong? Think of those days. And now everything is ready on the platter, Everything is given to you. And after AI, I don't know what will happen. Don't rely on AI, please. Whenever I put a question to AI, I will put only that question which I don't know. Whenever I put a question, AI gives the answer. I said, you are wrong. Oh yes, we will reconsider it. Again, he reconsiders, he's given a reply. I said, you are still wrong. Oh yes, you are great. We will reconsider it. 5 times the answer was, we are reconsidering and we'll get back. This is what is AI. Don't take it blindly. Let me tell you, it is in the research stage. There are a lot of mistakes in the AI answers, Chat GPT or maybe Chat Institute GPT. There are a lot of mistakes, particularly in income tax. I don't know any other of AI. Please be careful about that. Don't rely 100% because one man has lost his job also. You remember that ITIT member? He wrote a decision. He was my student only. He wrote a decision giving the cases from the Chat GPT, and those cases are not there at all. So be careful about AI, sir. AI can be a support to you, but don't try. One day, you know what happened? My junior, he used to commit a lot of mistake in English. One day when I read his, it was very correct. I said, you have improved in English in one day. He said, it is not me, it is Chat GPT who has helped me out. So don't believe 100% in Chat GPT. You should use it, but with care. Handle it with care. Don't use it otherwise. This thing is yours. That is made by somebody else. Use your brain. And chartered accountants have nothing else but brain. That I can assure. They have brain and they'll be able to read this and understand this law also and remember it gradually. Only thing you have to do is download from the book or from the site old sections, new sections. Old, new, comparative. And new, old. And keep it on your table. Keep it on your table and read few sections every day. You will remember it. What about me, who doesn't keep a paper? And at the age of 80, I have to remember all those sections again. If I can do it, why can't you do it? At this age, I will remember. I'm doing it. And I'll have to do it. There is no alternative. My prestige is there that he doesn't keep a paper. Somebody came to me, sir, what about your PPT? Because what is that PPT? I don't know. I don't keep any paper. So be careful. You are capable of doing everything. But please keep a comparative section study on your table and keep on reading that. Inside everything is same. Language may be different, but a context is everything. Text is the same. Career, sir, I'm coming back. I said, there is nothing to worry about it. One thing I'm very happy. Our clients also used to remember the section. Sir, this section. Sir, this section. At least they will come to me and ask, which is the new section, sir? Earlier, they also remember all sections of clients aware of. Now they will not be aware of, sir, what is the revenue? That is ATC. What is it now? So at least they will come to me. Earlier they were not coming to me. They were guiding me. Sir, you claim this. Sir, you claim this. I asked. He was asking about old regime and new regime. Let me come that and then come back. About 3 years back, I was in the income tax department giving lecture on budget. I told you, why are you going to do away with the old regime? The old regime, why are you interested in that? He said, sir, we are fed up. I said, what happened? Tell me at least. He said, the first point, when a person goes for filing of a return and goes to the council, and he has not deposited the tax, so what does he do? Put 80C, put 80D, put 80G. Put means he has not deposited it. If police put it, 98% cases are not going to be there under scrutiny. So just show 80C, show 80D, show 80. Sometimes they are showing also 80U, disability. Wonderful. And claiming deduction of disability also. This is one point. That has been controlled now. Now you have to give me a return. All that, that has been controlled. And then 10BD about 80G. And what is the second? Sir, we are afraid of this salary people. I said, what happened? Sir, 70% of the HRA claim are bogus. 70% of HRA claim, am I right or wrong? Somebody is giving to brother, some going to sister, maybe father, maybe mother, and they are not paying tax. But they are claiming exemption of 1013A. Am I right? Somebody is even coming to the wife. She says she does not allow me to enter the house before I pay the rent. And that's why I'm paying rent. And there are 2 judgments in our favor. Tribunal judgment of Mumbai, saying that you can pay rent to your spouse also. This is one happening. Now, what is the second? Second is, the salary people make lot of donations. It's only salary people who are giving donation. Nobody else gives donation. We are asking for CA benevolent fund. Very great difficulty we are able to collect that. But salary people, day in, day out, every month, they are giving donation. What a Dani people you have. They are making donation. So I quoted one thing of Kabir Das, Hindi hai, the sunna padega. I said, एक कबीर दास का दोहा है, चिड़िया चोंच पर ले गई, चिड़िया समझते स्पैरो, picked up some water from the sea. चिड़िया चोंच पर ले गई, नदी न घटे और नीर, दान दिए धन न घटे, कह गए भक्त कबीर। दान देने में कम नहीं होता है, बढ़ता है। हमारा भी तो बढ़ा ही है। We get back the money back, and we also get deduction on account of that. So what a wonderful Dani we have. And what was a visionary? Kabir Das was a visionary. He knew this is going to happen. We will be paying donation, and salary people are making lot of donation. And that's why we want to do away with it. I said, why didn't you do this time? He said, we were given the instruction not to change the law. Maybe this budget or maybe next budget, old regime will go. There are two reasons for not continuing with the old regime. One is there is no new regime for partnership firm. There is no new regime for all others. There is a new regime for partnership firm. There is still a old regime where a 30% plus surcharge. I've given them suggestion, make it 25% plus 10%. He says there is no double taxation in case of partnership firm, whereas in company case it is a double tax. I said, do it one thing, 25 plus 10% surcharge, mandatory. Come out with that. They may come. There may be new regime. And second reason is Section 1070. Section 1070 says, conveyance allowance, constituency allowance given to MP and MLA is exempt, and which is not exempt under new regime. That's why you are levying tax on us. We are the law framers. How can this be possible that you will take tax from us? This is the second reason. Very soon you will see the light of the day. Old regime may go. But when? I can't say. But they are planning to do away with practically it is new regime these days. Practically you know that it is new. Now coming back. You look up the first section of every act. Whether it is Income Tax Act or any other act you think of, Companies Act or anything. The first section is always short title, extent and date of commencement. This is always the first section. Income Tax Act 1961. This act may be called Income Tax Act 1961, Section 1, Caption A. Here also, Section 1. This act may be called Income Tax Act 2025. B. It is applicable to whole of India. It is also applicable to whole of India. Earlier, there were certain laws which were applicable to whole of India except Jammu and Kashmir. That thing is also, we used to remember, service tax, other than Jammu and Kashmir. Now, blindly you can say it is applicable to whole of India. Save as otherwise provided. This is subsection C. This act will commence. It will commence from 1st April, first day of the financial year. First day of the financial year 2026. 2026. In Income Tax Act, it was not that. That was, it was applicable with effect, save as other provided, applicable with effect from 1st April 62. That was 62. Why? 62, 63 assessment year. Previous year 61, 62. Now there is no assessment. There is only 1 year called tax year. That's why it is applicable from 1st April 2026. Previous year and tax year are same. And there is no assessment year. So therefore, from 1st April 2026, please note, this is going to be made applicable. You are waiting for rules, you said, and you are waiting for forms. They are already under preparation. Any day, they may come out with rules and draft form. Any day. It's almost ready. They will come out. Now, there also will not be any A there. 17A, 17B, or there will not be A. Let's see what kind of a rules come, but they will be on the same lines. Nothing is going to change, only the rule number will change. Rule 8A, Rule 8AA, Rule 8, the number will change. Now, today we have 125 rules. Tomorrow you may be having more than 200 rules. Number of form will also change. 3CA, 3CB, 3CC, 3CD. Yeah, you remember so many C, E, C, E, the number will also change. Right, sir? First thing is, you will have to remember all those. Keep a chart before you, it will be easier. One. What is section 2 of every act? Definition or interpretation. Here also it is section 2 definition. Before I take up the definition, let me warn you, there are many sections under Income Tax Act which do not have subsection. Which do not have subsection. Normally we have heard section, subsection, clause, subclause. But this is absolutely wrong. Even the Supreme Court judges will also say subsection, which is wrong. When there is a generic section, there is a common name of the section. It is not having subsection, it is having each separate clause. Section 2 is definition. Definition, there is no one definition. There are so many definitions given in the section 2. So section 2 does not have subsection, it has clauses. Earlier, there was 48. 48 was wrong. 229, 229A, 229AA, 229B, 229C. These were also the sections. Earlier it was 2 clause 48, 0 coupon bond. Last. But it was, they were about more than 70. Now, 112 clauses are there under section 2. Nothing to worry. All those capital have gone. How many clauses? Section 2 clause 112 clauses. Nothing to worry. One reason, all capital gone. Second reason, there were certain definitions which were given at the end of the chapter, but it is required under section 2. Section 2 definition is applicable to whole of the Income Tax Act. And if there is a definition given under chapter business, it will be applicable only for business and not for any other. So, like senior citizen, the definition of senior citizen are given under 4 different sections. Now, that has been brought in the section 2, senior citizen, one place only. Many definitions which were given under the chapter, end of the chapter, have been brought in section 2. So, nothing to worry. Now, there are section 2, clause 112. First, section 2.1 used to be advanced tax definition. Now it is section 2.1 is accountant definition. But that accountant definition is given at the end, which was there earlier 288. But accountant has come in front, number 1. Earlier, agriculture income was under section 2.1a. Now it is section 2, clause 5. Earlier definition of SSC was in section 2, clause 7. Now it is section 2, clause 11. There used to be a definition of assessment year. Now there is no assessment year, so gone. There used to be a definition of what you call block of asset, section 2, clause 11, which is now section 2, clause 17. There used to be a definition of a capital asset, section 2, clause 14. Now it is section 2, clause 22. There used to be a definition of charitable purpose, section 2, clause 15. Now it is section 2, clause 23. There used to be a definition of deemed dividend, 222. Now it is section 2, clause 40. There used to be a definition of income under section 2, clause 24. It is now 2, clause 49. There used to be a definition of person under section 2, clause 31. It is 271. It is 2, clause 77. Sorry, 277. Definition changed to that place. She is clapping. How do you know I am correct? You have not read it, so whatever I say, you have to take it, accept it. So impression, sir, impression. Say with confidence, everything will happen, nothing will happen. So, capital, what do you call that, short-term, long-term capital gain, short-term capital gain should be 229A, 229B. Now it is 67 and 68. Short-term capital asset was used to be 242A. Now it is section 2, clause 101. And 102 is short-term capital gain. This is what is they are talking about. 102. Zero coupon bond, which was 250, now it is 211, 112. Virtual digital asset is prior to that. So there is nothing to worry. Number has changed, the text has not changed. Simplified language, no doubt they have given. But there is nothing to worry, sir. Is it clear, sir? This is section 2. What is section 3 earlier? Previous year. Now it is tax year. Previous year used to be previous year is a financial year immediately preceding the assessment year. Am I right? In case of a newly business commenced or newly set up business, the previous year will be, or a new source of income has come into existence, the previous year will be a date of setting up of that business, or date the new source of income has come into existence and would end on 31st March next following. Now it is tax year. How simple, please note. Tax year, 12 months period. Tax year is a 12 months period commencing on first day of the financial year. That's all. Tax year is a 12 months period commencing on first day of the financial year. So everybody know April to March. Earlier also it was like that. financial year immediately preceding the assessment. Now there is no assessment here. So tax year is 12 months period, commencing on first year. So that is all. Next subsection, in case a new business or profession is set up or a new source of income has come to existence, the tax year will be period starting from the date of setting up the business or a new source of income has come to, and would end by the end of the financial year. The first previous year can be shorter than 1 year, 12 months. The future previous year always April to March, everyone knows. The first previous year can be short. But at the same time, you know that if I pass out CA in the month of January and start a job, my first previous year for salary will be January to March. But if I have other incomes, so I have to pay tax on the total previous year income. So there is nothing to worry about it. 3 section is exactly like previous year, language simplified. Clear, sir? If you have any question, you keep on asking that. Section 4, charge of income tax, no change. Except previous year, it is assessment. Tax. What was section 5 earlier? Scope of total income in case of resident in India, in case not resident, not ordinary resident in India, in case of a non-resident in India. Remember? It is still there. Scope of total income in case of a resident. Incomes received in India or deemed to be received in India, income accrue or rise in India or deemed to accrue or rise in India, income which accrue or rise outside India. We used to read it when we were students. Now there is no need, we know that. So, same language. But in case of not ordinary resident, the third income that is accrue or rise outside India shall be included in India only when it is from a business or a profession which is set up. Simplified. Non-resident, received in India, deemed to be resident in India, accrue or rise in India, deemed to accrue. Third is not covered. So simple, sir. Now the simplest is now section 6 as you would believe. Residential status. Remember now, please, those days when you were a student, residential status of an individual was covered under section 6.1. Residential status of HUF firm, etc. was covered under section 6.2. Company was covered under section 6.3. Other persons covered under 6.4. 6.5 was if you are resident 1, you are resident for all other income. And 6 was not ordinary resident. Now section 6 has been taken to 14 subsections because all explanation proviso gone. Listen to me. What was the first thing? Section 6.1 says, residential status of a person is determined under this section. That's all. Section 6.1 is not now resident, is determined as per this section. Now section 6.2, individual. What does it say? Earlier used to see, please try to understand. Individual is said to be resident in India. Am I right? This was the language. If he has been in India for a period or periods amounting to all 182 days in the previous year. Yahi tha? Or in the 4 preceding previous years, immediately preceding the relevant previous year, he was in India for 365 days or more, and in the relevant previous year, he was in India for 60 days or more. Now try to understand. This is the major thing. Individual is said to be, individual is resident in India. If he's in India for a total period of 182 days or more. Language simplified. He is in India for a total period of 182 days or more in the tax year. Don't you find simple? Next, or he is in India in the tax year for total period of 60 days and in the 4 preceding tax year for a total period of 365 days. Simplified or it is to a great extent simplified. Total period, the period or period amounting to all 9, total 182. Total period 365 days, 60. Clear, sir? Now, explanation, which he was talking about. Explanation 1, clause A. In case of a citizen of India or in case of a citizen of India who leaves India for the purpose of employment abroad or who sails with the ship, a citizen of India sails with the Indian ship, the period of 60 days in condition number 2 supra shall be read as 182 days. We used to refer to the dictionary. What is supra? What is infra? Supra, infra. He says, look here, 182 days is first. Second is 365 and the current year 60 days. But if you are already here for 182 days, what is the need of second condition? So now what is written? In case of a citizen of India, the language is changed now. Who leaves India for the purpose of employment, word has come. For the purpose of employment outside India, or who leaves India along with the ship. Condition number 2B shall not be applicable. Condition 2B calls about what? 365 days and 60 days to be substituted by? What is the need? What is the need of saying that when he is already there in the first condition? 182 days. So they have said 2B not applicable. Simplified or not, sir? You don't have to remember the period of 60 days in condition number 2 supra shall be substituted by 182 days. What is the need of substituting by 182 days if he is there already in India for 182? So the 2B is gone for that. Now next was D. In case of a citizen of India or person of India origin who is outside India, who makes a visit to India, the period of 60 days in condition number 2 supra shall be substituted by 182 days. Provided further that if he has total income more than 15 lakh in India, other than foreign source, the period of 60 days shall be substituted by 150 days. Remember the new law? Old income tax act? No, now. In case of a citizen of India or a person of Indian origin who is outside India, makes a visit to India in a tax year, 2B shall not be applicable. 2B means that's a 60 to be substituted by 180, not applicable. The next, but in this case, above case, if he has total income from total income in India, excluding of foreign source, exceeds 15 lakh, 60 days shall be substituted by 120. So don't you find simplification, sir? It is greatly simplified. Very, very simple language. Cumulative period of. Clear, sir? So language changed. Citizen of India, person of Indian origin, language. Otherwise remains. Next section. Deemed resident. Remember 6(1)(a) deemed resident? That you are not liable to pay tax in foreign country. You are a citizen of India. Your total income from in India, exclusive of foreign source, exceeds 15 lakh. You shall be deemed a resident in India. Am I right? Now that 6(1)(a) is now 6(6). What is this? In case of a citizen of India who satisfies the following condition, he will be deemed a resident. First, he is a citizen of India. He is not liable to pay tax in the foreign country due to his domicile, residence, or whatever. And third, his total income from in India, other than foreign source, exceeds rupees 50. The matter is over. Sounds very simple, sir. Sounds very simple. Same thing, but given presentation has been changed. Simply. Now, next section is that if he satisfies any of the condition of 6(2), 6(3), 6(4), then this will not be applicable. That is over. Next, in case of a HUF firm, HUF firm is resident in India if it is wholly controlled from India. Full stop. That's all. The HUF or a firm or AOP will be resident in India if it is wholly controlled from India. Now you can make out what is non-resident. Not controlled from India or partially controlled from India, non-resident. But they have given only one thing. HUF, a firm or AOP is resident in India if it is wholly controlled from India. That is all. Company. Company used to be, company is said to be resident in India. No, company is resident in India if it is an Indian company. Or the place of effective management is in India. Then they have explained what is place of effective. Are you not finding it simple, sir? Language has been simplified, otherwise nothing has changed. The same days, same thing, same. Clear, sir? This is section 6. Section 7 used to be deemed to be received. And 8 used to be dividend. Now 7 and 8 have been merged. Deemed to be received and dividend received. That is now section 7. 9B, you remember? 9B read with 45.4. I'm talking about 9B. 9B, that is when a specified person receives from a specified entity any closing stock, any inventory or a capital asset at the time of dissolution or reconstitution of the specified entity, it is treated as deemed transfer. Remember that? That is now section 8. It is not 9. deemed transfer under section 8. And it was 9B. 45.4 I'll tell you later. Clear, sir? Simply. Section 9 is same business connection in India. And what do you mean by business connection? Not given there, given in Schedule 1. Go and read there. Don't waste our time. Now we have simplified it. But at the end, they have given. That is section 9. What was section 10 earlier, sir? What was section 10 earlier? Exempt from tax. No way. We used to have one section 5A. Have you heard of 5A in Income Tax Act 61? 5A. Community apportionment of the income of community of person covered under Portuguese Civil Code. Have you heard of that 5A? No, we did it at one time. Who remembers that Portuguese Civil Code and all that? What used to happen is, in Goa, Daman and Diu, earlier it was under Portugal. They had given an undertaking at that time. Look here, you will continue to be assessed in the same manner. How is they assessed? If husband and wife are earning salary income, kept separate. Husband's salary, wife's salary. All other income, whether earned by husband or by the wife, any spouse, will be aggregated, and 50% will be aggregated in the hands of the husband and 50% will be aggregated in the hands of the... This is community of person under the Portuguese Civil Code. Now that 5A is now section 10. 5A is now section 10. Apportionment of income between the spouses who are covered under Portuguese Civil Code. Clear, sir? 5A. But you are aware of that 5A? Nobody is aware of 5A. But now you know this was there. Now section 10 is 11. How many exemptions are there in section 10? More than 80. Although it was 10, 50. Last was 50. But 23, 23E, 23A, 23B, 23EC, 20. There used to be so many exemptions. 10A, 10AA, 10A gratuity, 10AA, 10AB, what do you call? 10AD, 10AD, 10, there were so many. 10B. Now, read now. I'm coming out, so sir, please try to understand a difficult proposition. Section 11, subsection 1. Please try to understand. In computing the total income of a person, incomes enumerated in Schedule 2 to Schedule 6. In computing the total income of a person, income enumerated in Schedule 2 to 6 shall not form part of total income if the conditions specified therein are satisfied. Subject to the conditions specified there are satisfied. Now, you have to go to Schedule 2, Schedule 3, Schedule 4, Schedule 5, Schedule 6. We are not giving detail here. Earlier, all those details were in the beginning. Front is light, back has become fat. Front is light. All exemptions have been shifted to Schedule 2 to Schedule 6. There is one more, I'll come there. Schedule 2 to 6 are there. All exemptions relating, Schedule 1 relating to a resident, specified. Schedule 2 for non-resident. Schedule 3 for parental, Schedule 4. Schedule 2 for resident. Schedule 3 for non-resident. Schedule 4 for foreign institution. Schedule 5 for certain particular. This is it. Then, if the next subsection, 11(1)(b), if the conditions enumerated in Schedule 2 to 6 are not satisfied, such income shall be chargeable to income. 11(2), in computing the income of a specified person, income enumerated in Schedule 7 shall not form part of total income, subject to the condition being set. Now go to Schedule 7, see what are those local authorities, cooperatives, and so many other, they are there. And if the condition mentioned in Schedule 7 are satisfied, this will be forming part of, the matter is over. Section 11 is complete. And earlier section 10 used to be 50 or 60 pages. Now only 4 small ones is a subsection 1, 2AB, subsection 2, AB. The matter is over. You need it, Go there at the end. You don't need it, forget. Move on. This is section 11. You say, what about earlier 11 section? There used to be 11, 12, 13, charitable institution. Now, there was 10, 11, 12. Then there used to be 115 BBC, 115 BBI, 115 TD, 164. All have been taken under one chapter, starting from section 332 to 355. All have been shifted in one group. Nowhere now 11, 12, 13. Shifted to 332, 332 to 355, 115 TD, shifted there, 115 BBC, shifted there, 115 BBI, shifted there. Look there, go there, at 332 to 335, here there is nothing mentioned. Clear, sir? Now 11 is already used for exemption. Section 12, there used to be 13A, income of a political party, income of electoral trust. Now it is section 12. Income of a political party and electoral trust shall be exempt subject to the condition specified in Schedule 8. Or to Schedule 8 to find out the condition. Here their income is exempt. Condition, Schedule 8. So you will have to refer to Schedule. Can you do it again and again? And a person like me who writes book will bring Schedule 8 in the beginning. Am I right? Supposed to? Unless, how will you come to read it? I'll have to write 12, then I'll say Schedule 8, these are the items. And then also serial number. I tell you, go mad when you say serial number this, schedule. Clear, sir? Now this is right call 12. Earlier section 14 was heads of income. Now it is section 13, heads of income. The same 5 heads of income: salary, house property, business separation, capital gain, other source. Clear, sir? Earlier 14A, expenditure not allowed if the income is exempt. Now it is section 14. It is not 14A, it is 14. After this, there used to be 3 sections: salary, 15, 16, 17. Am I right? 15 was chargeability of salary, 16 was deduction from salary, and 17 was 17.1 meaning of salary, 72 meaning of perquisite, 73 meaning of profit and loss. Now please note, salary chapter 15 to 19. 15, 16, 17, 18 and 19 is the salary chapter. 15 is the same, charge of salary. 16 is not deduction now. 16 is meaning of salary, which was 17.1. 17 is meaning of perquisite, which was 17.2. 18 is meaning of profit in your salary, which was 17.3. And section 19 is not deduction from salary, instead of section 16. But please look the change. Please see the change. Earlier, gratuity was covered under section 1010. It was exempt at certain limit, balance taxable. 1010A, commuted pension, 1010A. Now, all retirement benefit which you are going to get will be added to your gross salary in full. All retirement benefit is whether it is gratuity, it is pension, it is commuted pension, it is leave encashment, it is retrenchment compensation, it is voluntary retirement, all are to be included in the salary. And after that, you will get deduction. Now it is a case of deduction, not exemption, under section 19, serial number 3 to serial number 9. Again serial. 3 is for gratuity, 4th is for commuted pension, 5th is for leave encashment. Now serial you have to remember. All those deduction will be given. It is not a case of exemption. It will be a case of, so you receive gratuity 10 lakh. It will be added to you. And then you can claim the deduction to the extent of the maximum, of course, is 20 lakh. Leave encashment now 25 lakh. But where? As a deduction, not as exemption. So please remember, section 19 is now a big section, which has table, serial number 1 for tax on employment, serial number 2 for standard deduction, serial number 3 is gratuity, and those serial numbers are. Clear, sir? This is your salary chapter. house property. Earlier it used to be 22 to 27. Now it is section 20 to 25. Same 22, income from house property. It is now section 20. Same. Annual value 23. Now it is section 21. Deduction 24. Now it is section 22. 22. 23 is arrears of rent or unrealized rent recovered subsequently. 24, which was 26 co-owners, property owned by co-owner, it is now 24. 25 is interpretation. Matter is over. No change whatsoever. Language simplified, sections 20 to 25, earlier it used to be 22 to 27. Clear, sir? Now, earlier house, business and profession, 28 to 44 BD. 28 to 44 BD. Now it is 26 to 66. Whatever was 28 is now 26. Whatever was 28 following incomes are taxable under the profit or gain from business profession. Now it is what? 26. 26. What is 27? What was earlier 29? How to compute income? Now it is 27. So that was 29. Earlier, section 30 was rent, repairs, insurance, premium of machinery, furniture and plant. And 31 was rent, repairs, insurance, premium of premises, building, used for the business. Now they have been merged. Now section 28 is both rent, repair, insurance, premium, rates and taxes of building, machinery, furniture and plant merged. So it is now 28, which was earlier 30 and 30. Now there is one section 36, you remember, other deduction, 36, which starts with interest, which start with lot of things, insurance premium and all that. Now section 36 divided into 4 sections. Section 36 is now 4 sections. 36 is now 4 sections. The first is section 29, employee welfare. Whatever employee has contributed to Provident Fund, Superannuation Fund, Pension Fund and all that, they are all covered as deduction, employee contribution, as a deduction. Where? Where it is covered? Section 29. Where insurance premium paid by the employer, by the assessee, where it is covered? Section 30. Bad debt and provision for bad debt, now covered under 31. Well, 30 provision, bad debt was 36(17) and provision was 17A and 17. Now it is only one section, 31. And all other deductions under section 36 is now covered under 32. 32, which used to be depreciation. Now depreciation is under section 33. No change. No change, except section 32 has become 33. And 36 are now 29, 30, 31, 32 in 4 subsections separate. It's clear, sir? 33. Now please try to understand. What is 34 today? Earlier 37 is 30. 37 of the earlier section is now 34, general deduction. Or if the deductions are not allowed under 30 to 36, it will be allowed under 37 if the following conditions are satisfied. I have wrote, now it is 34. What is 35? 40 section. That 40 section TDS not deducted, 30% disallowed, 40B for firm if you have to give this way. Now it is 35. Now it is 35. 40 is now 35. 40 capital A is now 36. 40 capital A is now 30. What is capital A? That is 10,000 rupees payment not given in the specific mode and that is given to the person related to you. That is now 40A is now 36. 37. Earlier 43B is now 37. 43B, which you have been talking about, is now 37. And whatever was 41, deemed income, is now 38. Is now 38. 39 is actual cost. 40 is actual cost in certain specific cases. 41, written down value. Earlier written down value is 43 subsection 6. Now written value is separate section. Written down value 41. What is your 44 AD, AE, AE? It is now 58. It is 58. 44 AD, AE, what you call ADA. Now it is 58. Whatever was 44B, BBA, triple B, BBC is now 61. Maintenance of account, which was 44 AA, is now 62. That audit, 44 AB, is now 63. It is 63 now. You have to remember 63, not 44 AB. And the 3A, CA, CB, CD number will change. That will come later. But now audit is not under 44 AB, it is under 63. Maintenance of account, 62. All definitions, 66. Interpretation. Everything is changed. Number changed. The structure remains the same. Language simplified. Language simplified. So nothing to worry. He's really saying how have he has remembered. So you will also remember. Once you don't have a paper with you, you will have to remember. There is no other alternative. But what I'm trying to explain, simple. Language simplified. You will not find any difficulty except section number. There is nothing. Now, next chapter, capital gain, 67 to 91. That 67 is now 45. So 45 earlier tha, now it is 67. And there is no proviso, there is no 45 1A, 45 5A, so those have been given subsection. So 67 is capital. Same, 67 1, 45 1. 45 1A is now 67 2, 67 3, 67 4. 45 2 is now 45 1B. Next is 67, that was 45 2. 45 2. Now it is 67 6. So we have all those section 45 4. It is now 67 10. Number changed, but it is all section 45 covered under section 67. 45. 46 is now 68. 46A, buyback, and you have a loss. Now it is 46A is 68. 47, what was that? What I said? 66 is 46. 46A is now, what I said? 68, 69. 70 section is what is 47. Transfer not regarded as transfer. Now it is earlier 47. Now it is 70. 47A is now 71. Mode of computation 48 is now 72. 48. 49 is now 73. 52, 54 is now 82. 53 is now 54B. 54B is now 54B is now 73. 54D is now 74. 84. 82, 83, 84. 54F is now 86. Number has changed. So 54 is now 82. 54B is now 83. 54D is now 84. 54EC is now 85. 54F is now 86. Is there nothing to worry, sir? FG, 87. What was 55? Cost of acquisition, deemed cost of acquisition, 90. And what is 91? Reference to the valuation officer. Nothing changed. Same sections are there. Number is changed. Sir, nothing to worry. Still worried. What will be? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. No problem. 91, 92, 93, 94, 95. Income from other sources. 56 is not 92. 56 to 10 is 92 to M. 57 is not expensive, not deductible. Is now 93. Is 93. 94 expenses allowed and 95. This is all that. Then what is the other? Clubbing of income. 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. Clubbing of income. Clubbing of income. Remember one point, he was talking about substantial interest and all that. Thing has changed, but little bit. One clarification. Relative definition, remember, has been changed. I remember 5 years back when we were redrafting the law, somebody mentioned to me, sir, you can take a gift from your lineal ascendant. Am I right? Allowed to? But lineal ascendant in Hindu law is male lineage, male, and not the female lineage. That means you cannot take the gift from mother's father or mother's mother, but you can take gift from father's father or father's mother or grandfather. Hindu law. I said, somewhere in Hindu law it is written. I said, it is written, maybe written somewhere, but it is allowed. He said, sir, there is a difficulty. I went to them, sir, this is the position I'm told. They said, we'll look into it. Later I got a phone from them, sir, look here. This law is not for Hindus only. Income tax is for all. It be Muslim, Christians and all that. So there is no question that you cannot take mother's relation. But now they have clarified. Section 2, clause 41, definition of relative is now section 2, clause 94. Listen to see. What is that? Relative means husband, wife, brother, sister, lineal ascendant, whether maternal or paternal, they had been put in the bracket to explain to you. Lineal ascendant, whether maternal or paternal, lineal descendant of the individual. So they have clarified it. It was already there also, but some or other, somebody had that thing in mind. Now it is clarified. Clear, sir? Huh? Yes. Relative definition. No, the relative definition is very, very big. Please, in 56(2)(m) it is very big. Obviously, they are a linear ascendant, whether paternal or, but that definition don't tell me. Every relation you have, even they you don't remember, and still he is your relative in 56(2)(10). Am I right or wrong? So think of a relative in section 56(2)(10). Nothing has been escaped, except that be careful that he may not know, but you can take gift from your relative. Coming, sir. This is what you call now 101 meaning of total income. 102. Earlier 68 is now 102. Now only difficulty is the AO shell. Earlier it was AO bay. Let me explain. 68 section 16. I give me 2-3 minutes time to give you a very important point. You will remember that. I remember when demonetization came in this country, somewhere on 8th November 2016, demonetization took place. We were told that you will be liable to pay penalty 200% if you do not give the source of that income. 200% penalty. I went to Mr. Jaitley that time, he was the finance minister. Happened to be my student also. He used to consult me. So I went to him. I said, you have said that you will pay penalty of 200%. Which section? Tell me which section. He said, how do I know the section? How do I know? Some revenue secretary told me the law is there. I'll call the revenue secretary. I said, he is saying that you cannot levy a penalty of 200%. He said, sir, I don't know. But CBD chairman told me there is some section 68, 69, and we will levy penalty under that section. I said, you cannot do it. Mr. Ashok Adia was there. I said, you cannot levy penalty. Then Mr. Jaitley said, sit together and explain this issue to him if we can levy. I said, you cannot. Then Mr. CBD chairman said, sir, I was told there is 68 section, 69 section, 69 AB. And if you don't satisfy, if you are not able to explain, we'll levy penalty under section 271 AA, 200%. I said, you cannot do it. He said, it is written there 200%. Might have been written, but it is not possible. He called those persons who drafted that law. Explained. The lady came with 2 assistants, of course. And they asked the question, he's here, and he's saying that you cannot levy of 200% under 270. So no, we can levy, we will apply section 68. I said, you cannot apply 68. She started fighting. I said, there is no need to fight. Read the section. He said, you open the book, I will read out. No, let me read it. I said, okay. No, I can't take water. I make you drink water, not me. I don't take water in between. Because, yes, I know, it's so nice of you because there's a coming, but I will avoid that. Coming to now. I said, read it. what is written. Please read this. Understand. If any sum is found credited in the books of account maintained by the assessee, this is section 68, and the assessee does not give the nature and source of that sum, not income, nature and source of sum. Or if he gives an explanation of the nature and source, but it is not found satisfactory by the AO. The AO may deem such sum to be your income. To be your, who will do it? AO. When he is not satisfied. You don't give the source or not. Then only AO will do it. But I am showing my income. Whatever amount money I have deposited in the bank, I am showing that it is my income. If I don't give the nature and source, only when a sum is found credited. But I am showing this is my income. How can you say deemed income? Deemed income is only when AO finds out that there is a sum found credited and you have not shown as an income. I'm already showing my income. How can you tax me? They are charged 30%. That's all. Sir, 2 hours they took. And finally he said, yes, sir, you are right. Even 69, AO has to find out. 68, A has to find out. When we have already given as income, how can you charge 200%? Sir, there was a chaos there. Oh, Modi ji marenge. Ye to bada gadbad ho gaya. What to do it? I said, you cannot. Either extend that BDS scheme was there at that time, 45%. He said, we cannot do it because we have given written promise to the parliament that we will not levy. Then I said, you can draft one new section and come out with the amendment. So a section was drafted and we said, you can charge 50%. Modi didn't agree. That's why section 115 BBE was changed. Section 115 BB was changed. What was under 115 BB earlier and what is 115 BB today? I'll tell you. Earlier 115 BB was where your total income includes any income referred to under 68, 69, 69A, 69B, 69C, D. Am I right? Yeah. Such income shall be chargeable at a special rate of 30% and all other income will be taxable at. It is found in 68, 69. 68, 69 is only AO will find it. No? I'm not finding. Now what is the rule? Where your total income includes an income referred to 68, 69, etc., etc., and such income is reflected by you in the return of income. Reflected by you in the return of income, and you do not give the nature and source of that income. It will be taxable at a special rate of 60%. Surcharge 25%. Cess at that time was 3%. You have shown income. You have reflected that in your income, but the AO asks you, please give the source, and you are not able to give the source, then the law was changed. And they could levy now 77.25%. So there was no need of 270 AA, straight away 77.25. He said, God's grace, we have, and this was made effective from 1st April 2016 by the amendment brought in the law. Next year I went to him, sir, it is too harsh, 77.25, and if it is a search, it is 108% now, or 138%, and they without search, 78, and if you don't show income, 10% penalty also 84%. This is draconian. You should change it. He said, give me 1 more year, because earlier the income, which you have not shown, you will bring it here. So we will take for 1 year. So, after that he died. And this, he doesn't listen, that's a different. Coming back. So, it is continuing. I again went this time. I said, look here, now search is taxable at 60%. Now the new law of the search, that it is levied at 60%. No surcharge, no education tax, no interest. And if it is 148 or 147, it is taxable at 78. And if I have not shown his income, it is taxable at 84. Do something. So we look into it. Let's see whether they look into it or not. How can there be so draconian that income escaped assessment is 78 or 84 and search it is 60%. So it is better Go to him, tell him, please search my house. It is better. What kind of a thing is this? I told him. He said, we'll do it something. Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. But I'm telling you, day will come, then 147, they will have to bring down to 60%. How can they do it, sir? Search only 60%. And for 6 years, 5 plus 5 plus 5. It is 78%. Can you think of that? I fail to understand why it doesn't go to their head that this is draconian. Let's see, something will happen. Sooner or later, they will have to change. They will have to change. Now, coming back. So these are the sections which I told you are there. 108 to 121 is now set up and carry forward on losses. 122, section 80. 123 to 154 is 80C to 80U. Now 80 TTA, 80 TTB combined. But all other sections are there. 123 to 154. 155 is earlier 86. And your 87A is now 156. Could you ever think of raising limit from 7 lakh to 12 lakh? Could you ever dream at that time that 7 will be raised to 12 lakh? Could you think of? No, nobody thought of that. But we had thought of that because our GDP will go up now. Every 7 lakh is now 12 lakh. Your client is now a rich man. Rich for to the extent. 7 lakh, they will show it 12 lakh. Maybe tuition income, maybe cookery classes, maybe any other thing, maybe beauty parlor. We do not have so many beauty in this country that the income is shown in the beauty is much more than that, you know. Beauty parlor income, am I right or no? And they will not increase their turnover. It will remain 20 lakh. Turnover is 20, income is now 12 lakh. What a wonderful thing is there, you know. Turnover will remain 12 lakh. Am I right? 20 lakh. Are you going to increase? Oh, no, 20 lakh. And that is 40 lakh. They are not going to increase the turnover in GST, but income has increased from 7 lakh to 12. And think of a chartered accountant who passes out the exam and goes for a job. How much will he get a package? 7 lakh, 8 lakh, 9 lakh, 10 lakh. Totally exempt. 12 lakh, 75,000 is exempt. Think of a new man who joins 1 lakh per month is a big amount. Even for a chartered accountant in the beginning. And by the time he gets 12 lakh, it will be raised to 15 lakh. Wait and watch. So the government knows they don't have to pay tax. Increase, at least money will come into the circulation. And the GDP will grow. And we want third, so this is the position. This is what is there in mind. 7 lakh raised to 12 lakh. Nobody ever thought of that. Am I right, sir? Did you think of that 12 lakh it will be raised? Wait for some time, it will be raised to 15 lakh. Wait for some time. It is not inflation. It is GDP growth. Without inflation. Where is the turnover increase? Turnover remains the same. But percentage of profit has gone up. Am I right or wrong? So this is going to happen now. So this is what is there in that point. Now coming to that. Where was I? Yeah, there's one I told you. Sir, 195 is same 115 BBE. 196 is 111A. 197 is 112. 198 is 112A. 112A is 198. 199 is 115 BA. 200 is 115 BAA. 201 is BAB. 202 is BAC. 203 is BAD. 204 is BAE. All those section number change, nothing. Don't get surprised. This is my 10th lecture, so I must remember now. Otherwise, what kind of impression you will carry that he doesn't remember? But still, if I give you wrong, how does it matter? It is not being recorded. How does it matter? So this is one. Now that 263, Income Tax Act 61, is now, 139 is now 263. 139 is 263, return of income. 262 is 139 AA, PAN number. 264 is the same, tax return preparer. 265 is same, verification return, 140. 266 is 140A. 267 is 140B, updated return. Updated return. 270 is assessment. 270 is best judgment assessment. 272, 142.1. 273 is 143, 142A. 279 is now income escaping assessment. Number has changed. The period has not changed. There is absolutely nothing to worry. Number sections have changed. The text remains the same. Are you getting my point? So you're not feeling not disheartened. There is nothing to worry. We know what was there in 61 and we know what is there in 2025, except that we'll have to remember the number of the section and some language, tinkering some language here and there. Nothing else, sir. You have to tell me the time. I can keep on, speaking for hours together. I have given an overview. You want each section to be done, I can do that also. So I have started writing the book. Whatever I have completed, I know that. What is that? Is it audible? No, now it is. So what I'm trying to tell you, sir, the Income Tax Act 2025 is not new thing, except that sections number changed, proviso gone, explanation gone. They will come on 1st of February or 2nd of February when the new act amendment budget comes. There may be some changes, and then how will you incorporate those changes? They will have to bring capital sections again. So what I'm thinking, sir, it is a challenge for us, but we know how to accept that challenge. And if it is keep on changing, that's why our profession keeps on growing. If there is no change, where is the growth? It is required. And we know, we have knowledge, but don't depend on AI, sir. Only. Don't depend on AI. Sir, language simplify. No, language simplify. All those BBC, BBD, BB, all those sections have been given number. They wanted to do it, number. Section some reduced, otherwise there is nothing. Something has to be done, Some penalty also same. All penalty is same, section number changed. No. You did notice him. He said there is section 536. The name of section 536 is repeal and saving. It was 297 in Income Tax Act. It is 536. 536 subsection 1 says, the Income Tax Act 1961 is hereby repealed. Subsection 2 says, wait, whatever notices or whatever action which has been done before 1st April 2026, if search conducted before, if penalty, default committed before, default. If default is after 26, it will be new law. If the default is before 26, whatever has happened, whatever notice is issued under 143.2 or 148 or anything, all old section will be, old act will be. That's why he said you have to remember old and new. But not 10 years now, 6 years. 10-year period is gone. Search case, 10 years. There is no 10 year in search case. Now it is 5 year, 5 months. No. Search also is not 10 year. Used to be old days, good old days, 10 years. Now it is not 10 years. So all those things, penalty proceeding, notice is issued, or any default committed before 1st April 2026, the old Income Tax Act 1961 apply. Anything which you do after 1st April 2026, the new Income Tax Act 2025 shall be applicable. So for another 5-6 years, you have to remember, those who are in litigation, those who are not in litigation, there is no need. You have to remember both Income Tax Act 1961 as well as Income Tax Act 2025, where the rules are expected any day along with the forms. There is no change. They were not supposed to change. Whatever change will happen, I'll tell you why. If they change anything, how would you remember? You'll have to read each and every line. They were told, don't change anything. Now when we bring the amendments every year, then we will change it. You will remember it. Is it not good? Had they changed the law in between, each and every section, they could have made the changes. And then how would you remember? What kind of a change is there? Here you are, rest assured, Nothing has changed except numbers changed. And now if there is any change, we will see on 1st February or 2nd, 1st is Sunday, whether budget is going to be on 1st or 2nd. Let's see. We'll see. And every year that budget is going to be there. They will keep on making changes, but they have not made any change because very clearly they were told not to do any amendment of this nature, because how would the people come to know, how would the department come to know that this section has changed? Number has changed is different, but the structure is not changed. That's why it is a good thing which they have done. They have not touched anything except wherever clarification was required. Otherwise, they have not touched anything. They have not touched anything. So this is what I wanted to tell you. You have any issue, you can ask your points. You wanted something. One though I have already explained. Your point. Assam Petroleum. Earlier there used to be, where there is a capital gain from a long-term capital asset, it will be a long-term capital gain. Now they have said any long-term capital gain. Assam Petroleum, what did they say? Even if it is a depreciable asset, and if it is held for more than 36 months at particular time, it is a long-term capital asset. And that's why it will be a long-term capital gain, and you can take the benefit of the long-term capital gain as well as benefit of 54, etc., etc. Now they have used the word any long-term capital gain. So how can there be a long-term capital gain in case of depreciable asset? It is already said it is short-term capital gain. Are you getting my point? Earlier there used to be any capital gain arising from long-term capital asset. So long-term capital asset, one which is held for more than now 24, now it is 36. So now the judgment given was, look here, it is a long-term capital asset. So capital gain may be short-term, you may be saying, but there is a transfer in long-term capital asset. So you can take the benefit of 54, 54B, whatever is there, you can take. Or you will also pay tax as a long-term capital. But now they have used the word long-term capital gain, not long-term capital asset. Yeah, everywhere. Earlier you could take 54 EC also being long-term, but building. 54 EC is not for other asset now. Now they cannot take. It has to be long-term capital. Non-depreciable asset, that's all. Oh, there is some mistake. But 74 is 50. Old 50 is now 74. Am I right? So old 50 is long-term cap. Wait a minute. These are small things which will be changed. But now the purpose is very clear that it is a long-term capital gain which will be eligible for 54 or 54F or 54, whatever is it. Not the transfer arising from long-term capital. That is the only reason which they have done it. Any other you wanted to know? I know. I don't remember the point you raised. General Clause Act is already there, there's no change. If any definition is not given in this, you have to go to General Clauses Act. The meaning of a month is not given in Income Tax Act, it is given in General Clauses Act. Section 6 of the General Clause Act, I'll have to check up, I don't remember. But General Clause Act still prevails. I'll check up. Any other issue, sir?
Sir, we really appreciate your memory. And my question is with regard to the transitional problems, IT Act 61 to IT Act 2025. Can you just explain how to overcome these difficulties with regard to carry forward of losses, carry forward of depreciation, accumulation of income under section 11, 12, etc. Second question is with regard to the implementation part. Now it is December. So now they have to notify the rules and they have to give it for public opinion. Do you think that it is possible to introduce?
It is possible. Everything is possible under Income Tax Act.
Yes.
If you asked for extension, how much extension was given? 1 day. And you asked for extension of others. It is only the court which forced them to do it. The department is very strict these days. They will be able to bring rules, but rules are going to be applicable from 1st April, 1 point. They can always change. Second point, you are saying transitional. Where is the requirement of transition? Prior to 1 April 2026, 26-27 is also an assessment year and it is also a tax year. Am I right? 26-27 financial year is an assessment year for income earned by you in 25-26 and it is a tax year for income going to be earned by you in 26-27. 26-27. So in any case, next year, 26-27, you will be having to learn 61 also, and you have to learn the new law tax year. The biggest relief in the tax year is that when you used to fill up the form, sometimes you used to put previous year, sometimes you used to put the assessment year, and the mistake was committed. Now, form is always tax year. So there will be no difficulty, and tax year is simpler. Income of a tax year shall be taxed in the next financial year. Income of a tax year, same, but you are not using the word assessment year. Income of a tax year will be taxed in the next financial year, as the due date of return is same as 31st July, 30th September for audit, and 31st October. They may change, it is a different thing. At this stage, nothing has changed. Carry forward loss is allowed, same. What was allowed earlier is now allowed. Oh, yes, sir. The question is over, sir. One more question. There's no need of any other question. Well, carry forward losses allowed, unabsorbed depreciation, what was allowed under 32.2 will be allowed under section 33.12. Allowed. Nothing has changed. Sir, nothing has changed. Same. No change. Sir, absolutely no change. Form will change. That form 36 may change, 35 will change. That point, otherwise nothing change. No change. No change at all. So why to worry? There is nothing to worry except that you'll have to read it again. Yeah, of course so. Yeah. That continuity of registration remains. Once you have applied here, it will remain for 5 years.
Specific references of sections in the Income Tax Act 61. Say 11.2, 11.5, etc.
Correct. You have applied this renewal this year. Am I right? So granted on the basis of this year. When next time you apply after 5 years, you will be governed under 332. That is 332 section. Don't worry. Today you are under 12AB or 12AA. The next time you will be under 332. But this year you will be relaxed. You have already applied. No issue. Next time when there is a renewal, you will get it. You will get it. 5 years, same continued, sir, but under the new law. You have already applied under the old law. You will be given within 6 months' time the registration under the Income Tax Act 1961, which will be valid for a period of 5 years. After that, you apply within 6 months prior to the 5 years, you will apply under section 330. That's all. Nothing. Sir, nothing has changed. We don't want to change. Because otherwise it will be difficulty. It's not for us. Difficulty for the department. They don't know anything. There are two topics in income tax nobody knows. One is Hindu undivided family and second is charitable trust. No one knows anything about Hindu undivided family, another is charitable trust. To a great extent, some relief was given in the 10 day, 11, 12, 13, some. Now that is there in 332 to 350. There's nothing to worry, sir, nothing to worry. And if it is worry, please ring me up. Thank you very much, sir, for the thank you. Thank you.
Sir, may I ask you one last question? Sir, may I ask you one last question? May I ask you one last question, sir?
Because we're already, time is late, they wanted the afternoon schedule to be late.
It's something personal. What do you do?
Can be asked outside.
Sir, one simple personal thing. What do you do to keep your memory or your brain so young and memory so sharp so that we can...
Sir, age is a number.
Pardon?
Age is only a number. If you think I am 80, I am younger than you.
You do something.
So, it is passion. It is passion. You have to develop passion. If you develop passion, you will remember. If you don't develop passion, you won't remember. You know, these election people, those who fight election, chairman, this. They also fight election. You are a secretary of a multi-storied building. You will fight again next time. Although you are abused, any like thing, but to still feel it is a passion. And I also have a passion. If I don't get a call from somebody that you have to lay a letter, I think my popularity is gone. People have not given me a ring. So it is a passion. Passion takes you home. So don't worry about that.
I thought you were doing something.
Please get up and give him a
Oh, yes, sir. Chaliye na, thank you. Chaliye. Oh, yes, sir.
Thank you, sir, for the enlightening session. I now invite CA PM Veeramani for the closing remarks.
What is there for me to talk again? He said there is nothing changed. So we will believe that there is nothing has changed. But I only want to say that way back in 1988, when the Mavokaro was issued, the old Companies Act audit report was changed to Mavokaro 1988. And at that time, I had just passed out 2-3 years and I got sandwiched between two senior chartered accountants. And because we had to answer 20 clauses, 25 clauses under the Mavokaro 1988, he said, this is for you for the future. I am not going to study again. I am not going to practice. Since there is no change, I hope there will be no chartered accountant who will say, I will not study 2025 and stop my practice. You can continue to do it. And as long as the acts are getting changed, I am one person who strongly believes income tax practice will never go. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. We have no words to say. It is no doubt that the gracious presence and excellent presentation by the renowned chartered accountant, C.A. Girish Ahuja, and the chairmanship of another brilliant chartered accountant, C.A. Veeramani, made this conference more impactful and colorful. We are indebted to C.A. Ahuja, sir, and C.A. Veeramani.
I now invite C.A. P.J. Jacob, President of Past Chairman Forum, to kindly come forward to present a memento to Dr. C.A. Dr. Girish Ahuja as a token of our appreciation.
Now, let me invite C.A. P. Mohan, Secretary of Past Chairman Forum, to present a memento as a token of our appreciation to C.A. P.M. Veeramani.
Thank you, sir. We now break for lunch, and the break is till 2 p.m. Lunch is arranged in the dining area just outside the hall. We have multiple counters set up for your convenience. We have 2 non-veg counters and 1 veg counter outside the hall. Please feel free to use any counter of your choice. May I kindly request all delegates to return to the hall by sharp 2 p.m. as our next technical session will begin on time.
There is a small announcement. The following vehicles need to be moved. 2 vehicles parked near lunch counter KL 13W1551, KL 73E3920, and 2 vehicles parked near T stall KL 11 CD2424, KL 33Q0678. Owners are requested to shift the vehicles at the earliest. ഒരു 2 വണ്ടികൾ ലഞ്ച് കൗണ്ടറിൻ്റെ അടുത്തും 2 വണ്ടികൾ ടീ സ്റ്റോളിൻ്റെ അടുത്തും പാർക്ക് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഓണേഴ്സ് ഒന്ന് ശ്രദ്ധിച്ച് അതൊന്ന് മാറ്റിക്കൊടുത്താൽ വലിയ ഉപകാരമായിരുന്നു. വണ്ടി നമ്പർ ഒന്നും കൂടി റിപ്പീറ്റ് ചെയ്യാം. KL 11 CD2424, KL 33Q0678, KL 13W1551, KL 73E3920.
The post-lunch session will be handled by C.A. Pramod Jain, who will be speaking on the topic Critical Professional Issues in Certificate Issuance, Reporting and FS Preparation by Small and Medium Practitioners. We look forward to your timely return so we may begin the next session without delay. Thank you and please enjoy your lunch.
Aster DM Healthcare was founded on aspirations to make quality healthcare accessible at an affordable cost. From a humble beginning as a single doctor clinic in 1987, the institution's growth into a leading and trusted healthcare company is a testament to its commitment over the past 38 years. One of the largest integrated healthcare networks, Aster DM Healthcare operates a vast array of world-class facilities, including hospitals, clinics, pharmacies, labs, and patient experience centers across India. With a dedicated team of highly skilled doctors, nurses, and paramedical personnel, the organization delivers exceptional care, comfort, and quality healthcare services to millions of people, from primary care to advanced quaternary care. Aster's commitment to clinical excellence is unwavering. Equipped with the latest technology, the hospitals are driven by highly skilled medical professionals who come together to work towards one goal: delivering quality healthcare services to everyone. Aster delivers care through an integrated healthcare network spread across the country, with cutting-edge patient care centers.
Small and medium practitioners. Let us now have a quick introduction of our faculty.
CA Pramod Jain is a highly accomplished professional and a Central Council member of ICI. He is uniquely qualified, being a fellow chartered accountant, company secretary, cost accountant, law graduate, DISA qualified professional, and insolvency professional. He has held key leadership roles in ICI, including chairmanship of the Accounting Standard Board, the Expert Advisory Committee, and several other important committees. He has delivered over 1,900 lectures across India and is well known for his clarity and practical insights in taxation, auditing, and professional matters. It is indeed an honor to have you with us today, sir.
I now request CA PD Emmanuel, founder chairperson of Kannur branch, and CA Nikhil R. Kumar, chairperson of Thiruvananthapuram branch, to kindly escort our speaker, CA Pramod Jain, to the dais.
I now request CA Nikhil R. Kumar to honor him with a pannada. Once the pannada is presented, the session will begin.
Give my bag, I'll give the present. Yeah. Namaste to all. At the outset, I thank the Kannur branch for inviting me to this Navaratna. The sixth edition, I suppose. This is the sixth edition. And of course, the major role for bringing me out here is your own Babu Bhai, our CA Babu Bhai Ibrahim Kalyavali. And really, thank you, Babu Bhai. This trip, this time in the Navaratna would be remembered by me throughout my life for so many different reasons. But yes, all were very, very much enjoying. All were very, very much enjoying. And in fact, friends, just to tell you, Babu Bhai is doing a fantastic job, and really thank you very much for sending him back with a thumping victory to the council. His hospitality is known by everyone, but the contribution which he gives, the special committees I will talk about. Earlier, when I worked with him in my first term, it was his third term, I worked under him under EAC, he was the chair. And also, there is some public sector undertaking for that, members who are in the public sector. It was there. Also, he was there in FRRB. I remember because at that time I was just an article, the initial stages, so I have those fond memories. But this year again, he is the chair of a very, very important committee, the Corporate Law and Corporate Governance Committee, where he is doing a fantastic job. And also another committee, which committee is the committee which finalizes the financial statements of the institute, And the chairman is normal government nominee who doesn't too much go into the nitty-gritty of the accounts. And hats off to Babu Bhai, the way he was able to conclude the joint auditors, the final audit report of the institute. There were several issues which were not required discussion, and then it was done a fantastic way. Thank you, Babu Bhai. And again, this currently, if you see, so many issues you must be hearing about the companies, audits going away in the smaller limits, accounting standards, so many other issues. He is the first person who is working thoroughly into all those matters, preparing it because his vocabulary in the English is par excellence, and the knowledge of the subject, again, par excellence. So our president has entrusted him. He has to go nowhere. He stops him that you have to work overnight, and he works, and then those documents are submitted to the government when he goes along with the president. Thank you, Babu Bhai, for doing that fantastic job. Friends, coming straight forward to this topic of certificates and reports by chartered accountants. You know, this indigo Picasso we are seeing over the last few days, I have myself witnessed in this trip. Both the incoming and outgoing were cancelled because they are still not having a monopoly, but they are having such a stake in so many sectors which is as near as monopoly. In the monopoly, it is very, very important to give the services which is assumed to be perfect, or the services have to be perfectly received by the recipients. Can you tell me, because chartered accountants are into so many services, we are also in the service sector. So what is that service for which we are having the monopoly? Anyone? You know, income tax, GST, company law, anyone can do. What is the monopoly of a chartered accountant who is in practice? Auditing. Auditing, yes, very right. I would say not merely auditing, it is basically, I would say, assurance. Assurance. We have got that monopoly, that's why our responsibility is immense, because on our assurance, everyone has a faith that the chartered accountant is seen, it is right. But you have to see, to be very frank, whether you are giving that services which is emphasized by the stakeholders. I'm talking about each and every chartered accountant. And for that matter, if we can stop the recording for this session, that would be fine. This session can we stop the recording, please? Yes, someone from the management can ensure that. Recording stop karani. Recording stop karani.
Know the upcoming release and tools. They have live demo today from 4 to 5 p.m. and tomorrow from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. Thank you.
One more announcement. The following vehicles need to be moved. One vehicle parked near lunch counter, KL 73E3920. Two vehicles parked near tea stall, KL 33Q0678, KL 56U444. ടി കൗണ്ടറിൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് പാർക്ക് ചെയ്തൊരു രണ്ട് വണ്ടി KL 33Q0678, KL 56U444, പിന്നെ ലഞ്ച് കൗണ്ടറിൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് പാർക്ക് ചെയ്ത KL 73E3920. ഈ രണ്ട് വണ്ടികളും ഒന്ന് പെട്ടെന്ന് മാറ്റി കിട്ടിയാൽ നല്ലതായിരുന്നു. Before we begin the next technical session, we would like to inform all delegates that Navaratna delegate kit is available at the registration counter. You may collect your kit at your convenience by scanning the QR code on your delegate tag. To help avoid crowding at the counter, members of the Kannur branch are requested to kindly collect your kit tomorrow. We appreciate your cooperation.
Ladies and Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our next technical session of the day, which will be handled by CA Srinivasan V on the topic How to Handle GST Litigations, Notices and Appeals. Let us now have a quick introduction of our faculty.
CA Srinivasan V, a fellow chartered accountant with over 20 years of post-qualification experience, is an advocate practicing before the Honorable High Court of Madras. He specializes in indirect tax litigation and advisory, particularly GST and erstwhile service tax. He regularly represents clients before appellate authorities and trained officers of the Commercial Tax Department and CGST at National Academy of Customs, Indirect Taxes and Narcotics on GST law. He is also a noted speaker and contributor to tax journals with prior experience at ICRA, ICI Banks and BSR & Co. We are truly honored to have you with us today, sir.
I now request CAU Mohanan, past chairperson of Kannur branch, and CA Abraham PJ, chairperson of Alapura branch, to kindly escort our speaker, CA Srinivasan V, to the dais.
I request CA Abraham PJ to honor him with a pannada. Once the pannada is presented, this session will begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is about to begin. I request all the delegates to kindly seat inside the hall. Thank you.
in my view, basically, there are 4 key things which we ought to see as far as success in litigation is concerned. I'll just go one by one. Knowledge of provisions, complete knowledge of provisions. Please understand the GST law is pretty vast, pretty vast. You got the act, rules, notifications. Notifications, not just simple notifications. Central tax rate, IGST rate, state tax rate, and not to mention about the cess and cess rate. Apart from that, you've got circulars, instructions, guidelines, tax research unit FAQs. The law is extremely vast, extremely vast. So the most important thing is how conversant are we as far as the provisions are concerned. That is going to determine a significant success in terms of litigation. Because when I see as an advocate going before, let us say, the Madras High Court, when I get replies to show cause notices, or let us say the appeals which have been filed against the impugned orders, I feel that many of them lack substance. Whatever provisions have to be quoted, that is not being quoted. So when I go before a High Court, you know what typically I get? Oh, my learner friend is trying to improvise his case in the High Court. That is because the foundation has not been laid properly before the appropriate forum. The second most important thing, knowledge of judicial precedents. Now, as far as CAs are concerned, we all are very good in terms of, let us say, provisions. The moment we get a bar act, we'll obviously go deep into it, thoroughly understand where the provision lies, etc. Perfect. But how many of us are abreast of all the judicial precedents which are happening? On any given day, there are hundreds of orders which are being passed by high courts. Please remember, tribunal is yet to be formed. Once tribunal comes, there are going to be n number of tribunals across the country, and each tribunal order is going to get reported. And so we are going to look at an explosion of judicial precedents. Explosion. How prepared are we? Now, first two, okay, to some extent, I'm sure knowledge of provisions, we are all good. Judicial proceedings, we can still Google and check, or we all have research websites. Do we ever question the notice? Now, the moment you get a notice, what is the typical response that all of us do? Can somebody just come out? The moment we get a notice, what is it that we typically do? We are all the more glad to furnish whatever information is being sought for in the notice. The officer says, you have not furnished information related to zero rated supplies. We gladly furnish information related to zero rated supplies. Officer says, you have not furnished information related to exempt supplies. We are ready to furnish information related to that. But do we stop, pause, and think, is the officer first entitled to ask for this information in the first place? No, we don't. That is where the problem starts. Now, we don't ask this question here, and suddenly before the High Court, when I raise this question, they say, you have acquiesced, you have accepted, you have subjected yourself to the jurisdiction of the officer. Now, after having subjected yourself to the jurisdiction of the officer, today don't come and cry before the High Court. You should have done this long back. Fourth point, address the allegations precisely. Now, it requires some amount of experience, I'm not denying, but what should be avoided is giving information running into reams and reams of pages. I've seen replies running to 200 pages or 300 pages for a 4 lakh or a 5 lakh tax demand. Do you think the officer is going to have all the time in the day looking at 200, 300 pages? I don't think so. Each and every officer has about 250 to 300 files. How much time is he going to spend? In Hosur, I heard there are 10,000 appeals pending. Salem, I heard there are 12,000 appeals pending. You think if you are going to submit, let us say, 100, 200 pages of voluminous information, the appellate authority is going to check? Absolutely not. Even the adjudicating authority is not going to be interested. That much I can guarantee you. But at the same time, what we should do is, we should be precise. When we give a reply to show cause notice, we should precisely pack the information which should be packed over there. What should be presented for the hearing, reserve it for the hearing. More importantly, when you get DRC 01A, I'm sure all of you know about DRC 01A, right? When you get DRC 01A, there are two ways in which you have to attack. One, you get problem of facts, meaning question of fact, question of law. Question of fact cannot be assailed. Question of fact is always going to be a fact. Go ahead, submit that. But when it comes to question of law, please tread cautiously how much you would like to share your answer about that question of law before the officer. Because DRC 01A is not show cause notice. It is an intimation. It is a prior intimation. It's merely a prior intimation. So the moment you tell the officer that you have all the astras behind you, he is going to frame the show cause notice in a beautiful manner, knowing what you have and knowing what you don't have also. And that is the most important thing. Please remember, you should know what to share, when to share, how much to share. It requires experience, I'm not denying. But on the other hand, don't go overboard and furnish 300, 400 pages of information. I've seen officers picking disputes simply based on the 300, 400 pages. That's it. One flip, they say, sir, this invoice, it is not complying with Rule 46. This invoice, it is not complying with Rule 55. That's it. And then they know how to blow it out of proportion. You don't have to tell them. So, these four principles are, to my mind, very key as far as litigation is concerned. With this brief introduction, we'll just move to the main topic. Now, what should a show cause notice have? Now, if I look at central show cause notices are all extremely detailed, extremely detailed. But when it comes to state, I find that to be sketchy. At least in Tamil Nadu, I find it to be sketchy. One paragraph notices I have seen, one page also I have seen, but certainly not running into several pages as far as state is concerned. The most important aspect as far as I am concerned is, a show cause notice should say the section which you have violated and the section under which they are giving you the notice. You have violated section 16 and therefore I hereby deem that I can issue a notice under section 73 or 74, and that is how a show cause notice should be. Do we see section references in the show cause notice? I don't think so. It's predominantly just blunt, saying that you have done so and so. It appears that you have done so and so, or even worse, you are supposed to furnish so and so information. So, my learned friends, the first and foremost thing is, a show cause notice should have compulsorily the section which you are being charged for and the section under which they have the authority to proceed against you. All of us have seen Tamil movies, or let's say Malayalam movies, whatever. Have you ever seen any charge sheet, criminal charge sheet being filed without any section reference? Even in movies. Do we get to see? I don't think so. The same thing holds here also. You are dealing with the law enforcement agency. They are supposed to say under which section you have violated, which act you have violated, and where the cause of action is, and where. Kerala? You are getting? Contravened. Yes, the most important thing is the section which you are violating and the section under which you are proceeding. Both should be basically covered. Now, how many notices have we seen as far as registration is concerned, as far as mens rea section 74 is concerned, fake invoice cases, simply a show cause notice is issued without giving any relied upon documents. If you go to central notices, the notices which are issued by the central, towards the end of the show cause notice, there will be a small paragraph saying the documents relied upon for issue of this show cause notice are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It will be there. But let me also tell you, most of the times what happens is the notice will only come, the relied upon documents does not reach you. So you have to write back to the officer and say, I need the relied upon documents to basically counter your allegations. Get it? That is a basic document. In fake invoice cases, what happens? Typically, somebody gives a statement against you saying that, yes, I have done all fake trading with this person. Based on that statement, you are given a notice asking for reversal of ITC. Have we ever questioned saying that I want to get hold of that statement? Have we ever asked, I want to cross-examine the person who has given you the statement? Now, what makes us think that cross-examination is restricted only to a court of law? No, not at all. Cross-examination can be done in adjudication. When you go before the proper officer for adjudication, either superintendent or let us say state tax officer, you have the right to cross-examine. You have the right to ask for evidence. In adjudication, cross-examination can be done. In appellate proceedings, cross-examination can be done. It is not necessary that cross-examination is limited only to high courts. Please remember that. Another important point. The notice should be issued by a proper officer having territorial, functional, as well as monetary jurisdiction. Now, territorial jurisdiction, all of us are aware of. It can be issued only by your territory officer, not by some other territory officer, that we are clear of. Of course, there are exceptions, I am not denying it. Now, what is functional? For example, in Tamil Nadu, what happens is, if there is an inspection, the officer who comes to inspect your premises, he cannot issue the show cause notice. He has to basically transfer the file to another officer in the same department, and only that officer can issue a notice. There are cases which have gone to high courts, and high courts have struck down saying, basically you have not complied. The department has not complied with the rules. So why I am saying this is, it is very important that we understand and assess whether the officer has the jurisdiction and monetary jurisdiction. I'm sure all of us would know. In fact, very recently also, we have got this, monetary limits, apportionment between superintendent, how much he can issue, assistant commissioner, how much he can issue, joint commissioner, how much can be issued, meaning in terms of demand. Because if a demand is raised by an officer who does not have the authority, you have the right to question, and the moment you question, trust me, even if that officer does not accept, you have the right to knock the doors of the appellate forum and get your legal remedy. There are cases where courts have simply said, we are simply just quashing this notice, quashing this order, because it has been issued by or passed by an officer who is incompetent to do so. But how many of us do check that? The moment we get the notice, do we check who is the officer who has issued this notice? Does he have the power to issue the notice? Does he have the power to pass the order? Do we check that? It is important. Should not be written in a predetermined manner. Now, all of you should read Oryx Fisheries case. Excellent case as far as predetermined manner writing is concerned. It is a dictum by the Apex Court. In that, the show cause notice read saying, we hereby deem that you have contravened it up. They have gone ahead, it appears beyond reasonable doubt. Please note, in a show cause notice they are saying, it appears beyond reasonable doubt that you have violated A, B, C, D, E conditions. And therefore, please show us why we should not proceed against you. First, tell me something. In a show cause notice, if you have agreed beyond reasonable doubt, then why are you even giving me this opportunity? You have already decided. You have already decided that beyond reasonable doubt, I have committed the crime. Then why are you even calling me for adjudication? Why don't you simply just pass the order? I have seen this in GST era. I'll tell you where. You are dealing in steel scrap trading. Steel scrap trading industry is prone to evasion. And therefore, please show us why ITC should not be denied. These are the only 3 lines which were there in the show cause notice. I mean, what kind of impression are we giving? So, somebody who is doing steel scrap trading business, he is deemed to be an accused unless he proves himself innocent. Is the government treading the right path? I don't think so. Many of the notices completely lack substance. It is on us to basically question. It should be served strictly in the prescribed manner. Now, section 169 apparently provides multiple methods of service of notice. Multiple methods. Now, typically we all know what is a popular method? Which is the popular method of serving notice or order? Portal. Simple. Just put it on the portal, walk away from the scene. To my mind, although many high courts have upheld that service by way of portal is correct, I still think in a country like India, where much of the population is not very educated. Now, please don't take Kerala for consideration, because Kerala is a very highly literate state. Now, you take some other state, possibly Bihar, possibly Chhattisgarh, laws to uniformly apply across the country. How many businessmen know how to read and write notices? Now, in our country, 75% of the user ID password is held by practitioners, GST practitioners, not chartered accountants. I'm talking about GST practitioners. 75% of the user ID passwords are controlled by them. In fact, email ID, phone number is also theirs in all probability. So given this, I still feel there will be a day when somebody will wake up and think that, okay, this service by way of portal is incorrect, but till then we have to put up with it. Now, coming to this point, if this notice is not served in accordance with section 169, you have every right to question the notice, but do question the notice. If you act upon the notice without questioning, then you cannot be saved at a later stage of time. If you have to question the notice, question it right away on day 1. It should be issued strictly within the prescribed time limit. Now, in the last 2 boxes, there is something which is odd. Can somebody tell what is the odd thing between the last 2 boxes? There is something that is odd between the last 2 boxes. Served strictly in the prescribed manner and issued strictly within the prescribed time limit. There is something that is odd. Sorry, sir? No, the last 2 boxes are served strictly and issued strictly. There is something odd between the 2. Now, please see, when the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth box, I have used the word served, not issued. In the 6th box, I am using the word issued, not served. You know what is the difference between issue and service? Issue means if the document goes out of my control, I have issued it. But the service is complete only when it reaches the other party. So which means under section 169, it has to go and reach the other party to be serviced. Whereas under section 73 or 74 or 74A, I can simply just issue and walk away from the scene and say that, boss, I have complied with 73 time limit, 74 time limit. The beauty in law lies in each and every word, interpreting each and every word. How it is interpreted, each and every comma, full stop, makes a world of a difference. Comma can change the fate of the entire section. It can change. Now, this is another big gray area which is happening. Now, show cause notice cannot be issued to collect or seek information. Now, what is happening is, in show cause notices I have seen, or let's take even ASMT 10. Now, what is ASMT 10 for? Can somebody say? ASMT 10? I need some participation. See, I went to sleep yesterday at 12:30. I woke up by 2:45. Now, madam is saying, why are you repeating the same thing again? I can read your mind voice, madam. So, I have slept for just 2 hours, 15 minutes. So, it is on your head to basically keep me awake. Please sit it, sir. Please sit it. Correct. So, basically, correct. Right. Yes. Section 61 governs issue of ASMT 10 for scrutiny proceedings. Now, how many of us have gone through Section 61 and Rule 99? If you go through Section 61 and Rule 99, you will be able to appreciate that it can be issued only in case of discrepancy of information between the returns or between the return and some other information which is already available with the officer. Please read Section 61 and Rule 99. An officer cannot go and ask for information. That is not possible under Section 61. 61 is only for discrepancy, raising discrepancies with respect to information which is already available with the officer. Already available with the officer. So you cannot go and ask for information. But here what are we seeing? I have seen many ASMT 10 especially saying, your so-and-so, you have affected zero rated supplies of so-and-so crore in this financial year. Please provide information to substantiate that you have affected the zero rated supplies. If you do not furnish this information, further proceeding will be taken in accordance with law. But is it appropriate under Section 61 to do so? Because please understand, what can be done under one section has to be done only under that section. For example, the same query can be sought by the officer at the time of audit. In audit, he can come and ask you, you prove to me that you have done zero rated supplies. You prove to me that you have done exempt supplies. All that can be done. So he can collect information at the time of audit, but he cannot collect information at the time of ASMT 10 and leave that. Now come to the stage of show cause notice. In the stage of show cause notice, certainly information cannot be collected, but a vast majority of the show cause notices that I have seen, especially emanating from the state, seeks information. Now that is something that has to be completely avoided. If information is being sought, outrightly object to it. Outright object to it. Let him go back to his drawing board. Let the officer go back to his drawing board, understand in which section he has to ask you information, let him come back. Why should we entertain a wrong proceeding? Are we questioning that? Please read. There is a world of a difference between Section 61, scrutiny, Section 65, audit, Section 67, inspection, and Section 73 and 74, which is for show cause notices. Do we appreciate the difference between these four sections? That is what is important. Now, when we read the law, we have to read from the Bar Act. Please do not read from any other source. In fact, I regularly train officers of Commercial Tax Department of Government of Tamil Nadu. When I ask them, where have you read this provision? Immediately I will get an answer. Sir, I have read this provision in Tax Guru or CA Club India. I ask them, What gives you the right to read that and then raise a show cause notice on the taxpayer? That is not done. So, a show cause notice should be issued only after a proper inquiry. It is just like how it happens in a criminal case. In a criminal case, is a charge sheet filed before investigation? Have we ever seen in a criminal case, have we ever seen a charge sheet being filed before investigation? No, no. But then why are we quoting that? Why are we allowing that here? You've already seen this. DRC1 is not a substitute to show cause notice. Now, DRC1 should come with the show cause notice, but it is not a substitute to show cause notice, which means a show cause notice should have complete details of the allegations. It should have complete details of the evidence in support of the allegations. Now, in the next few slides, we will see what are those, what are the key things, meaning in terms of what has been laid by the Supreme Court as standards. Now, having said all this, now we cannot pinpoint each and every mistake and say that show cause notice is invalid. For example, I will give you one simple example. Now, suppose there is a violation under section 16 subsection 4. Now, it is sufficient if the officer says there is a violation under section 16. It is not necessary that he has to go and say, you have done this violation under section 16 subsection 4. That is perfectly fine. Now, what is not permissible? I'll also tell you. Please show cause why you should not be proceeded under section 73/74. That is strictly a no. First, make up your mind. As an officer, you make up your mind. Are you proceeding against me under section 73 or are you proceeding against me under section 74? Make up your mind. You cannot have best of both worlds. You can't have the cake and eat it too. There are not every, it is not, I'm not trying to say that every show cause notice comes with 73/74. But out of 100 notices that I have seen, one notice does come with a phrase saying, please show cause why you should not be proceeded against under section 73/74, which is absolutely incorrect. I have seen notices under 73, order under 74. In fact, I have seen notice under 74, order under 73. Trust me, adjudicating authority cannot do either of that. 73 notice, 74 order, not possible. 74 notice, 73 order also not possible by the adjudicating authority. Please remember. It has to go to the appellate authority or the tribunal or the appellate court, and by virtue of section 75 subsection 2, they will give a direction to the proper officer to proceed against you under 73 instead of 74. So, officer cannot simply just change the track or change the lanes. Show cause notice should be signed. I think this has got very little relevance, so let's not spend much time on that. A show cause notice cannot be issued afresh for the same period and for the same cause of action, for which order has already been passed. Yes, we know that. Now, the last point, let us try to understand. A corrigendum cannot be issued if it expands the show cause of, if it expands the scope of the show cause notice beyond limitation. For example, let us say you get a show cause notice. You promptly write back to the officer saying that you have done so and so mistake. Now, what will the officer do? If he is within limitation, he is going to give you a corrigendum saying, look, I have done this mistake. Now I am correcting this mistake. He can do that. He has every right. But the moment the limitation is passed, now, when are show cause notices being issued? Predominantly by last week of September, sir. Last week of September, we get rain of show cause notices. Wait for 1 week. On 1st of October, go and tell the officer that you have done this mistake. Nothing he can do. Let him cry. Let him roll on the floor. There's nothing that he can do. So, it is important that, when I said earlier, it is important that what should be specified, how much should be specified, when it should be specified. These are the nuances. You should know where to present, when to present, how much to present, before which authority to present. And that is what makes you an ace in terms of litigation. Comes with experience. It is not something that cannot be learnt. It can be learnt very easily. Only thing is, it requires a good deal of knowledge of law, good deal of reading, continuous reading, continuous reading. Now, anything about show cause notice is basically incomplete. Any discussion about show cause notice is incomplete unless we speak about Brindavan Beverages case. All of you who are replying to show cause notices should definitely read Brindavan Beverages case, Supreme Court decision 2007. It says show cause notice is a foundation on which the department should build its case. Should be specific, not be vague, should not lack details, and should not be unintelligible. Now, what is the point in all this? Please see the last point. The prime objective is the noticee should be given an opportunity to address the allegations which are there in the show cause notice. That is what is important. Now, if you give a very vague show cause notice or an unintelligible show cause notice, what is the point? How will I be able to refute? If you give me a vague show cause notice saying that it appears that you have contravened some of the transactions related to ITC availment. Now, which are those transactions? Now, you cannot say you have wrongly availed some ITC. I'm saying you have to be specific in terms of invoices. You give me the list of invoices on which I have wrongly availed ITC. That is your headache. And then it is on my headache to prove that whether I am entitled to it or not. But do we get those? We receive blunt statements saying you have violated some provisions or some of the invoices. That is not done. Now, there is another case also which is quite important. What are the critical components of show cause notice which has been spelled out by the Supreme Court in Govind Saran Gangasaran case? Way back, I think in 1980s or so. This case must be very old. What is the taxable event attracting the levy? It should be there in the show cause notice. Who is the taxable person? What is the tax rate? Now, taxable event attracting the levy. Now, I'll just rewind myself. How many of us have received show cause notices seeking tax on miscellaneous income? Other income? None of you? Other income in your P&L. So, which means, is everybody very compliant in paying all tax on other income? At least I have seen many cases where, in other income, what do we build? Sometimes forex fluctuation, miscellaneous income, forex fluctuation, reversal of provisions sometimes. Interest income is always there. Yes, you are right. Now, without understanding what is included in that other income or miscellaneous income, how can the officer issue a show cause notice saying that you pay tax on this? Now, you will ask, this question will definitely crop up in your mind. Sir, if the department does not ask question through a show cause notice, how will he ask that question? Now, that is where we go wrong. He has a right to ask that question, but in the appropriate manner. For example, before issuing the show cause notice, there are multiple modes available to an officer. You got scrutiny, you got under section 61, you got audit under section 65, you got inspection under section 67. You can issue summons under section 70, summon the person to your office, ask him to give a statement, ask him to furnish information. There are multiple methods available. Why did you choose to whittle down all the methods which are prescribed under law and jump straight to the show cause notice? It is like saying in Kaun Banega Crorepati, sir, you first ask me the 14th question. I will answer the 14th question first and I will take away the entire 1 crore prize. Why waste time over question number 1 to 13? So, when the procedure is prescribed under law, it ought to be, such procedure ought to be followed strictly. The officer does not have the authority to whittle down or water down the provision. He cannot simply just ask in the guise of one section, he cannot come and ask you under another section. That is very important. See, it is high time that we all start practicing in this manner. How many of us have questioned the authority of the officer to issue the show cause notice? In how many cases have we questioned the jurisdiction of the officer? You have no authority to issue such a notice. You don't have functional authority. You don't have monetary authority. You don't have the authority to ask this question under this section. How many of us have questioned that? It is time. It is time. The next level of litigation is going to be up. No longer it is going to be 1 versus 3B. 1 versus 3B is over. It is a dead case now. 2A versus 3B or 2B versus 3B is going to die in another few days or few months rather. And then it is going to be predominantly classification, composite supply, mixed supply, valuation, very deep concepts. I think we have passed that stage in terms of e-way bill, blah, blah, etc., etc. It's all done and dusted. Taxable person, who is the taxable person who ought to pay? What is the tax rate? Now, I do not know the status in Kerala, but in Tamil Nadu, officers are fond of 18%. How is it in Kerala? Officers are fond of 18% tax rate. Kerala 28. Okay. My only question is, where in law is it stated that 18% or 28% is the standard rate? Who has written? In service tax it was written. Trust me. Under section 65B of Finance Act 1994, in service tax, it used to say there shall be a standard rate of 14% tax on all the services supplied. But no such provision exists in GST law. It is entirely dependent on the goods or services that you are supplying. It could be 0.1, it could be 0.25, it could be 1%, it could be 3%, 5%, 12%, 18%, 28%. Why are they stopping with only 18 or 20? Why are they not going to 40%? I'm sure, law allows you to take up to 40%. Parliament allows you, right? Parliament is allowing up to 40%. Why are the officers not taking 40%? Next time, I think we should give a suggestion. Sir, hereafter, please don't restrict yourself with 28%. You will also be able to meet your targets. Please go to 40% rate. Taxable value. In many instances, I've seen simply this figure is picked up from the financial statements and entered in the show cause notice. How many of us are aware of Rule 32? Rule 32 of CGST rules. It prescribes how taxable value has to be computed. For example, if I am into forex trading, it is not that every amount which comes to me is my income or rather my supply or taxable turnover. Airfare, there is a method. Similarly, dealer in second-hand goods, there is a method prescribed under the Rule 32, Sub-Rule 5. Please look into it. So, Supreme Court beautifully said, it is difficult to say that levy exists if those components are not clearly and definitely ascertainable. If any of these components are not available, it is fatal to the validity of the notice or the order. It is completely fatal to the validity of the notice or order. I can see some of you taking photos of this. I'm very sorry that the last line is getting blurred because of the objects on the stage. Not a problem. If you can just write to me or I can share it with Mr. Mohammed Faisal and you can get a copy of this presentation. It is available. I can share it with you perfectly fine. My number is below. Maybe in the last slide I'll put my number. If you want, you can put it to me also. I'll send you this copy. That is not a problem. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Great. Thank you. Now this was way back in 1985. Now let us look at the current scenario. As far as tax demand is concerned, are you falling within the ambit of supply definition? The second point, are you dealing in goods or services? Do we see that discussion in the show cause notices? I don't think so. What is the basis for classifying my supply as goods or services? Am I excluded from the scope of supply? And the fourth point is the one which is altogether missing. HSN. No officer wants to touch upon HSN code at all. And believe me when I say this, HSN code is the bedrock of GST levy. If you do not have a proper HSN code determination, the GST levy miserably fails. How many of us have understood that? Now, it is so unfortunate that many officers have come to me and said, when I ask them, how do you determine HSN code? They say, oh yes sir, we go to the CBIC website. There is one cbic-gst.gov.in. You put this HSN code and immediately it will come. Now, I don't know how many officers have had the time to read a little deep inside. Now, that same portal very clearly says there is no guarantee as far as the accuracy of these HSN codes are concerned. Very clearly. Now, how many of us know that if you have to determine the HSN code, you have to first go to Customs Tariff Act? How many of us know that notification number 1/2017, previously, now the number is changed. I'll stick to the old number. Notification number 1/2017 central tax rate. Explanation 1 clearly says the HSN shall be determined in accordance with Customs Tariff Act. How many of us are cognizant of that? How many of us have traveled to Customs Tariff Act to check the HSN classification? Apart from that, is the time of supply attracted, place of supply attracted, valuation? Now, place of supply, when it comes to place of supply, this is what comes to my mind. Now, what happens is, each of the state is very eager to get their own revenue. Now, what they do is, as far as CGST, SGST is concerned, there is no problem, because place of supply is very simple. It is the same state. But when it comes to IGST, if I am in Kerala, if I have to be levied IGST, then where should the place of supply be? Where should the place of supply be? I am located in Kerala, yes, outside Kerala, right? In Tamil Nadu, what happens is, in all the show cause notices, previously they properly placed it as IGST demand, place of supply Karnataka or Kerala or Madhya Pradesh, blah blah whatever. One fine day, they undertook so motu rectification and they issued notices, revised notices, substituting all the other states with Tamil Nadu itself. How can there be a tax demand when my place of supply and the location of supply are in the same state? How can there be a demand of IGST? When you go and ask, you know what answer you get? Sir, only if we put the place of supply as Tamil Nadu, we will get revenue to our state. What sort of an answer is this? You will get revenue, but why should I agree to it? Question that. Now, typically when you get DRC 1, how many of us have had the patience to look through DRC 1? There is a table in DRC 1 which says place of supply, IGST, place of supply, amount of proposed demand. How many of us have gone to the pains of checking what is the place of supply which is mentioned over there? We should check. Similarly, when it comes to ITC, absence of or intended use of in the course or furtherance of business, non-compliance with section 16.2, non-compliance with time limit under 16.4, absence of ITC reversal under 17, blocked credits under 17.5. So these are the few things which should be covered ideally in a show cause notice. we discussed about this a little in the beginning. Now I'll give you one classic example which happened before the Allahabad High Court. Before the Allahabad High Court, or rather some assessee who was under central jurisdiction, he got a notice from state tax officer. He replied to that notice. State tax officer confirmed the demand. The moment he confirmed the demand, he ran to Allahabad High Court and said, my lords, I am under central jurisdiction. Only central officer is supposed to issue me a notice. Now state tax officer has issued me a notice, and therefore please quash this notice. The bench said, you should have basically questioned this earlier. Now by giving a reply to the show cause notice, you have acquiesced, you have submitted yourself to the jurisdiction of an incorrect officer. Now after submitting yourself to the jurisdiction of an incorrect officer, you cannot now come and cry before the High Court saying, I did some mistake. And therefore, the Allahabad High Court said, nothing doing. The notice stands, order stands. Why this is important is, when you apprehend a issue as far as the jurisdiction is concerned, please raise it as an initial objection to the show cause notice reply. Initial objection. First objection, you should have that. In fact, this is what I recommend all of you to do. I mean, most of the seminars. Part A, put all your technical matters, jurisdiction matters. Say that we hereby deem that you do not have the jurisdiction because of A reason, B reason, C reason. Put all of that in Part A. In Part B, say, without prejudice to Part A, submit it on merits. I'll tell you why. Officers dislike your reply on jurisdiction. They hate technical matters. They hate. The moment you go and sit before an appellate authority, you know what? The first thing is, central especially, tell me what case you have on merits. The moment I start saying, no sir, I have an issue on jurisdiction. No. Don't discuss about all that. You tell me what case you have on merits. Let us discuss about that. So officers hate. Now I'll tell you why it is all the more important that you put Part A and Part B. That is because, suppose if it is a situation where, based on the information that you furnish in Part B, suppose if the officer drops the demand, good. Why should we pull the client into unnecessary litigation? Not at all required. Suppose the officer does not accept your Part B submission or Part A submission, then you have every right to knock the doors of the High Court. And that is what is important. Putting Part A and Part B is not for our testing our knowledge, not for our testing our intellectual capabilities. It is actually to save the client. Now, problem is, in many of the cases, that Part A is missing. Part B is there. Part A is thoroughly missing. There is nothing on jurisdiction, technical matters, hyper-technical matters. No questions are raised in the reply. Everything is focused only on the merits of the case. Now, when I travel with this case to the High Court, that is when the bench asks me, why has the petitioner not raised this question earlier? Therefore, my dear learned friends, please raise the appropriate questions to the show cause notice, at the show cause notice stage. See, I don't know how many of you have read this. There is a rule called as Rule 112, Rule 112. You might not know the impact of that rule today. You will realize the impact of that rule once the tribunal is formed. Because additional evidence can be furnished only under specific circumstances. You cannot go to the tribunal, barge into the tribunal and say, look, this is the information which has to be taken. This is the evidence that has to be taken. This is the ground that has to be taken. This was missed in the appellate authority proceeding. You cannot say that. Tribunal will simply dismiss your case. They will dismiss your case outright. On that day, it will dawn on us. So, my dear learned friends, if you have multiple grounds, please raise all those grounds. If you have multiple evidences, please enclose all the evidence at the show cause notice stage. burden of proof. Now, who has the burden to prove the tax liability? Who has the burden to prove the tax liability? We or the department? Department has the burden to prove the tax liability. But section 155 of CGST Act lays the burden to prove ITC eligibility on the assessee who claims the ITC. So please understand, only for ITC, the burden of proof is on you. Every other aspect in law, the burden of proof is on the department. Do we question in any of our replies to show cause notices, do we question the department for its inability to discharge the burden of proof? The department has to prove its case. Department cannot simply say, you come and submit all the evidence that you are innocent. That is not show cause notice. Unfortunately, we have all learned to think that that is a show cause notice. But that is not a show cause notice. Jurisdiction, we discussed about this point earlier. If there is any issue as far as jurisdiction is concerned, raise it at the appropriate moment. HSN similarly. Valuation tax rate, validity of service, witness cross-examination. I think about this point also we covered only a few minutes back. There is nothing that says witnesses have to be cross-examined only in courts. Witnesses can be cross-examined even in adjudication proceedings, even in appellate proceedings. But cross-examination is not an unfettered right. Let me also tell you that. It is not an unfettered right. There are limitations. Within those limitations, you have every right to question and ask for cross-examination. Shorter time limit to reply. Act allows 30 days for you to reply. But there are notices which come saying that you reply within 15 days, 20 days, blah, blah. Do not accept that. Clearly say 73 permits 30 days time limit. 73 subsection 5 explicitly allows me to pay the tax along with the interest and then walk away from the penalty. And therefore, please allow me the 30 days time limit. Clearly specify that. This is a pretty important section. We all know section 74 talks about mens rea. There are three aspects of mens rea or types of mens rea which are alleged. One is fraud. The other one is willful misstatement. The third one is suppression of facts to evade tax. Now, can somebody tell me if these terms, whether these are defined in GST law or not? Sorry, sir? Correct. Now, can somebody tell me whether any of these three terms are defined in GST law or not? Somebody? Is fraud defined in GST law? Is the term fraud? How many of us have gone through section 2 of CGST Act? Let me tell you, there is a definition for the term prescribed. How many of us have seen the word prescribed in GST law multiple times? There is a definition under section 2 for that. Prescribed means, but fraud is not defined in GST law. What about willful misstatement? Willful misstatement is also not defined under GST law. What about suppression? Suppression? Is it defined? There are only binary answers, yes or no. So, I think any one answer is okay. Sir knows. So, I am not asking sir. The word suppression is defined. Now, let's understand what it is. Non-declaration of facts or information required to be declared in the return statement, report, or any other document furnished. Please remember, non-declaration of facts, information, which is required to be declared in the written statement, report, or any other document under the Act or rules. Or failure to furnish any information on being asked in writing by the proper officer. So if the proper officer sends you a request in writing seeking information, and if you do not furnish that information, then it tantamounts to what? Suppression. Suppose you have to disclose a few transactions in your GSTR 1 and 3B, you have missed to disclose. What does it amount to, going by this definition? Suppression. It is nothing but suppression. How many of us have read through this definition? How many of us know the depth of this definition, the magnitude of this? The fact that the department has the right to raise this against us. So if we leave some transactions, the department has every right to come behind us. How many assessees have failed to furnish reply to ADT 1? ADT 1. Summons, all of us will go because we are all scared. In summons letter, there will be one small statement saying, non-compliance with summons is a punishable offense under BNS, meaning the old Indian Penal Code. Therefore, the moment summons will come, immediately everybody will be alert enough to go and furnish information.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Will we be able to go against as a constitutional right to question this particular definition of suppression? Because suppression, by the dictionary meaning of suppression is something different. And it is clubbed with section 74, which says that such culpable state of mind has to be existent for the purpose of 74. So when you read these two, suppression definition and the suppression, there is a constitutional inconsistency.
Excellent question, sir. Excellent question. I was waiting for somebody from the audience. Excellent, Mani sir has raised. Now, all through the definition, I was only repeatedly saying suppression is defined as, suppression is defined as. I never said suppression of facts to evade tax is defined as. Are you able to understand what I'm trying to say? The word suppression means non-declaration of facts required to be declared or failure to furnish any information in writing. That's all. That is all. The term suppression does not acquire the color of mens rea, sir. The term fraud is not defined in GST law. So you have to go by common parlance. Under common parlance, fraud means there is a mens rea, right? Because we have all seen IPC BNS. It is clearly fraud means mens rea. Now, please look at the second tab. It does not say misstatement. It says willful misstatement. It does not say misstatement. It says willful. So, the word, the prefix willful adds that color of mens rea to willful misstatement. Now, similarly, when you come to suppression, all along, I have been only slightly taking you on a misguiding route by saying suppression means A or B. But suppression alone, if you go by this definition, it does not attract mens rea. That is why you have to read the Act. Act will say fraud or willful misstatement or suppression of facts to evade tax. So, the word suppression means non-declaration. But mere non-declaration cannot attract mens rea, cannot attract 74. That suffix of to evade tax has to be established by the proper officer apart from establishing that I fall under the definition of suppression. Understood, sir? So, it is not sufficient that the officer proves I am falling squarely under the definition of suppression. He has to prove that suffix, there is a suffix in section 74 or 74A. It says fraud or willful misstatement or suppression of facts within double quotes to evade tax. So which means the officer may successfully allege that I have suppressed. Very easy. You are supposed to disclose 10 transactions in GSTR1. You have failed to do so. It is suppression. But the $1,000,000 question is, has he addressed that suffix of to evade tax? And that is what attributes the color of mens rea to section 74 or 74A. In fact, many officers, yesterday evening when I was in a hearing, I spoke about this topic. The appellate authority said, sir, what are you saying? Suppression means suppression, which means you have done something gravely wrong with culpable state of mind. I said, no. Please read the definition. The definition does not have any color of mens rea. The definition does not have any color of mens rea. Now it is on your head, it is on your department's head to attribute that color by proving that suffix to evade tax, which you have miserably failed to do so. Since your officers have miserably failed to establish that suffix of to evade tax, rather they were able to successfully prove only suppression on my part, section 74 or 74A does not stand. He had no choice but to accept my arguments. He had no choice. Yes, sir.
Invariably what happens is that in order to circumvent the 73 time limits, they are taking the resort of 74, coming under this particular definition of suppression of facts, saying that you have not even filed the return on time. That is also taken as a suppression. So that is what is the resorting method they do. Do we have any legal remedy to that particular way of approach?
You can very well counter it, sir. There are umpty number of decisions under service tax law. Umpty number of decisions, sir. Anand Nishikawa case, huge Eicher Motors, many cases are there. Okay, so you can very well question those, with those decisions, you can question the department saying, in the next slide possibly, I'll just give me some time. In the next slide, I'll tell you what are the ingredients which are required to prove mens rea. Maybe that will give you a better idea. What are the essentials to prove mens rea? Number one, there should be a non-payment of liability. Please note, there should be a non-payment of liability. Number two, I should have knowledge of the liability. That is the second part. The third part is, I should have deployed a device to conceal such deduction. All the three are essential, sir. It is not sufficient if you simply say you have not paid the tax. I should not have paid the tax. I should have knowledge of the fact that I have not paid the tax, and I should do something over and above that to basically avoid your detection. And that is what attributes mens rea in 74 or 74A. Not simply saying that you have not filed a return and therefore it is 74. You have not done this, you have not furnished this document and therefore it is 74. That is not 74. That is not at all 74. The problem is, we should actually read the law threadbare to understand the nuances or the nitty-gritties in the section, how it is framed for us to effectively defend in a court of law or in an appellate forum. And that is what is important. So how deeply do we read 74? I'm sure the appellate authority who discussed with me yesterday, I'm sure he must have read 74 many number of times. I'm very sure about that. But question is, he had that predetermined notion in his mind that suppression means something wrong. So the moment you don't disclose something in your return, it is mens rea. That is the predetermined notion with which he read the law. And that is where he went wrong. So as I said, strong words which are used like fraud, willful misstatement, suppression of facts, to evade tax. To evade tax. That suffix is very important, to evade tax. Because plain suppression of facts is not mens rea. Suppression of facts to evade tax is mens rea. So it requires positive action by the taxpayer. So taxpayer should have done something. Those three elements which are on the top. On bona fide interpretation or classification issues, it is inappropriate for the department to allege 74. But let me tell you, that is what they are going to do. Many cases they will allege 74, but it is on your head to basically go and refute it, saying that this is a genuine classification issue. Bulk of the industry is following this, and therefore let this be fought in a court of law. Now, this is yet another thing. Department issues a 74 notice for reverse charge demand, tax demand. Is it sustainable? No. As far as I am concerned, if I pay the tax, I am going to take credit, right? If I pay the tax, I am going to take credit. So where is the question of mens rea? Where is the question of 74? 73 you say, yes. 73 you say, you have not paid tax under reverse charge, you shall be charged under section 73. I will fully agree. Because no culpable state of mind is required to invoke 73. But to invoke 74, culpable state of mind is required. For reverse charge, where is the question of invoking 74? But, do not take that as an end block. I'll tell you instances where even under RCM, 74 can be invoked. Suppose 50% of your turnover comprises exempt supplies. 50% of your turnover comprises exempt supplies. Will you be able to take 100% ITC? No. Rule 42 reversal is there, right, madam? So Rule 43 reversal is there. So in such cases, there is every possibility for the department to allege that it is a case of mens rea. It is a case of mens rea. So please remember, the moment you get RCM demand, do not fall into the trap by simply saying, no, there is no mens rea. Please assess, go behind, check section 17, read with Rule 42 and Rule 43. Are you falling under Rule 42, 43? Do you have a significant reversal under Rule 42, 43? If your reversal is 1%, 2%, 3%, don't bother. That is not material enough to invoke mens rea. If it is a sizable figure, yes, you cannot use that as a tool. We'll skip that. Now, this is quite an important slide. Let's pay attention to it. How to properly draft a reply to show cause notice or an appeal. First and foremost point, discipline. Please reply within the time limit, or at least seek an extension that I want more time because there are voluminous records involved. At least seek an extension within the time limit. Don't just put it on a cold storage. That is the first and the foremost thing, because when you go to a court of law, that is the first thing that a judge asks. Have you replied within time? Have you sought an adjournment? Did you seek an adjournment within time? No. Then that is it. On the first ball, you're bold. Address each allegation. Now, in central notices, you get point-wise allegation. Point number 1, point number 2, point number 3, or paragraph number 15.1, 15.2, 15.3, it will be there. Address each and every allegation. Do not leave anything. If there are 5 allegations, address all the 5 allegations unless you don't have anything to speak. For example, yesterday's hearing, 75% of the demand I had points to rebut. 25% of the demand I did not have any points to rebut. But I can't go and say, I hereby agree for the 25% of demand. The moment I say agree, I should have paid that pre-deposit address 107, the admitted amount, only then the appeal itself is admissible. But in our country, everybody is waiting for amnesty scheme, one more amnesty scheme. It will come. Why will it not come? Tribunal. How many years has it been since GST law was enacted? More than 8 years, right? More than 8 years. 8.5 years. I don't know when the tribunal is going to come. They are saying it is around the corner, round the corner. It is like saying in Tamil, puli varudhu. So, we still don't know. So, you don't even have a second appellate mechanism for such a vast law which is impacting almost every business in the country. So, undoubtedly something will come. So, people are waiting for that. So, that is why the client does not want to accept the 25% demand. He is waiting for that amnesty scheme. He is waiting. So, what I have to do, I have to give my rebuttal for 75% demand. 25% demand, I have to stay silent. In fact, the appellate authority asked me, sir, your total is not matching with the Demand order. Yes, sir, not matching. What do you have to say? I have nothing to say, sir. That's all. I never said I am admitting. I said I have nothing to say. Let him do whatever he wants. Having nothing to say is different from admitting. The moment I admit, I am gone. He's going to pen that in the PH record. So I said, I have nothing to say, sir. Which means he will confirm the demand. Let him confirm the demand. Some amnesty scheme will come. The problem in our country is the person who pays the tax early is unnecessarily fooled. The person who waits for the amnesty scheme becomes a very intellectual person. Am I right, sir? We have created that ecosystem, sir. And people have paid tens of thousands in late fee, and then one fine morning you will send one circular, one notification saying, from tomorrow morning, if you file GSTR 9 belatedly by 3 years, within the next 3 months, then all the late fees paid. So the person who paid late fee yesterday was a fool, filtered fool. We have created that ecosystem, unfortunately, in our country. What to do? One more election, if it comes, you will get one amnesty scheme. That's all. Last time, Uttar Pradesh election, right, sir? UP election. We all knew. Okay, let me put it this way, sir. If it is going to be a situation or covering IGST, CGST, SGST all together, then it has to come only through the GST Council. That is very clear. If it is a case where SGST alone I give a rebate, then to my mind, the State Act definitely permits the state government to take a relaxation. Yes, they can. But they cannot give an amnesty scheme for the CGST component or the IGST component. That they cannot do. I don't think so, sir. Only thing is some budgetary support schemes we have had, some incentives rebate are being paid back for setting up industries. Only in those situations. I don't think on payment of taxes or ITC there is no amnesty scheme. As of now, no. There is nothing. Do not leave any ground. For each allegation, you may have multiple grounds. For each allegation, you may have multiple grounds. For each and every allegation, say ground 1, ground 2, ground 3. Put all of them. Do not leave any ground. You cannot go and introduce this ground at a later stage of time. Please remember that. Clarity in rebuttal. Clearly chalk out. Do not give a mixed reply giving all the allegations, all the grounds in one go. Have adequate clarity. Response to allegation number 1. Ground 1, ground 2, ground 3. Response to allegation number 2, ground 1, ground 2, ground 3. Have that clarity in rebuttal. Because when it travels to an appellate forum, the appellate forum does not have all the time in the world to read through your detailed reply. If you give point-wise, allegation-wise reply, people will have the patience to read. But if it is a long paragraph, I have seen this. In fact, even in Central, I have seen this. One paragraph will start in the beginning. It will go on till the end. Just like how SPB sang this song, right? Mandil in the Kadalandru in Tamil. He sang one song without missing a breath. Like that, I've seen. Please don't put replies like that. Furnish documentary evidence. The moment you don't furnish documentary evidence, the officer is going to say, this is a hollow claim. This is a hollow rebuttal. Please furnish documentary evidence. Do not simply say, we are in possession of all the documentary evidence. I've seen this reply. We have all the invoices to support our ITC claim. Okay, you may have. If you have those invoices, how is the officer going to give you the relief? You better give those invoices. But if you have 1,000 invoices, don't give all the 1,000 invoices. Prepare a summary. Out of that summary, pick and choose a representative sample of invoices. Give those sample invoices. And offer the liberty to the officer to ask for any other sample. In fact, offer the liberty to the officer that even if you want all the 1,000 samples, we are ready to give you. Say that. And that is the confidence which a judge is going to like in your reply. Yes, I will reply. refer legal provisions. Many replies I have seen, there is not an iota of section reference. Which section are you relying on for your reply? Which notification are you relying on for your reply? Which circular are you relying on? Which rule? That is missing. That has to be there. Refer judicial precedents. We discussed this early on, the very first slide itself. Seek come tax benefit. Suppose you have not collected tax, but if you feel that tax demand is being foisted on you, under rule number 35, you can seek come tax benefit. Request for personal hearing or seek adjournment with sufficient cause. This is another area which many of us make a mistake. We all think we have absolute liberty up to 4 hearings. No. There are many courts which have very clearly said you do not have the right for 4 hearings. You will be given the first hearing. You are supposed to either attend that hearing or you are supposed to seek an adjournment citing sufficient cause, and the adjudicating authority may adjourn the hearing. It is not a matter of right that you have 4 hearings. Please remember, because this is a common misconception. Even among officers, many people are under the misconception, oh, I have 4 hearings. No. Only if you seek proper adjournment within the proper time limit can you go up to this 4 hearing limit. You cannot simply just ask for 4 hearings. Request for witness cross-examination. I think we discussed this point. Use without prejudice cautiously. Now, sometime back, I gave you an example of part A of your reply, part B of your reply. In part A of your reply, you have to question the jurisdiction of the officer. Do you have the right to issue this notice? I did not receive this notice properly. You do not have the functional jurisdiction to issue this notice, blah, blah, put everything. But in part B, I also suggested you please put it on merits. Now, when you put part B, notably say that part B is without prejudice to part A, because if you say on one hand that you don't have the right to issue me a notice, and on the other hand, here is the information which is required as far as the notice, aren't you contradicting yourself? In the first paragraph you are saying, in the first part you are saying, you have no right to question me. In the second paragraph you are saying, please, hereby I furnish all the information for you to adjudicate the case. Aren't you contradicting your own statement? Yes, you are. And therefore, say part B is without prejudice to part A. Say very clearly, my submissions in part A are good. In an unlikely event where my submissions in part A are not upheld, then in that situation, my submissions in part B shall be taken into consideration. Put that very clearly. And last point, beware of what you pray for. Because prayer, to my mind, is pretty important, if not more important than your grounds of rebuttal. You should pray precisely for what you want in a tribunal, especially when we go. We always say, we hereby pray for the tribunal to quash this impugned order and grant consequential relief. You know what is the grant consequential relief? It means, suppose if you have paid a pre-deposit, once the order is quashed and consequential relief is granted, then you have the right to apply for a refund of that pre-deposit. In one case, some years back in Pondicherry, this happened. The assessee had paid IGST instead of CGST, SGST. We knew, but it was a very long reply. It's an extremely long reply. It just skipped our mind to pray for it. It skipped our mind to pray for it. In fact, in the facts we had written this, in the grounds also we had touched upon this point, but we did not pray for it clearly. The adjudicating authority, he confirmed the demand by saying that since there is no specific prayer asking for adjustment of this IGST payment against CGST, SGST liability under section 77, I am hereby confirming the demand. Then I have to run to the appellate authority, again put forth my prayer, appellate authority accepted that prayer. Why I am saying this is, what you pray for is quite important. We have all learned it through our mistakes. We have done not one or two, hundreds or possibly thousands of mistakes, and we still make many, many more mistakes. Only thing is, we don't repeat the same mistakes, we make a new mistake every time. And that is a way to learn. Fine. So with this, what I'll do is, I think we'll wind up. I've already been given an ultimatum to wind up my session. This is a topic which can be talked for hours together, but we have to call it a day. The next speaker is also there. With due respect, I can't, put him into jeopardy. So with this, I'll wind up my discussion. And if you have any queries, I'll be glad to answer. I hope all of you had some amount of value addition in today's topic. Thanks for a very patient listening. And I specifically want to thank again the Kannur branch management team for giving me an opportunity to present my views before you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your detailed. Thank you, sir, for your detailed and insightful session. May I now request C. Ratish PK, member of the Managing Committee of Kannur branch, to kindly present a memento to C. A. Srinivasan V. Let's give a warm round of applause to our faculty. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. We are very much grateful to our event partners, our elite event sponsors, ABC Group in association with Simpolo and Bebeto, our diamond sponsors, Kerala Grameen Bank and Aster Mims Hospital, our platinum associate sponsors, Malabar Golded Diamonds, our silver partners, South Indian Bank, Tally and Federal Bank, our bronze sponsors, Assure AI.
For the information of our members, after the conclusion of the fourth technical session, we have arranged an entertainment program, a live music show led by Sarigama winner Libin Skaria, Asianet star singer fame Sri Lakshmi, Mailanji Rao fame Monisha, channel artist Basil, Asif and Sujesh. It will be started by 7:30 p.m. at the same venue. Fellowship is arranged at Hotel Palm Grove, 100 meters away from this venue, and it will be started by 7:30. It will be started by 7 o'clock in the evening. And dinner at the place where the lunch was served, it will be started by 8 o'clock.
Next, we will be having a 10 minutes presentation from one of our diamond event sponsors, Kerala Grameen Bank. After the presentation, we will be continuing with our technical session. For delivering the presentation, I request Sri Rahul Kumar, Assistant General Manager and Regional Manager of Kozhikode Regional Office of KGB, to the dais.
will be banking with us. That is the advantage Kerala Gramin Bank is having compared to any other commercial bank in India. And this branch network, we are number 3rd in Kerala when it compares to the commercial banks operating in Kerala. We have a very strong workforce of 3,700 plus employees, and of which more than 60% is female employees. We have 269 ATMs, 371 banking correspondents, and 11 mobile ATM or mobile FI vans. We will say mobile FI vans is the financial inclusion van which fitted with an ATM which is having mobility, which goes to the nook and corner of the rural areas and offer the basic banking services to the public. We are sponsored by one of the most well-known public sector bank in India, that is Canara Bank, which is having 120 years of legacy. We have a very strong capital base, and our CRR presently stood at 13.54% against a benchmark of 9%. We have 497 crores of profit in the first half year of this fiscal itself. And we have an ROI of very impressive ROI of 1.79% and ROE of 24.83%. We do have 100%, we do maintain a 100% provision coverage ratio on an ongoing basis, and our CD ratio is 104%. That means every 100 rupee what we raise from Kerala, we are giving back to the community 104 rupees. Why we matter to the CA fraternity? That is the reason why we are here today, because all chartered accounts are here. So actually, you can influence. You are the influencer, or you are the decision makers in case of high or HNIs or high net worth individuals, the SMEs, the traders, the business owners, and the professionals who is having complex financial or banking needs. So with the intention that we can reach those people through your support or your intervention, that is the reason why we are here today to give a brief or bird's eye view about our bank and our operations. When we see the Indian banking scenario, there are a few pain points. Like when a customer approaches a bank, the hurdles what we faces is being taught as the pain points. One is the delayed decisions. As I told earlier, the hierarchy goes up and down. So naturally the chain of command and the way the communication passes through the chain of command, it requires certain time for coming to a conclusion or a decision. Since you have a very lean operation and all our functions are well within Kerala, we have our head office in Malappuram and we have 12 regional offices. Almost in all districts we have regional offices. So our decision making is very quick, or it is in lightning speed. That is a plus point when this pain point is considered. And we have very, when it comes to the decision making, again, the religious structure is there. Whereas in our case, most of the employees are Malayalis. We know each other. So even though the hierarchy is there, it is very easy for us to communicate with each other and get the things done at a lightning speed. And another pain point what normally the customers are facing is the lack of relationship attention. For us, it is again a plus point. We being Kerala's own bank, and we have 99.99% of employees who are Keralites, we do keep a very warm relationship with our customers throughout. And limited access to decision makers of the bank. As I explained earlier, here actually we have a very quick chain of command, and hence this has been addressed. So all these pain points, normally what you feel, what you experience with other commercial banks, we have either a remedy or a way around about it. So when a client approaches us, we don't delay the decisions just because the chain of command is too long or it is fat. And what is our edge compared to the traditional large banks or the commercial banks? Again, as I told earlier, the speed, the quicker the decisions, the more comfortable will be the client or who require a financial assistance at the earliest. We have a direct access. Clients can even approach our chairperson because our head office is at Malappuram and madam is always approachable to everyone. Customization. Specific cases, we can easily structure the product to the customer because, again, our head office is at Malappuram. The decisions will be taken at a lightning speed, and hence we can have a very quick and structured product which suits the customized requirement of each and every client. And we have a very deep understanding about the local market since we, being a bank, started in 1976, operating in Kerala for the last 49 plus years, and have a very deep-rooted presence throughout the state. When it comes to our products and services, we do offer almost all products and services what other commercial banks are offering. When it comes to the credit side, we have all sorts of loans, advances, and other facilities suiting to each and every segment of the society. And when it comes to deposit and wealth, we do offer most of the products what other banks do offer. And we have a very solid and robust transaction banking section wherein we do all the, channel of business where other banks are also doing. What we offer about the digital banking side, we are the bank among RRBs who always keep a benchmark on the IT initiatives. Or rather I can say the RRB fraternity in India do follow Kerala Gramin Bank when it comes to IT innovations, when it comes to the embracing of new technology. We are the leaders always, and we are proud about it. We are right now running on Advanced Finacle 10.2.25, which is one of the most advanced version of Finacle which most of the commercial banks in India are using. So we do have that one, and with a plug-and-play API-driven capability. 95% of our transactions are digital. That means most of our customers are embracing digital form of transactions, which reduces the footfall in our branches, wherein actually it increases our efficiency manifold and multifold. We are fully paperless when it comes to loan processing because we do have a loan origination system as well as a loan management system. We do have both LOS and LMS. We have a in-housely developed APIs and API gateway powering fintech integrations. Digital onboarding stack, we have everything, eKYC, video KYC, e-sign is there, e-documentation is there, everything is there. What other commercial banks are offering, we are at par with them. We have a dedicated in-house IT development team. Actually, we boast of their capabilities because which many other banks are depending on the third-party vendors, we do ourselves, we do in-house. And thereby we are saving a lot of cost and we are getting the right product at the right moment. And we have an enterprise-grade cybersecurity and dedicated CSOC to safeguard our customers from any sort of fraud, especially cyber fraud. Actually, we are redefining the RRB arena or the urban spectrum of India by being the front runner in each and every aspect of the regional rural banks operations. We are sponsored by Canara Bank with a strong governance oversight. You can see the tagline of Canara Bank itself is compliance first, business next. We do follow the same tagline and we do give a lot of importance for compliance also. We are regulated by Reserve Bank of India, supervised by NABARD, and audited by top-notch chartered accountant firms. We do keep 100% provision for our provision coverage ratio on an ongoing basis, indicating our exceptional risk absorption capacity. We have a topmost capability under NABARD's cybersecurity framework also. The annual cybersecurity audits are being done by UDAI, Sponsor Bank, NABARD, IRDA, and certain employed auditors. Best Technology Bank Award, we got the Best Technology Award. We got the Best Technology Award by the IBA, Indian Banks Association, in a row of many years, aptly implying the capacity or the financial, the technical strength what we possess, whereas the IT capabilities are concerned. When it comes to transaction banking, we have already issued 70,000 plus QR code and QR sound box. Every day, 20 lakh clients, satisfied customers of ours are doing nearly 40 lakh UPI transactions on a seamless platform. We have an ATM fleet of 1,200 plus, which includes our sponsor bank's ATM in Kerala. We do have all alternate channel of business like internet banking, mobile banking, IMPS, RTGS, NEFT, NSC, NACH mandates, AEPS, and PFMS. CareSmart, which is part of the Kerala government's e-governance, we have 1,000 plus POS. We already gave 1,000 plus POS machines and the payment gateway services. We do undertake CTS, that is the check truncation system, where actually it is a continuous clearing mechanism. Every day we are processing 3,500 plus of checks in the CTS platform. When it comes to the credit solutions, we do offer most of the products and services what other commercial banks are offering. The USPs of our products are like housing loan. We offer a rate at 7.94%. Vehicle loan, we offer a rate at a bottom of 8.25%. For personal loans, we offer a rate at 10.75%. And for MSME loans, we offer starting from 9.50%. We have a slew of products under MSME also, like Letsha is there, contractor loans is there. We do bill discounting, we do bank guarantees, we do solvency and capability certificates too. We have a gold-backed MSME loan scheme known as Suvarna, wherein the rate of interest is hardly 9.35%, and it is a hassle-free loan wherein the client can avail the loan within a span of 30 minutes. Our bank follow a fixed ROE regime. Rate of interest is a fixed rate of interest, wherein we are insulating the borrowers from the vagaries of the interest rate movements. So compared to any other bank wherein they are offering a benchmark pegged rate, we do follow a fixed rate of interest, which remains constant till the pendency of the loan. There won't be any change no matter how the interest rate moves over the period of time. We facilitate the highest number of government-sponsored schemes in Kerala, and we are the preferred bank for rolling out all the government-sponsored schemes like the PMFME, the AAF, the PMEGP, the PMAY, the Stand Up India, and much more. We have corporate tie-up with many builders and vehicle dealers across the state of Kerala to finance the projects and to give vehicle loans. When it comes to deposit and wealth management, we have tailor-made solutions for salary class. Any class of the society, we have tailor-made solutions, of which we have separate suite for salary class, we have separate suites for senior citizens, for business community, for HNIs, and for NRIs. We do offer the industry-best rate of interest for most of our deposit products, and we are highly competitive when it comes to the rate of interest and when we compare it with the commercial banks. We have a built-in OD facility for the SB account holders, where it will be very easy for them to avail a short-term finance without approaching our bank or without approaching the brick-and-mortar setup. We do offer auto sweep facility too. We offer an array of bank insurance products, like the life is there, the health is there, the general insurance is there, and we do have tie-up with most of the prominent names in India, like LIC, the Canara HSBC, the Bajaj General Insurance Company, the New India Assurance, the United India Insurance Company, the Star Health, Care Health, and many more. We have solid tie-up with the leading asset management companies in India, like the Nippon India, as well as the Canara Robeco, wherein we do offer the facility for investing in mutual funds to our clients. And we got a lot of awards and accolades throughout the period, and the most important one is we ranked the 9th best bank in India in Forbes' prestigious list of the world's best banks 2025. No other RRB never got or ever got such an accolade, that too from an authority like the Forbes. So we are really proved. We are one among the best RRBs, and we are at par with most of the commercial banks or public sector banks operating in the country. The highlights of our commitment to professional governance, this highlights our commitment to professional governance, digital integration, and customer centricity. To sum up, we had a very humble beginning as an RRB, which was purely meant to improve the livelihood of the people in the rural or the downtrodden people way back in 1976, 14 years back. And we traversed the 14 years wherein we grabbed the trust of the public. We scaled ourselves through our operations, through our commitment. We started offering a slew of products, or almost all products what the commercial banks are offering in India, and we are now, to be frank, at par with any commercial bank operating in this stage. We are serving the diverse segments of the society, no matter in what state of the economy or what state of the society they belongs to. We have products and services for each and every person, starting from the rural area or a farmer to the top-notch entrepreneur or the high net worth individual. Why we are here today is actually we do understand, being an RRB, we were not having that much of visibility among the chartered account fraternity, because most of the people, when they require any banking requirements or financial requirements, the commercial bank will come to their mind and they'll approach the commercial banks only. So it is our humble request to the fraternity of the chartered accountants who are readily here, please take care of our bank also. We do offer all the services that do at lightning speed. So we are here to prove ourselves or to say to you that we can be reckoned one of the most important banking partner going forward, especially in the state of Kerala. So with this I conclude. I once again thank the ICA chapter of Kannur district for giving us an opportunity. We are really blessed to have a presence here to present ourselves before a very valued gathering, the most respected and revered chartered accountants in the state of Kerala. I thank each one of you once again, and with this I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to our fourth and final technical session of the day, which will be handled by CA Narasimhan Ilankovan on the topic, Putting AI into Practice. Let us now have a quick introduction of our faculty.
CA Narasimhan Ilankovan is a leading expert in technology, cybersecurity, and IT risk. He is a fellow chartered accountant, CISA USA and CDPSC USA certified professional, and serves as the co-founder and cybersecurity practice leader at Incorp Advisory Services. He specializes in cybersecurity audits, SOC 2, emerging technology audits, and is a regular speaker at national and international conferences of ICAI, ISACA, CII, and FICCI. He has been recognized among the top 10 influential consulting leaders 2020 and recently received the Cloud Risk Champion Award for his contribution to cloud security. It is indeed an honor to have you with us today, sir. I now request CA Rajesh TK, Founder, Secretary, and past Chairman of Kannur Branch, to honor him with a punada.
A very happy and good evening. Very nice to meet the August gathering. Interestingly, this is going to be one of those sessions where nobody is going to give me the chit saying that you have last 15 minutes. Because Indigo has already sent a message to me that my flight is scheduled in a few hours. Unless they cancel the flight, I will have to keep on continuing. Jokes and fun apart, unlike the conventional PPT style, which I generally do, I thought I'll hit the bullseye, directly taking you through 5 to 10 hacks which are very essential for us in practice, and what exactly you need to do and how you need to configure. I'll speak about 4 to 5 trends which are taking place and which is something which is worthwhile, which you should all of us look into. As much as you practice in GST, I'm sure Srinivas sir gave an extensive approach. In fact, it was refreshing whatever limited GST knowledge I had. I am not a GST practitioner, sir. I only know 73 and 74 when my dad says there is a notice there. My dad is also practicing CA. So when dad says, look up on 73 and 74, I go to ChatGPT and search. Because that's the limited amount of information, but I do it in a more structured fashion. But yes, sir,
So GST is going to be there. Income tax is going to be there. Companies Act is going to be there. Question is whether we as chartered accountants are going to be there. Latest amendment of company law, they have removed the provision of small companies audit. I understand it might be an advantage as well as disadvantage, be it as it may. The biggest trend which is happening in the world today, across, not just India, because I'm also a member of CPA Australia and USA, me and my partners, so we are reasonably aware of the trends. The biggest trend which I'm seeing, I'll give you a classical example. In USA, an income tax filing fee was around $3,000 to $5,000 a base income tax return. Now that itself has come to $1,000, right? Almost 3 to 4 times it has come down. So the future, the persons who are called as knowledge experts are now going to slowly start getting diluted. Because knowledge earlier was believed only in the hands of a few. I still remember each one of us in our family events and get together, whenever somebody introduces us chartered accountants, you will have at least that one uncle, auntie, mama, mommy, whatever, whoever the combination, asking a question on, iska GST implication kya hai, tax implication kya hai, cheta paraya, do I have to pay GST on that or whatever. Now that was because CAs were believed as the only source of knowledge when it comes to tax and certain other financial matters. With AI coming into picture, that has got diluted. I am not saying it's got disappeared. It has got diluted, which means if you see the tree, most of the time when you see a seasonal fruit tree, the lowest hanging fruits are first taken away. Only after that, there is a slightly higher fruits which are attempted to be taken. Why? Because when you have a higher fruits, you have to put in more efforts to get that. Similarly, in this domain of the CA profession, whatever is the lowest hanging fruits in terms of basic consultation advisory, AI will slowly start taking over. This morning, I was reading an interesting post on LinkedIn and Twitter. He said, one of these companies like the McKinsey and the BCGs of the world, they have apparently lost 10 of their major customers for whom they were charging $2 million as a fee. $2 million as a fee. And this project went to an employee who was probably a former McKinsey, former BCG, etc., and he is able to execute that entire work in $200,000, 10% of the fees. And his cost of execution is roughly around 10 to 15% of the project value. Are you seeing the dynamics? And how is that 10 to 15? He says that I've invested heavily in AI tools to go ahead. Which means AI is the Excel of the future. As much as accountants required Excel for their financial reporting, whatever it may be, AI is your financial future. So how do I get started from it? What is my starting journey? Step number 1 is to understand what is it that AI can do for me. Let's take an example. You are always going in a bike, and after a point in time, everybody wants to get upgraded and they buy a car. One is for comfort, one more is for family, one more is for convenience, etc. Now, what do you do when you have to buy a car from a bike? You learn how to drive and you learn the judgment skill in a car. Do you agree? Because you need to know, you're sitting on the driver's seat. If you're in India, you're on the one side, right corner. The biggest challenge is for you to judge the left-hand corner. Agree or not? Next is to navigate the roads. If you know these two, front gear and reverse gear, it is sufficient. Same way, you need not know how to repair the car. In other words, when you have to get started using AI, there is no necessity for you to go into deep learning, machine learning, advanced analytics. No. If you know it, great, but I think you need to start from the first step. Now, which are the tools I can use to get started? Because there are a lot of tools, especially since last 3-4 years, heavily, and one such tool which you notice is the most popular one. In fact, I just have one slide just for the sake of showing some information from a slide perspective. I just wanted to show this particular slide, which talks about how ChatGPT's growth has been. As a matter of fact, if you notice here, you will notice that internet took about 23 years to achieve that 90% growth. ChatGPT took, in the third year, they were able to attain 90%. That is the rate at which they are significantly growing. Which means, what exactly do I get from a solution like this? It is a generative AI, understand in simple language, a college graduate student or a CA article staff who has come. But the advantage is, this model knows how to answer your questions. This, when it is asked a question, you have two types of situations. One, you ask a general question, it will give you a generic answer. You want a specific question, you need to upload the source and ask it for a specific answer. And that source in the AI language is called knowledge. In other words, you are training the AI model with specific knowledge, and that specific knowledge helps you to answer a range of questions for your convenience. Now, what is this range of knowledge, and do I have to upload? The answer is no. Our institute has done a very good initiative where they have launched what is called as the CA GPT. If you notice over here, of course, you need to log in for you to get this access. It's a simple mechanism where you are able to log in and get this information. And what this will do, my dear friends, is the moment you log in here, you will find a bunch of these generative AI customized knowledge content which our institute has provided. So this is the lowest hanging fruit you can get started. But the question is, where do I use this? If you are doing something on a GST litigation, if you are doing something on an income tax research, go to the respective solution act information, you will be able to get some information, right? That is the first thing. Let's take, for example, you are doing something on direct taxes, you go here and you have a bunch of this information, and if you notice over here, this goes and redirects into ChatGPT. The moment it goes there, you will find on top here, my dear friends, that it is written as ICAI Direct Taxes GPT, and no longer it is ChatGPT. You notice the original ChatGPT is this. So the first thing you need to realize is customizing knowledge will drive the results. Second, sir, institute has given so much of information, okay, but me as an organization, I have so much of information. How do I bring that into this particular system? And for that, you need to go and create your own GPT. How do I create my own GPT? On this right hand side, you have an option called as Explore. Click on this Explore. It will take you to this option called Explore GPTs. This has a bunch of customized GPTs created by different stakeholders. For example, if you are doing some Excel-based analysis, you can use a data analyst, which is mentioned over here. This is by ChatGPT themselves, right? So there are different sort of GPTs. In simple language, understand this to be a Play Store. On the top right corner, you will find this option called as Create. This Create is available only for paid users. However, with effect from November 1st week 2025, ChatGPT has launched a new plan called ChatGPT Go, which is free of cost for 1 year, little better than the basic plan, much more lesser than the premium plan. And there you can create your own customized content, whereby you click on Create, and assuming Girish Ahuja sir spoke about a presentation or on income tax, Srinivas sir spoke about, let us say, for example, on GST, you can go upload some information, presentation, voice content, all of those, and start asking questions, and it will start answering it from you. Right? Okay, sir, I don't have the paid account. Can I get this sort of a feature done from a free of cost? Yes, it is possible. For that, you have to go to what is called gemini.google.com. Gemini.google.com is something similar to that of a ChatGPT, but from that of Google. And if you click on the left hand side, you will find something called Explore Gems. Explore Gems is nothing but custom GPT equivalent in Gemini. And this is available even if you are a free user. Now, what can you upload here? Your knowledge repository of your office, your proposal templates, your contents where you are reusing multiple times, that is where you upload them here. Does that make sense? Am I clear so far? So this will give you a little push for you to get started using in a better way, because I'm sure when you have used AI, one of the biggest challenge each of you will have is, I am using it and most of the time I'm getting very generic answers and not specific answers. The reason, the third important principle is called context. For example, you have a client whom you are dealing with for 5 years, and I come as an auditor or an advisor to that client as a next year. I might have probably a domain knowledge of area A, B, and C. You have the very good client knowledge, but my domain knowledge is of no use until I get the understanding of the client. Do you agree? That is called context. Context in an AI, especially generative AI, is giving more information to the AI. And how do you configure that context? The first thing, if you are using a chat GPT, please go to the bottom. You will find something called as your profile name or nomenclature. You will find an option called personalization. Under personalization, please give what exactly you expect from ChatGPT. You can also say what is your occupation and details, and how do you want ChatGPT to answer some of your questions. You also have an option in data controls where it says improve the model for everyone, make sure it is turned off. When you turn this off, the risk of your data sharing with a generative AI company such as ChatGPT is reduced. Now, this is the way in which you configure and customize some of this. Sir, can I use the same thing even Gemini? Yes, it is possible. Can I use it in other solutions? Yes, it is possible. All of them have this personalization or configuration window. Highly recommended that you do that. Next. Sir, I have done the configuration. I know which GPT to use, or I have an idea about it. How do I get visibility of what all I can get done from AI? Today, take one step backwards. You think that the AI is a magic wand and say abracadabra, you need to get the audit report. No, my dear friends, it is not that way. This is where the trend of decomposition comes into picture. What is decomposition? Take a complex problem statement, divide that into parts. For example, just drawing reference from the previous session speaker, he said that if you receive a notice, put all the grounds of appeal separately. Similarly, when you have an objective in mind that yes, I want to use AI for my tax audit, you need to decide which component should you use your AI. Component number 1, risk assessment. If I am doing from a risk assessment, what are the things I should keep in mind? Or I am doing an internal audit and I want to do an industry analysis. I want to search something. I want to do a peer understanding. Yes, in that case, you go into a different AI solution, a solution called as Perplexity. Perplexity is the modern day Google. So much so that Perplexity made an acquisition bid to acquire Google Chrome. Perplexity valued at roughly $3 to $5 billion. Google Chrome alone is valued at $17 billion. Perplexity wanted to acquire Google Chrome. Why? This is going to be the changing moment of search. So that means, is ChatGPT different and Perplexity different? It is like your Nokia phone, Samsung phone, Apple phone, whatever. But each of them have a utility and a style of working. Perplexity is research oriented. To give an example, whenever you want to study something from the World Wide Web at large, you will go to a solution called as Perplexity to search instead of going to a chat GPT to search. Because the search in a case of a chat GPT may be slightly hallucinated vis-a-vis your Perplexity, because the model of Perplexity is it will not answer from its knowledge, it will search the keywords from the world at large, compile them and give you an answer. For example, help me draft a detailed notice or reply for a GST notice received under section 73 of the GST Act. Now, assuming I write something on these lines, right, and I'm going to hit this, I have three options where I can do some research. The first option is called as a search, where I can go search some general gyan. It can also go and do a pro or a defined search. I also have something which is over here, which is called research. Extremely useful when you want to get in-depth analysis. Whenever you are searching for case laws, please hit on this button. Right now, I am only going to do some small change. Help me with decided case laws from Kerala High Court or Appellate Tribunal. Now when I click on this, it goes into the second mode where I'm able to search something much more smarter. The way in which Perplexity is trying to build is something called as an add-on model, where if you click on the right-hand side, my dear friends, you have something called a set source for searching. And if you click on this, you have the web, it will browse the entire web. If you are doing anything relating to finance, you can click on finance. For example, you are doing an Ind-AS comparison and you want to know how the global peers are doing it, you can do this. Only limitation is this finance has activated SEC and EDGAR, which is US filing. In India with SEBI and MCA, it is little difficult, but still you can give it a try. If you're doing an academic research, you can click on this. If you're doing a social media research, asking for trends and etc., you can click this. And you have a bunch of sources where you can link. You can also link your Google Drive. It can search that file and identify. But generally, I don't suggest you to connect with your Google Drives or the other systems of the world. You also have an option where you can attach files. And of course, you have an option for you to speak. And if I click on this button, it starts reading up. And please note very carefully, first what this does is searching the web. Right? Now the same thing if I go to a chat GPT and I'm going to write it, right? Let's see what the outcome is. And I'm going to run this quickly on Gemini as well. You will realize that each model has a different perspective. Please note this when it comes to Perplexity. It starts looking from different sources. It starts looking from all the sources where you are able to trace from a public web search. Look over here, it is reading section 73 from some particular blog. It is also reading from a GST, Appellate Tribunal, some basic information. Then there is a circular. Then there is some blog. So it is trying to pick up from different sources which your Googles of the world would have otherwise actually done. So that means your search becomes better. And the beauty is once it gives you the outcome, you know the sources for each of them. It's another matter, it might have interpreted a source incorrectly, but you still have the information for you to get started. Right? So this is how anything relating to legal, it gives you a better answer. Please note here, Gemini also gave you the answer, but it says that this is what you need to have. It talks about certain information, it talks about allegation, and it talks about some basic case laws and other things over here. But you will notice that still Perplexity has not drawn the answer, because it is doing that much amount of thorough research. By the way, Perplexity is available for free for 1 year. In case you are an Airtel customer, you can go to Airtel Thanks app and then create a valid. Again, I'm not promoting any of the solutions. I am only a strong contender that use these solutions so that you can work much more faster and better. So now we understood how to configure some of these solutions. We also understood how to search in some of these solutions. Now question is, sir, if I have to scale my practice from using an AI perspective, what is it that I should do? The most important that we need to do is put into an Excel sheet. I'm sure we do in an Excel sheet what is the client, whether the due date is there, what we have to do, all those things are fine. Have you ever thought, can I put into my Excel sheet step by step what I do for this particular client? Have I ever thought, I'm not talking about SOP, I'm just talking about writing a very broad steps. You will realize that at least for 50 to 60% of your office tasks, you will identify a common pattern in which you are doing the work. It could be a Excel analysis, it could be a number crunching, it could be preparing trial balance to financial statements, whatever it may be. Now this is where you need to focus. What is it that which is common, and can you generalize the process for all of them? For example, when GST law came into picture in my office, I gave them a small suggestion, even though I don't practice in that domain extensively. I told, let's do one thing. Every client, our information which we gather has to be standardized. So we took the GSTR 3B table or whatever information was there. Whatever is essential for that basic information, I put in a table format and I kept it. Every time the client gives the data, he has to give only in that. Sir, what happens if the client gives in a different format? You will have to do a format conversion, and in that itself time will go. So you tell to those sort of clients, sir, professional filing fee is 5,000 rupees, format conversion charges is 2,000 rupees. If you give me in this format, I'm happy to accept it. You will get a 2,000 rupees discount. He says, no, sir, I don't have an accountant for doing that. No problem, sir. I will take care of your end-to-end accounting. Increase our fees by 10,000 rupees. We'll only take care of that. It makes a lot of sense that we get into that end-to-end process and consulting, because that gives us a monthly retainer fee versus the once in a year fee which we'll normally get the next year. Right? So when we start streamlining it, you realize that the automation options are significantly high. As you gather all of this information, templatize this. Once you have templatized this, you can slowly start building macros or some basic scripts for you to get started. And one such solution I'm going to talk about, and this solution is called Llama Coder. You can take a photograph of this. In the interest of time, I may not be able to ask you to do this, but this is a simple app or a website where you can create your own apps. Or this is a simple website where you ask a particular requirement, it will build an app for you. My classical example is build a depreciation calculator app under the Companies Act 2013. Give me an option to upload and download. At the same time, I do not have any format for import. Give me a format for import as well. Now what I'm trying to do is I'm creating this particular app. I am written a simple instruction, and this instruction is getting converted into an app in real time. It might take a few seconds depending on my internet connectivity, but it is making an attempt to get started. This concept is called vibe coding. Ability of a system to code. Ability of a system to code by you just writing instructions. Similar to Llama Coder, you also have AI Google Studio. This also does something similar in addition to various other things which it has. So some of you might be saying, sir, in ChatGPT, the tokens get expired very quickly, because after 4 or 5 prompts, it says your limit exhausted. You can come and try that in Gemini or Google AI Studio. It gives you 1 million tokens per day. I repeat, 1 million tokens per day. In contrast, ChatGPT free account gives 5,000 tokens per day. Do you see the difference? Right? So wherever you have heavy data, heavy analysis, etc., you can go ahead and start using this. Now comes an interesting question. Sir, I am using all of this. It is creating an app. Now it is saying that there is some error. It will only try to fix it. All these things are fine. But tell me one very important thing. I'll just give you one example, right? I'm sure all of you will meet a lot of chartered accountants during this conference. I also meet a lot of people. The question is, they will exchange cards. How do I make sure this card data is safe with me? Literally in my office, I have 8 boxes of cards for this 1 year alone, people whom I have met. Now, how do I operationalize this? I did one simple thing. I created one app, and this app is called Visiting Card Converter app. All that I did was, I give to my office admin all the cards whomever I have met. He or she will scan that particular cards in that office scanner, 6 cards, 8 cards, and like that, 10 cards, 20 cards, every week they have to scan. They will send me the file. Now I have to simply upload that file over here. It will automatically extract all the key information and give me in a tabular format. I took 5 minutes to build this app. Now you are able to think or envisage how you should be using AI, because there are a lot of low-hanging fruits which we can use, which will give you much better flavor. I know you have questions relating to privacy, security. I'll address them as it come along. All of us clear so far? Next topic. Sir, we know all of these things, but how do I get started with an engagement? Assuming you are doing an internal audit of a new client, or let's start with a very, very simple step. Now this is December. Generally in a CA office, after this income tax reduced timeline, earlier until March 31st you were able to file the returns. Now it's more or less until December. Most of us during the month of January, February, March is slightly a lean period. So how do I use this for my professional development and growth? Step number 1, I already told you, identify automation opportunities. Step number 2, you can also identify clients. Now, how do I identify clients? Let's take a simple example. Within Kannur, let us say there is a co-working space, right? So I go to Perplexity, and then I go there and write a prompt, identify all the co-working spaces in Kannur, Kerala, and tell me in each of them how the name of company which is located there along with the key members' contact details. While doing this research, also identify if they have a LinkedIn profile so that I can send an intro to them. Now what this will do, it will search in each of the co-working spaces within Kannur, how many of them, please understand, a person who is working in a co-working space is a client or a potential client for you who has some sort of a budget, because his mindset is a little modern compared to the traditional approach. So for him, you can pitch in monthly compliance support work, saying that I'll take care of all of this, you appoint somebody else as auditor, but I will front end everything. This in the modern world today we call it as virtual CFO service, VCFO. So you have to sit and identify scenarios like this. AI today is available in a click of a button to do all of these things for you, my dear friends. So you can do market acquisition, talent acquisition, client acquisition, all of these things using AI. Now coming to another interesting thing. Sir, all this I have done. Will it give me some details of companies, clients, email IDs? To the extent available on the web, it is browsing and it is giving me. Okay. Now I need to go to the next stage. How do I reach out to them? Marketing, you'll have to look into your ICA Code of Ethics, guidelines, etc. You approach, you set up, everything is done. Now you need to start drafting several proposals to these people. Now how do you send several proposals to these people? You have to customize those proposals. So now what you do, you go to an app like a ChatGPT, where for your information, I have created already one custom GPT. This is for my friend's company, where we pitch in for a lot of cybersecurity audit work. On an average, we send about 15 proposals in a week sometimes. One or two might ask us for an update. Some of them is just gone. And many a times we still participate because we have accessibility to a client, at least that fact that we have sent a proposal. So what I did was, I created a simple custom GPT. Now the way I did was, I went here, if you remember, I went and added all these elements, and I said here, configure, and I've written some configuration parameters over here. Now if you find configuration very difficult, you can go and simply chat over here and say, I want you to create a professional proposal every time I ask you. So what it will do is, it will slowly start updating its information. If you see here very carefully, it had one spanner icon for a split second. It said, yes, I will create it in a professional. Now I can go and configure this, whether it has to go do a web search, whether it has to do image generation, all of those. I'll just enable web search so that it can create it. And on the right hand side, I can also choose the model which I want to. If you are a paid user, you have this advanced capability. You can mention which model you want, and I can say, I want to send a IT audit proposal for Kerala Gramina Bank. Make it customized, addressing to the chairman or MD of the bank. Now what it does is, it goes through, browses the web, reads the information, but the output will always come in the format at which I have defined, and this is the format which I have defined. Every time it should write in this way only. It should have a particular format and content, and it will always have these as an principles. Look at this: introduction, methodology, deliverables, timeline. The same thing it tries to create it. Now you understood what is the purpose of a custom GPT? It can reuse and create content. Now, if the same way you can start sending bulk proposals, you can start sending bulk information, and this way you will be able to slowly take one step at a time and start scaling. Remember, AI is not going to be a magic wand which can do everything for you, but it is a starting step. The more you use, the more ideas you will get, and the more hands-on you get. Fine, sir, all these things are fine. But most of the time, I get Excel sheets. I get Excel sheets. For example, I get sheets like this, and I am required to analyze sheets like this. Can AI help for me? I will talk about 3 ways in which AI can help. 3 or 4 ways. Step number 1. I have a data like this. If I want to use AI within this, you go to a function called analyze data. I repeat, analyze data within Excel. This is available only if you are having the Office 365 subscription. Office 365 subscription, at least for 1 or 2 key members in your organization, I highly recommend you to have, because the features it gives is phenomenal. This analyze data is like a chatting with this particular Excel sheet. For example, I go to my right hand side and I type a question, top 3 product by sales. Now here I just wrote a simple statement, top 3 product by sales amount, and it has done research and it has told me the top 3 product by sales amount is Samsung Galaxy Huawei OnePlus 8. This is what is called a prompt written live. It is converting into a pivot and giving me. I can also talk about certain other things. For example, I can say highest and lowest sale amount by, what do I say? Let's say by product type. So it says Google Pixel, the maximum sales is so much, minimum sales is so much. Huawei, this is the sales. iPhone is so sales, right? Now I can go to an extent where I can also say, I want it by user ID. So it tells me each user ID, what is my highest sale, what is my lowest sale. Sorry for this, I think it's got slightly compressed. When I use Windows inside Mac, it gets little irritating, but anyways. Now this pivot, if I have to prepare using my traditional approach, it will take me 5 minutes. Because I need to draw, I need to summarize, I need to do min-max. Those who are probably extremely shortcut oriented, that 5 minutes may come down to 3 minutes or 2 minutes. But here I wrote a prompt and I got it. Are you able to sense what the difference is? Step number 1. Step number 2, sir, I heard Microsoft also has an AI solution. What is that? That is called as Copilot. You will find it in the Home tab in the extreme right corner. You click on this entire data and you have a magic wand or something which comes up here. And I say, show me some insights. It will analyze the data automatically and it says, I am working on it and give you some indications or trends. This Copilot basic feature is available for free for everybody. My suggestion is subscribing to any of the AI solutions in today's world is mandatory. Just like how you are paying a stipend to an article, think that you are paying stipend to this AI. It can do much more things for you, right? So it is given some analysis. It is taking some time, but while it is taking some time, hopefully you got this principle. Now you are asking a question, sir, can I upload ChatGPT Excel file? Can it do analysis? You can. But every time you upload something into some Excel into ChatGPT, it will give you a very weird or a different analysis. So my trend or my suggestion is a little different because your Excel file may also have confidential data. So what you can do is go to ChatGPT, right? And this is where you start becoming a pro. You tell ChatGPT, I have an Excel sheet with the following information. And here what you do, you copy all of the first 4-5 lines from this particular data set and paste it over here. And you say, this is an indicative data set. I am doing an internal audit, or I will say I am doing MIS report on this data. Give me top 5 analysis which I can perform. Your output should be an Excel VBA code which I can configure into Excel and run it every time or every month. You can also say, all this data is available in sheet 1. Now when I do this, it sorts of reads all of this information and tells me, hey, you have this data, you are only giving that AI some way in which you can work. That code or an outcome, you copy and you paste it into an Excel sheet, and that Excel you can keep on reusing. Your data is safe as well as your information is safe, whereas you have only shared maybe top 3 lines or 4 lines. This can work even in your concurrent audit, your bank audit, anywhere you are dealing with large size of data set. So it has created a code, or rather it is still writing a code. It is talking about monthly trend, regional trend, products mix, whatever it is, right? It is trying to create it, and then I copy this code and paste it. It will also give me the instructions, not a complicated procedure. You should simply be able to execute, right? So these are some of the tips and tricks from a practice perspective which you should keep in mind. And the last pro tip which I'll talk about is creating your own customized Play Store or creating your own customized knowledge repository. This is an app called Google Notebook LM. What you can do is, you can upload a lot of research material or live content into this, and when you ask a question, it will exactly answer from which part it is taking a decision. For example, recently the government enacted the DPDP law, data privacy law. So I created this bot and I am asking a question, is DPDP applicable for chartered accountants? Now please note, the law does not say anything specifically on chartered accountants, but now it is going to implement, it is going to gather, picking up this information, reading all of my documents which I have uploaded, and it goes based on keywords and says, hey, the source does not explicitly say chartered accountant, but it is generally understood if a CA meets the definition of data fiduciary, it is applicable. And who is a data fiduciary? It gives you this. What is very important is, if you click on this number, it will tell you exactly on the left hand side what is the reference. So imagine you had tons of case law repository. All that you have to do is upload that here, and it can help you do lot of these analysis. Today, lot of publications are providing the case law in a digital format, and of course they have their own version. As a matter of fact, Taxman, some of these other journals also have their own AI solutions. They're all working on this simple analogy, right? So this will create some sort of a customized knowledge environment for all your office members and yourself at large, okay? And the last thing which I'm going to speak about is Copilot, right? Now, Copilot is another powerful solution from Microsoft. The beauty of a Copilot is, it does not share the data outside your organization boundaries, unlike that of a ChatGPT or Claude or a Grok. So what happens here is, when you're using a Copilot, mandatory that you need to have an organization ID. In my case, I'm using my organization ID. And if you read that privacy policy or any of them, it says that we are saving this within your OneDrive, within your SharePoint. It is not going outside of that. So that will give you an extra edge, and you are free to share, upload confidential information, and you can still work with that amount of confidence. Please note, this will happen only if you're using organization ID. If you're using a Copilot basic variation, this will not help you out, right? So these methods, tips and tricks will help you significantly when you come into practice and you start getting over this. So what should be my strategy for AI adoption? Step number 1, identify what your pain point or problem statement. Each of us have different unique scenarios where we encounter. Don't say article staff is a pain point. What the article staff has created or not able to consistently create, that is a pain point. Now, why is that happening? Lack of templates, absence of certain documentation, automation. So go to that. Second, go ask Perplexity or Claude or ChatGPT saying, this is my situation, how do I overcome this? It will give you some ideas and suggestions. Use that with a sample data set. It might probably work, it might give up some challenges, you see. Once you build that, try one prototype, it will work with one client, and you can keep on replicating and increasing the size and scale to all the clients. This, my dear friends, will give you long-term answers. Otherwise, we will keep on thinking that AI is an abracadabra. It will not give you the intended results. That is basically what I wanted to convey. Happy to take any questions for the next 5 or 10 minutes. Thank you so much for being a patient audience. Yeah, one slide before, because I just used some slides just for reference standpoint. This is something which I made up long time. Which model you can use when? These things have changed now. There's something which you can definitely grab a photograph. When you want to use which of these models, it should be handy. And as I also mentioned, any of the AI solution used, please verify the output. It may be subject to hallucination or errors. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have, but this is something which I really like about AI, which says, you never told me that you knew that, whereas the AI replies, you never asked for me in the first place. So the question you ask is the answer you get. Remember, even a baby, only if it cries, the mother knows that it is hungry. Similarly, only if you are able to express your problem statement, give your specific use case or scenario, only then you will get your answer. Thank you so much for being a patient audience. Are there any specific questions? Otherwise, you have my ID. You can connect me with LinkedIn. I'll be able to happy to assist you.
Thank you, sir, for that insightful session. I now request CA Sachin Shashidharan, Kozhikode branch chairman, to come forward and present a memento to CA Narasimhan Elankovan, sir. Thank you, sir. ഒരു അറിയിപ്പുണ്ട്. കണ്ണൂരിന്റെ സ്വന്തം തെയ്യം കാണാനുള്ള അവസരം ഒരുക്കിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. നാളെ പുലർച്ചെ 4 മണിക്ക് എളയാവൂർ ശ്രീ മുച്ചിലോട്ട് ഭഗവതി ക്ഷേത്രത്തിലാണ്. താല്പര്യമുള്ളവർ രജിസ്ട്രേഷൻ കൗണ്ടറിൽ ഇന്ന് തന്നെ പേര് കൊടുക്കേണ്ടതാണ്.
Get your hands on wheels with SIB car loans.
We are very much grateful for our event partners once again. Our allied event sponsors, ABC Group, in association with Simpolo and Bebeto. Our diamond sponsors, Kerala Grameen Bank and Astor Mims Hospital. Our platinum associate sponsors, Malabar Gold and Diamond. Our silver partners, South Indian Bank, Tally and Federal Bank. Our bronze sponsors, Ashore AI.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the close of day 1 of Navaratna conference. A heartfelt thank you to all our dignitaries, speakers, delegates and members for your participation and support throughout the day. We will be gathering again here in the same venue for entertainment and dinner at 7 p.m. I request all delegates to kindly take some time to freshen up and return to the venue by 7 p.m. so that we can begin the evening program on time. Kindly bring your delegate tag while coming for dinner. We look forward to your presence for a wonderful night of entertainment and good food. On behalf of Kannur branch of ICAI, I also warmly welcome each one of you to join us tomorrow morning for day 2 of the conference. Breakfast will be served here from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. and a first technical session will begin at 9 a.m. We are also happy to announce that our registration has come to a number of 671. Thank you all for making this happen. We look forward to your enthusiastic participation tomorrow as well. Thank you and see you all back here at 7 p.m.
see.
Like we have 7 wonders of world, now we have 7 wonders of Delhi.
तो मैं बोलूंगा कि धमाकेदार for 7.2.
No accounting without Tally.
It will really ease the life of management as well as chartered accountants. Tally is my lifeline. People know me because of Tally.
These features are definitely gonna work in that direction to reduce the human effort and get more things done.
देखिए अभी जितने भी काम मैनुअली हो रहे हैं ना, सबसे पहले तो वो ऑटोमेट, दूसरा लोगों को एक इंटरेस्ट आएगा काम को करने का। जो आज होता है कि काम करना है, चलो यार कौन मैनुअल एंट्री करेगा, 8 बजे दुकान बंद करते हैं, उसके बाद 8 बज के 2 मिनट बैठते हैं, सारा सिंक हो जाएगा, फिर दुकान बंद करते हैं।